First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershall, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me in school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here is seen to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Great play, well done.
To provide support to Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Touch rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensuring people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. I had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so very gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it was a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
Referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Burton RFC for more development touch rugby. It is the NTS Development Series Round 2, and we will be starting very soon at 10 AM with the game between the Cambridge Wasps and the Chester Cheetahs. I'm Jonathan Bullard. Chris Wearmouth will be joining me very, very shortly, and we'll be taking you through this first game. 6 group games this morning. And then this afternoon from 1:30 we will go into the knockout stages. We've got 13 games overall, so a packed day in store. So Cambridge Wasps against Chester Cheetahs to start off. In the last round, round 1 in Banbury a couple of weeks ago, these 2 teams did face each other, which was a Cambridge victory by 4 tries to 2. Cambridge overall finishing 8th in that first round, the Chester Cheetahs finishing 15th. So we will see what happens as the 2 teams meet again this morning. To give you A list of what is coming up a little later at 10:30. We'll have the Pool D clash between the London Eagles and the Nottingham Outlaws. At 11, Pool E clash between Essex Touch and the Percy Park Pirates. At 11:30, it's Pool F and PFT against the Yorkshire Thorns. At midday, the Norwich Rebels will take on the Oxford Touch in Pool C. And then we finish the group stages at 12:30 with the Pool B match of St Albans Gladiators against the Sale FC Chargers. And then from 1:30 we will go into the quarter-finals of the Bowl, the Cup and the Plate, culminating in the final at 5 o'clock. So plenty to watch throughout today. We'll be with you for it all from now until we finish at around 5:45 this evening. So please do stay with us as we bring you some high quality touch rugby. Just a reminder that tomorrow as well we'll have round 2 of the Elite Series. That will again be from here, and that will be starting once again at 10 AM. So do join us for that as well if you can. I can see Chris is just tidying up on the pitch, so he'll be with us very, very shortly. And we're just a minute away from the tap-off here at Burton. Chris making his way up now, so he will be with us very soon. Referees are ready. Just so you're aware, Cambridge are in the white and light blue strip, and Chester Cheetahs are in the navy blue and red strip. And I'm delighted to say Chris Wearmouth is here. Chris, good morning to you.
It's hard to drag myself away from the full English breakfast here at Burton Rugby Club this morning, Jono. Good morning to you, good morning to everybody who's chosen to watch us over watching New Zealand give Ireland a good hammering in the South Seas, which doesn't bode well for, if that's going to be the first of the of the summer internationals, it doesn't bode well for everybody else, does it?
Well, not at all, not at all, because England, Australia later, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's lovely to be back at Burton for the Development National Touch Series, and we've got a few new teams who I'm sure you've spoken about already this morning, who are coming up on Field 1 later, but 2 of the more established clubs from the circuit in Chester Cheetahs and Cambridge. And I think, we've had some rain this morning, but the pitch is really dry. It's been sanded quite heavily, so it's drained, so it's both nicely slidable, but also nicely dry as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how everybody starts, and as Cambridge go all the way down the far side, that is just...
Yep, Callum Lambourne there going all the way along the right-hand side.
Outright pace and nothing but it.
So Callum Lambourne with the first try of the morning. Really nice facility here at Burton. It's obviously a brand new stand that we're in. We're nice and covered. We've been looked after with catering and coffees and what have you. It really is a great facility.
It is fantastic. They moved out from Burton Town Centre last September. We're here for the Development National Men's and Women's and the Elite Men's and Women's National Touch Series about 5 weeks ago, something like that, and they looked after us superbly then. And as I say, they've got a full English breakfast on for the summer internationals, and it is great to be here. Lovely, as you say, it's lovely to be elevated and under the shade. Just looking back at that first try, I think what was good to see from Cambridge's perspective was that they ran a subbing move immediately, but then had the wherewithal to play some heads-up rugby. So, Callum Lambourne had he was about to come and sub off, and then all of a sudden he realised that he had the legs on Chester's Abigail Hutton, number 52, on this near side, and I feel quite sorry for her, because it's the nightmare scenario in the first play of the game, or one of the first plays of the game, when you've done everything right by defending tight, and then all of a sudden somebody then exploits the space on the outside. But it's something that I know that they've got a very experienced coach in Liam Lawton, Chester have. So he'll be talking to them about making sure that they, about what to do next time to stop that happening, which is just about shifting out a little bit further. But as I say, this is the first game. It may be Abigail Hutton's first time playing in the National Touch Series. You never know with these things. This is what the development level's for. It's about a learning process.
Nathaniel Morris almost going through there, and that time it was Sam Eggings going over, but he was touched on the way through, so Chester go back to the 7 metre.
This is exactly what Chester would have wanted to do after the after conceding that first try, except that they they had the opportunity to set stuff up on the Cambridge line. The disappointing thing for them is that they didn't really ask any questions. The word you'll hear a lot over the weekend is conditioning, and where they're looking at the defence to go, to ask some questions of them, to try and shake them into doing something and then do something slightly different to try and create space for a score, and they didn't really do that. But again, it's something to work on. I like Chester defending tight. It's forcing Cambridge to go round them. It's very difficult to go through, even if they're retreating slowly, it's very difficult to go through the middle of a defence. Even if they're offside, you still got to cope with the traffic of the bodies in the way. And what Chester are asking Cambridge to do is to go, right, if you're going to go round us, that's fine, we'll concede that, but you're not going to go through us, which is the first which is a really important first thing for touch.
Good drive by Chester here. They're up to the 7 metre. Did he dodge through there?
He did.
I think he did. That is going to be the equalising try. Ted Wilson is doing really, really well. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Just drops it down, gets it back from Liam Lawton, and just managed to dodge through.
How he managed to get through there, I've genuinely no idea.
Especially with two coming in from either side at him. That was a great bit of shimmying to get through.
And really good honesty from the Cambridge players as well, is that they were honest about saying, we've not touched them. We've not touched them on the way through. But that was, if you want a bit of ankle breaking first thing on a Saturday morning, that was it in an absolute nutshell. Taking his cue from the New Zealanders.
It's Cambridge who, from the tap off up to the 7 metre. Down it goes through the middle now. Was there a touch before he put that down? I think there was. Referee just indicating. Or did he? No, he has given the try.
Yeah, it just took a little bit of time. That was that's a good decision from Ray McFarlane there. I mean, I know he's a hell of a lot closer to it than we are, but again, it was just that what I said before about how Chester have been defending tight, is that's a point there where Chester have then let themselves get dragged out, and it's just opened when you get to the 7, is that if you then start attacking, if you've got a couple of metres to attack and you go for it and you go and dive early, which is exactly what happened there, then the chances are you're going to score, particularly at this level.
It's Callum Lambourne who got the try there, taking a great pass from Ethan McGilly referee, and it is Cambridge who are back ahead.
It's shaping up into a nice battle, this. So it's turning into a chess match. What Chester have done now is they've spread their wingers out wide to then try and, what they're trying to do is to force Cambridge wingers to defend a bit wider and to then have and to create a bit of space going through the middle. Now that really should be a penalty, for even if it's accidental kicking it away, so you can't kick the ball away, but doesn't matter so much in this part of the field. So, but what Cambridge are doing, they're not biting yet on that width of defence. But what Chester need to do, though, is they need to swing the ball left and right. They need to start stretching that defence and show why. So there's a touch there. This is the one thing where, if you're going to, this is the thing about mixed touch now, is that you need to, or any kind of touches, you need to have the complete faith in the winger to give that ball wide. And then, even if she gets touched, is that you've shown the intent to get the ball out to your wingers. There's no point in having your wingers wide out on the play if they're not going to get used.
A couple of times in the game that Abigail Hutton has found herself wide on that left-hand side. It's still in Chester possession as they look to go to the right-hand side now. There's the opportunity now. The touch was made. Lorraine Grinter just going through. It was touched on the way.
Yes,
still Chester's ball.
Yeah, it's nice tight defence from Cambridge. They're not biting on, as I say, they're not biting on the winger being spread wide.
2.5 minutes left in this first half. I think the touch was made there, was it? Yes, it was. For those who are unfamiliar with this format of touch rugby, 10-minute halves, 2 halves for each game, so a 20-minute game. Running clock. Everything works on the hooter. You will hear the hooter in the background, which will indicate the end of each half and the end of the game.
Oh, you can hear the hooter in Uttoxeter this morning. Mitch has got it turned up.
Hopefully nobody gets distracted on the nearby A38.
Well, if they do get distracted, we're very close to the A38, just a half mile away. And as we say, great catering facilities here at Burton. They've really put a spread on us for this morning.
Here come Cambridge again. Just fumble, which will give possession back to the Chester Cheetahs.
See, what Cambridge are doing already is that they did run a subbing move there, but they're already using their wingers. They're using their links and their wingers to drive and spread play. Chester aren't doing that yet. The wingers are there. I'm not going to say to make up the numbers, but they're not really coming into the play. It's this thing where at the minute they're Chester are very much having the playmaking come from the mid and the links, and that's kind of as it should be. But at the same point, is you need to bring the wingers in to then start creating space elsewhere.
It's Chester who are driving with a minute to go in this first half. Been quite a good battle. Both teams with a lot of possession in their offensive ends. Cambridge with the 2 tries to Chester's 1, though. Now, can Chester finish this first half with a flourish? Back into the middle. Oh, I think he may have got that down, did he? Yes, he did. Nathaniel Morris going through, and they have got the equalising try with 20 seconds to go in this first half. Great play there, Chris.
It was, and ironically enough, having said that they hadn't used their wingers, is that in a serious attacking sense, is that if you're Cambridge's winger, you'd have seen, as we come into the last play of the first half, you'd have seen Abigail Hutton actually catch the ball and show that she's got a decent set of hands. Which in that situation, as a winger, as the defending winger, you're going to go, actually this could go left, it could go right, and it drew. And everybody bit in as well to the runner, so it's kind of just a bit of a defensive breakdown from Cambridge and a nice little inside ball there. Some good unselfish playmaking from Chester to tie things up. Yeah, it's been a really good competitive game. It's in the way that the teams are very, very evenly matched. So I don't think you can. I don't think there's a massive amount. There is plenty of chat going on in the sub boxes, but it's kind of, I think it's a little bit more of the same from both sides in the second half.
Well, after arriving here in driving rain, the sun's now come out.
Oh, it's a beautiful day now. It's perfect.
So this is what we want. I'm sure that the players will be happy that no wet ball, no wet hands.
The first thing that I did when I pulled into the site this morning, so I came down from, I was driven up from Northampton and was driving, so came up the M1 up to East Midlands and then down the A38. Yeah, driving through a rainstorm. First thing is going straight onto the weather app and just go, right, well, actually, what's the day going to be? Another shower, and then that's it for the day. Perfect.
Yeah, I think I had rain from Nottingham, where I live, rain virtually all the way here, and then it was raining when we was unloading the kit, and now it's absolutely glorious.
I think I know we're talking a little bit in jest about the summer internationals, but it was really interesting recently to see Zinzan Brook do a podcast with Mike Tyndall and Alex Payne. I think it was The Good, the Bad and the Rugby, where he was talking about, because they were talking about how good New Zealand players are in terms of their offloading skills and their general ball handling and their general awareness. And Zinzan Brook talking about that's because they grow up playing touch. It can be a variant of touch or what have you, but they grow up playing minimal contact where you've got to shift the ball, you've got to draw the player and give the pass before you get touched, otherwise it then counts as a tackle. And to have one of the greatest players to ever play the game be an advocate for the sport like that. And yeah, players might go on and play for England. Crewe and Nantwich who are here today, they've had I think it's Georgia Perez-Redding who used to play for them. She's made her debut for the USA women's team recently, or certainly in the last few months. The Curry brothers played at Crewe and Nantwich as they were growing up with their dad. Played in the same team. So, and obviously, they've ended up making a half decent career out of themselves. One's a Lions tourist, and they're both England internationals. So, so this sport is a really good way of ingraining those skills and that awareness, as well as a really good level of fitness as well. The shuttle running to get back 7 metres is, for referees and players alike, is a really good way to build up an engine.
Well, second half underway here. So the teams have swapped around. Chester with possession. Because this is development, but how much will these teams have learned from playing the first round 2 weeks ago?
A lot, especially if they've worked on. I think what we saw 2 weeks ago was a lot of very competitive fixtures, and so the teams will know that they've got to bring their A game, and that they will have worked on things to try and unpick opposition defences, because a try here or a try there exacerbated really by it being a 20-minute game, because it turns, you're going to end up with it being a that pass was not good. That pass was too fizzed for that, and I think it's one of the great pities sometimes about passing a rugby ball, that some people feel obliged to put a spin on it, when actually there was absolutely no need to fizz that. You'd be a bit more sympathetic, and that's a try.
And it goes back to what you were saying in the first half about Chester were not using Abigail Hutton on the wing as much as he used it there, but the pass was just too hard.
Yeah. Great
well
hands.
Taken.
Those were great hands, and it was just a shame. And again, that's a poor pass, because it was above and beyond the player, and a great hands to keep hold of it. But that's one where if that pass had been again a little more sympathetic and a little bit easier to handle, that would have been a try, because Cambridge had done really well to work themselves an overlap.
Yeah, Elliot Budd doing everything he could there to try and keep the ball. He did very, very well, but obviously in the process of bringing the ball down, he was easy to be touched.
That's going to be a penalty given by Ollie Simon for overstepping the mark.
So back in Cambridge hands as they come over halfway. Just looking at their options, deciding to go down the middle. And now there's space out on the wing, and that is a brilliantly worked try. Ethan McGillivray going over, and that was superb work by Cambridge.
Yeah, it was that little inside ball to Matt Emerson there, the number one, just opened it up. They saw that the Chester defence was a little bit, it was not massively aligned in the middle, and then a little inside ball, and it gets you onto the front foot, gets you into the space, the defence then bites in, and you've created yourself an overlap. That's a lovely work try there from Cambridge.
So Chester, work to do again. They come from behind before. No doubt they can do it again. Of course, this was a close game in round one, just a 4-2 victory to Cambridge in that one. And it's Chester coming again. Abigail Hutton just can't quite take that with her.
Yeah, that was a better pass for her, but that's one where the handling just let her down. And that's really unfortunate, because we'd seen her do so well in terms of the handling in the first half.
Cambridge coming at speed, over halfway. That's 3 touches to there. Back through the middle. Down it goes. Not as much space opening up on the wings, and that was a rushed pass.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back. So that wasn't a try, but that was a lovely bit of setup play there from Matt Emerson, the one, and also that was Victoria Franks, the 15, who they combined really, really well. So so in terms of Vicky Franks was driving at the player. Matt Emerson is there available, and she had options to pass on either side.
Yeah.
But as soon as it then became, okay, she's going in for the touch, then Matt Emerson's there as the half to scoop up really quickly. So it's a lovely kind of multi-option play, really subtle, but it's one of those things where if you give yourselves those options, the defence is going to go, okay, right, what's going to come next?
It's Cambridge again as they look to open up a 2-try advantage over the Chester Cheetahs. 5 minutes to go. You feel that if they do get 2 ahead, you feel that will probably do it for them.
I think so. They've noticeably upped their game in the second half. Oh, that's just that's a gust of wind. That's a proper gust of wind coming from this. There's a southwesterly blowing today. But that was. You could see that starting. That was a perfect pass, and then the wind just blew it dead. Such a shame there, because Cambridge, as I say, they've noticeably upped their game. There was a lot of, I said at half time that it was kind of, you'd want more of the same, but obviously Vicky Franks really, we could see her being very animated in this near side sub box during the break and asking for more from the team. And they've really stepped it up. They've not done anything too complicated. We've not seen many wraps. We've not seen many scissor moves. We've not seen anything that's really elaborate. But what we've seen is, again, that, as I say, it's that subtle option of the option for an inside pass or for a scoop. We've seen the driving play, the 3-player drive to really get Chester onto the back foot, and it's paid dividends. And whereas Chester just haven't been able to go through a gear in the same way.
Cambridge again going through the middle, it comes out wide. Good take. Was it down in time?
That's great covering play from Liam Lawton there. Very, very good covering play.
Laura McComb, a couple of chances she's had there, just couldn't quite get it down before the touch came in, but great play by Cambridge right across the line.
Yeah. As I say, they're not doing anything complicated, but they're being very effective.
That could be an expensive fumble as Cambridge get a fresh set of 6 just on the 7 metre.
Yeah, Chester were trying to get their subbing play going, but it was like pass all the way along the scoreline, and Cambridge would have forced Chester to use at least 4 touches probably to get up to their 10 metre line.
There's a touch on Ethan McGillivray. Comes back. Victoria Franks has it.
Yeah, they need.
Not happy with something.
Yeah, they didn't take it from the right place.
Franks has it back. Just crowded out on that right-hand side.
So, as a defending team, there are 2 things you've got to watch out for here. The first one is to make sure you get back to your score line, or make sure you get the full 7 metres so you're not offside. But at the same point, this is what's called a Mexican standoff, is that they've also got to carry on moving forward up to the point where the touch is imminent, and then you can't retreat early. Yeah, so we could hear that from here. So David, the referee, it's really good that even with a pair of headphones on and he's 40 metres away, you could still hear him. Is that what he's saying? Is that they're dropped early? So you can't drop before the touch is imminent. And imminent is the word. So it's the point where you're engaging with the touch.
Space on this left-hand side, and Laura McComb does get it down this time for the try. Cambridge do get their 4th, and they do get 2 tries ahead. And with 90 seconds remaining, that should very much do it for the Cambridge Wasps.
Yeah, that's that. And we said, and I said in the first half that Chester were saying to Cambridge, right, if you're going to score, you've got to go round us. And in that situation, Cambridge did go round them. We did see a couple more, some slightly more intricate running in the build-up to that. But in the end, that was just a straightforward 2-on-1 and a nice pass and a good trust of the winger to finish it off.
Chester looking to finish with a flourish, and they may just do here. Just not quite pulled off. And probably the most fluent move of the half for Chester there.
Yeah. As I say, I think what we've seen at half-time is Cambridge really just step up there. That's a penalty given there for a heavy touch. And what we've seen is Cambridge just go through the gears. As I say, they've not done anything too complicated.
Scream of frustration there from Amy Connery. She you could tell she was not happy with the way she took that.
Or didn't take that, as the case may be. Yeah, but like I say, it's that they didn't do anything. They haven't done anything really complicated in this second half. But what they've done is they've done it very effectively, and Cambridge really well worth the win.
So the hooter goes, and that is the end of the game. It's a 4-2 victory for the Cambridge Wasps over the Chester Cheetahs, and exactly the same score as when these two teams met in the group stages in round one. So a good start for the Cambridge Wasps.
Yeah, and I think the scoreline doesn't flatter them either. You know, they definitely deserve to have a multi-try difference between them, purely on just how they just went for it in the second half. Everybody across the board, all of their subs, all kind of 12 of them, they all just went up maybe 15% in that second half.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it was at half time. It was a very even game.
Oh, it was. Yeah, that first half was extraordinarily even. You know, both teams had. You know, Cambridge looked a little bit hesitant, like they were just, or a little bit not leggy, but they just looked like they were kind of using it as it was almost a typical first game of the day. You've done a bit of a warm up, but you know we need to get some juice in our legs. Chester had scored a couple of really good tries. Their first, you know, the dancing through the middle try was a lovely piece of footwork, and they thoroughly deserved to be 2-2 at half time. But then, as I say, the second half was just one-way traffic in the end. So Cambridge very well deserved, and it's a nice way to start off the day.
Well, we will be back in just 5 minutes' time. We've got the clash between the London Eagles against Nottingham Outlaws. Thanks very much to Chris. We will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go away.
I know it's really off-putting when you talk to somebody they've got mirror shades on. That's why I was bringing them up when I was talking to you guys.
To be honest, I was more looking. Welcome back to Burton. We're just moments away from game 2 of the morning as the London Eagles will take on the Nottingham Outlaws. And I'm delighted to say joining me on commentary for this one is Callum Lambourne from the Cambridge Wasps. Very good victory for you in that last game.
It was a good game, yeah. A couple of tries for myself. I was quite happy with that.
Yeah, it was a very even game up until half-time, but then Cambridge really did seem to step it up in the second half, and something that Chris mentioned on commentary as well.
Yeah, I think we've been working on our attack. Last tournament we weren't quite converting our scores, and quite happy with that.
Well, Nottingham against London. London were 4th in the first round, Nottingham 13th, and they did play each other in round 1 in the pool stages, with London winning 5-3. So what are you expecting from this one?
I think another win from London, it's got to be.
Yeah, it would point to that, wouldn't it, with with how round 1 finished. But a very close game in the pool stages.
Yeah.
Just so you're not confused, both teams are in green. Nottingham are in the lighter green, playing from left to right. Eagles in the darker green, playing from right to left. It may get a little confusing with the colours being so close together. So we're underway in this one. It's Nottingham straight on the offence from the tap off. They're up to the 7 metre. Just playing it down the middle. There's space out on the wing. We have had a little bit of rain this morning. I'll ask you, as you played in that first match, is there any moisture on the ball, moisture on the pitch?
I think it's all right on this pitch, actually. The sand on the pitch is drying up the ball. It's not too slippy. It's not too much of an issue. Just warming up the hands at the start of the day.
Yeah, and of course it's very dry out there now. I saw some sun during your game as well.
A little bit of sun. It made a change from the trip up. We had a breakdown on the motorway.
Oh, great! It's just what you want on a Saturday morning, isn't it?
All our women were in the car, so managed to get it just in time, 5 minutes before kick-off.
And not the best preparation, as it's Nottingham coming again. Was there a touch there? Oh, it's down. Yeah,
called, I think.
Yes, I think there was a touch. It does come back. Nottingham still with possession. Just a little delay and we're away again. Space on the left-hand side. It will take a long pass, but there's someone out there in a lot of space if they choose to use it. Goes again through the middle. Now they go out to the left, but doesn't quite connect that time. A little too long, do you reckon, there before they use the winger?
The wing in D held their man well, though. They marked the space.
So Eagles with possession, but that will hand the advantage straight back to the Nottingham Outlaws in a good position as well. Patient build-up as they go through the middle. Down again now. There is space out on the left. Oh, it's maybe just a little too hard, the pass there.
Too much on that pass.
Yeah.
Panic pass at the end. You see the space, you throw it.
Yeah, it was a really good position they got themselves into.
Yeah, definitely. They've had a good amount of the attack here, haven't they? London have done well to hold them out. A lot of sets of D there.
I mean, 3 minutes in and it's pretty much been played exclusively in that half, but a chance for the Eagles to come over the halfway line now, probably for about the first time in this match. We are in the early stages, of course. London Eagles look to go to the right-hand side. There's a good touch made there. Nottingham have possession back. They use their sub box. Fresh legs coming on. And another good drive from the Outlaws. Through the middle. Long pass now, there is space
and
out.
space on the wing.
Now there is the opportunity.
Fantastic.
Great try, and
Brilliant.
finally that move does come off for the Nottingham Outlaws. They've threatened it a couple of times. There it hit the spot.
Yep. You try again.
So, Nottingham Outlaws taking the lead. So, London, who I think it's fair to say have struggled so far this first half.
Yeah, they've not getting into Nottingham's half, but a good chance here to attack.
So, a chance to drive from halfway. 2 touches down already as they get towards the 7 metre. On the 7 metre now, 4 touches. Oh, now there's the opportunity. Was there a touch? Yes, there was.
Touch field.
Anna Balls putting it down, but was touched on the way through. She may get another opportunity now. I think that will count. And London with really their first attack of the game.
And they've got it.
They're straight back.
Converted it.
Anna Balls taking on the pass from Lewis Lau. And we are all square. 5 minutes gone in the first half. So yeah, so I suppose that's what we was talking about prior to the game starting. You said you expected London to be favourites for this one. It's like they get their first opportunity and they're straight on the score sheet.
Exactly, the clinical in attack there.
But Nottingham will take a lot of heart. They've had a lot of possession. They've had a lot of chances. And like we say, apart from that one try, pretty much exclusively played in the half, and they go straight back into the lead.
Fantastic try there, catching them offside. And London tapping off. And the space there on the left. Oh, unlucky. And the most important of the day, our beers are walking past now. Rescued from the car on the motorway. Big shout out to Newbley, stuck on the motorway. Nottingham in attack here.
Appreciate that. Sorry about that, I was just getting some information.
Overstepping.
So, thanks for filling in.
That's all right, that's all right. Not sure it was much, but...
So, it's London on the attack with 2.5 minutes to go in this first half. Nottingham leading by 2 tries to 1.
Oh,
this
out
is
the back.
good now.
And she's through.
Oh!
Unlucky there.
Yeah. Touch just coming in there from Isaac Turner. And Nottingham start again, but they're very, very deep in their own half. They need a good drive here. Again, there's a whistle. And London have possession again. This will give them an opportunity as we're into the final 2 minutes of the half to try and get back on level terms. The space on the right, no, it comes back down. Lau has it. 7 metres out. Down it goes.
They're finding themselves without a half. Quite a lot of time, slowing their own play down there. There's no one to pick up the ball and it just slows down the play.
Oh, that's thrown away really in desperation. So Nottingham have it again. Again, they're starting very deep. So I have to be careful not to give London the opportunity to retake possession with a turnover, but this is a good drive.
She's got a lot of space there on the wing.
It's a good drive by Nottingham. They've gained territory. Just no one there to take the pass from Finton McLaughlin. Eagles have it, but again, now they're very deep. With 40 seconds to go in this first half. They'll need a very good drive to get something before half time. Space out on the right hand side if the Eagles can get it over there. They've gone through the middle.
Shame.
Seong Bong Hong just couldn't quite take it. It was slightly behind him as he took it and high. It was a difficult pass. Would have been a good take if he'd have got it.
Yeah, they're getting more chances in the second half of this first half, but not as clinical as they were at the start, unfortunately.
So there is the hooter. And that is the final play of the half. So it is the Nottingham Outlaws who lead by 2 tries to 1 at half time. Callum, quite surprised by that, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a good first half. Both teams have had a good chance. I think Eagles took a while to get into it, but it looks like if they carry on the way they have in the second half of that first half, they should be pushing Nottingham in that second half.
It was a pretty dominant Nottingham performance for certainly the first 5 minutes. They had a lot of drives, and as we were saying, practically all the possession was in that right-hand side of the pitch.
Yeah.
So, what do you think will be being said in the London box at the moment?
I think it's about being clinical, finding your halves, and making sure when you're running and you're dumping, you've got someone there to pick it up off the floor straight away. Because I think a couple of times there they've had some good. What's the word I'm looking for?
Drives.
Good drives, good flow, but actually they're having to stop there because there's no one there to pass the ball on.
I think what's been noticeable from both teams as well is there's been a lot of space out on the wings. They've just probably not been able to utilise that as much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nottingham especially with a couple of chances before they did get that opening try.
Yeah. And I think Nottingham, it's just going to be the same as they were in that first half. They switched off a little bit in the second half, but just trying to keep their composure, keep trying, and they've got some good players out there who looks like they can score some more tries.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as we await the start of this second half. It shouldn't be too long away. Just a reminder that after this game, at 11 o'clock, we have the Pool League clash between Essex Touch and Percy Park Pirates. They are making their 2022 debut in the Development Touch Series. And then following that, PFT against the Yorkshire Thorns. Two teams who are also making their 2022 debut. Come on the Thorns. So,
come on the Thorns.
So why the support for the Yorkshire Thorns?
Well, the club I started playing touch with when I was up in Leeds, and great club, great players, very friendly. I'll take anyone. So if you're in the Leeds area, get down.
Yeah,
they'll appreciate it.
Yeah, plenty of clubs around the country. If you are interested in joining a touch rugby team or learning about the game or taking part in the game, then do go to the Touch England website, where all the information will be there for you. Right, we're about ready to get underway with the second half. The Nottingham Outlaws leading by 2 tries to 1. It's the Eagles who get us underway. So, an opportunity to drive from halfway.
Nice little dummy there.
Yeah, nice little dummy by Lau. Just getting stuck in the middle and crowded out, looking for options. He's back into the middle again. Now it might be stretched wide. I think there was a touch.
There was a touch there. Just on the vest. Tuck it in, it'd be all right. I've already tucked in. Tuck it in more.
Lau has it. Russell Reed. And that is Unfortunately, a turnover, and Nottingham have possession again, once again deep in their own half. It's their first possession of this second half. Driving to halfway, they're going towards the sub-box, and fresh legs come on for the Outlaws. Again, they choose to drive through the middle, but it's a good drive. Now, was there a touch there? No, there wasn't. He's through.
Fantastic.
Great try. Nick Carroll bursting through, but a great pass to find him as well. And that was a superb drive from the Outlaws.
Absolutely. Straight on, no stopping. Coming straight off the sub-box and straight over, really. You saw he came on with pace on that first ball and then reset and took the second one and scored off it. So, fantastic from him.
It was quick hands as well from Isaac Turner to find him in that space, and he burst through. So 3-1 Nottingham, that's a good advantage. It's work to do for the London Eagles if they want to get back into this. Plenty of time to do it in this second half. They won't do it like that. Just Jonathan Richards not quite getting the ball down. And once again, it's Nottingham with the opportunity to drive from deep in their own half. There was also good use of the sub-box as well on that last drive, which led to the try. They got the ball over there, got the fresh legs on, and they was able to come at speed from there. And here they come again.
He's got the pace.
Oh, he's just in front.
Should have backed himself there.
Yeah. Sophie Bosworth was in lots of space, but the pass just in front of her. Eagles getting towards halfway.
Eagles just need to keep their composure. Once you get two behind, you start to force it a little bit sometimes. You start to worry about it and things don't go your way.
So that leads to some things like gripping the ball too tight, maybe passing a little bit too hard.
And just going for that extra... Oh, there's space on the inside there.
Down it goes. And it's back with the Outlaws, who are driving very well from deep.
Got some good youth, good pace and energy. Hopefully they can keep it up throughout the day.
That was actually a well-taken pass, because I don't think she was expecting it. She just saw that at the very last minute.
Well, she might have been slightly in front, but we won't call it from here.
And here they come again at speed. There is a touch on the way through, though. George Spackman just not quite making it, and that turns it back over to the London Eagles. Once again, they are starting from very deep. And time ticking away, 6 minutes left in the game. Nottingham lead by 2. Very, very good performance so far by the Nottingham Outlaws. Really kept the London Eagles at bay. If the Eagles can get a try in the next minute or so, that will really put some pressure on, and they might just get it here.
Ooh.
It's out onto the left-hand side, but there was a touch on a forward pass. Nottingham retake possession. But that's about the best we've seen from the Eagles in this second half.
Yeah, stringing a few phases together, finding the space. Oh, lots of control there.
Now, here is the opportunity for the London Eagles. A fresh set of 6 in the Nottingham defensive zone. So Lois Lau, who has it. Takes it back, passes it off. Gets it back again. Now, is there an opportunity? Oh, was he through? Yes, he was.
Good try there.
It was a lovely dummy and take.
Little dancing feet.
And yeah, it's 3-2. So that does put the pressure on the Outlaws. Nicholas Charlier with the try. And a lovely little move it was as well on the line. To evade the touch with 2 coming in on him, he did very, very well. over at the Outlaws. Just short of the 7 metre. They're there now, and there's space out on the right hand side. Oh, it's just not quite taken again. Sophie Bosworth getting into the space. Eagles come again. Renewed vigour after reducing the arrears to 1. We've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds or so left. Can the Eagles get on level terms? That, I think, was forward. No, in fact, it comes back. It's still Eagles' possession.
Shout out to this lad's hair as well. We want more of that in touch. Mohawks, mullets. Bring it out.
Some great hairstyles here. The mullets, so the 80s footballer look.
It's coming back, it's coming back. Everyone needs to ship it on.
Eagles just short of the line here. Just getting held at their 7 metre. Bringing it back towards the middle now, but the pass a little too hard.
I think they're panicking a bit.
Still got time, 2.5 minutes, but obviously the more that the Outlaws have possession, the less chance that the Eagles will have to try and get that equalising try. It really just put pressure on, doesn't it?
It does. When you know you're behind and you don't know how long, the time flies by, but actually sometimes you've got no idea how long's left on that game, and you do start to worry a little bit.
It surprises me after how quick it goes. You sort of, sometimes I look at the clock on the screen and it's like 2 minutes gone, and then you look again and there's like 7 minutes gone. It's like, where did that 5 minutes go?
There's space on the right here if they...
Can they use it? No, touch through, but Nottingham will be happy. They still keep possession as that we enter the final 2 minutes. Drop down.
Interesting move there from Nottingham.
Down it goes again. Is there space here? Right, there was a touch. George Spackman going through again. Just touched on the way through. Still with them now. Oh, and that... I think he panicked a little bit there as he went into the zone.
I mean, you do. Once you go over the line, everything goes out the window. Everyone's shouting mirrors, no one knows what it means, and everyone's just running around like a headless chicken.
Eagles, with a minute to go, this is probably their last opportunity, would you say?
I think so. If they're gonna do it and come back, then they've got to go now.
Through the middle, down it goes. Lau has it.
He's got a step on him, this guy.
Nice dummy from Reed. Back to Lau. Oh, he's taking it back. That's a brilliant try.
And a great dive as well.
Lau going back to Russell Reed, who went through the middle, and it looks like the London Eagles have rescued it pretty much at the death with 30 seconds to go. It's 3-3. Just look at that on the replay. It was a lovely reverse pass, and Reed had time and space to go through the middle and put the ball down. Great stuff from the Eagles, and they've done really well to fight back from 2 tries down. Left it a bit late, but I suppose it doesn't matter.
The draw's a draw at the end of the day.
But Nottingham as the hooter goes, so final play. Can they get something down? No, the touch had gone. And that was blown down, and it is a 3-3 draw. A thoroughly entertaining match.
Great game.
Yeah, really good game. 3-3. Callum, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For joining us on commentary, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Cheers.
Well, we will be back very, very shortly. We've got the Pool League clash between Essex Touch and Percy Park Pirates. Don't go away. That'll be along in about 5 minutes' time.
4 for a win, 2 for a draw. Yeah. What, in the league? Really? You must have done.
Welcome back to Burton. We're just awaiting the Pool League clash. The Percy Park Pirates, who are in the white, playing from left to right. They're against Essex Touch, who are in the red, playing from right to left. And I'm delighted to welcome Richard Moody on co-commentary from the London Eagles. That was a hell of a game that you've just had.
Yeah, really good game. Very, very competitive. I think nice to kind of see us kind of grow into that game after the morning travelling and really kind of put on a bit of a show on that first team pitch as well. So good to see.
Yeah, we were saying in commentary that Nottingham pretty much dominated those early stages, but you sort of built back and really did show some tenacity to come back from 3-1 down and get that equaliser in the last minute.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think that's what happens when you bring a group of people together who haven't played that often, and then you gel throughout the day. So we'll be looking for more of that throughout the day.
Well, this one is just kicked off, and it's the Pirates who get us underway. Both these teams making their development debut for this season. They didn't take part in round 1, so here they are in round 2, and I think that was forward.
Yeah, slight forward pass there. Terrible pass, I can say that because that was my dad. So yeah, shocking pass. He needs to work on that technique.
So Ian Moody already getting pelters from the commentator.
Yeah. I'll try and be nice, but maybe not.
So it is Essex who have their first drive of the game.
Slight off the mark there, I think.
And it comes back to Percy Park Pirates. As Richard's dad takes it on. I think as he will forever be called now for the rest of this game.
I'm not his son. He's my dad, yeah.
Pop down again, and there is the opportunity. It goes out left. Doesn't quite make it, though. And possession will return to Essex.
Yep, interesting tactic there from the Pirates. They moved the boy out to the wing. They did that on the past 2 attacks, so they might be trying something a little bit different, looking for that long ball, I think. It's great feet.
So, Essex using their sub-box. As they come over halfway. Best drive of the match so far for Essex, but that wasn't put down cleanly, and that will give possession back.
Is that the commentator's curse
Percy.
there at best drive?
It always happens. It at least once a game. It's the Percy Park Pirates who have possession back. Starting to make headway now as they get towards halfway, over halfway.
Some good meters there.
Space out on this right-hand side if they can get it over there. Coming that way now, obviously go back into the middle, but Angus Douglas couldn't quite take the pass, and that gives possession back to Essex. Oh, and now there's an opportunity for the Pirates, a fresh set of 6.
Yeah. Really important to try and use this and get as many strikes in as you can.
Down it goes as they look to work it on the left-hand side. They'll probably come back into the middle and do. Just looking for options now. Is good defence by
Sweeper's coming.
Essex.
It's got space.
Now is the
3 on 2.
opportunity, and down it goes, and we have our opening try of the game.
Yep, they really utilised that second chance at attacking the line there. Set up a great sweeper, and they just nailed that 3 on 2 with the link hitting the hole.
I think it was Craig Townsend who went over. So, Percy Park Pirates with first blood in this game over Essex. Essex, you start again.
It's good forward momentum. We've got the 7 nice and early.
Up to the left-hand side.
Bit close to the line there.
Yeah, they still have possession though.
Oh,
and now there's a lot of space, and that is really well worked.
Really well worked.
Angela Jasper puts it down. Time and space as they worked across the line, and Essex do have the equaliser. Interesting, really, because that's probably their first real attack of the game.
Yeah. They've definitely utilised that opportunity. I think almost that touch being right inside the 7 kind of threw the Pirates a little bit, but then that pass from dummy half was a great cut-out ball, which gave them a really good opportunity, and they finished well.
So, Pirates driving from the halfway tap off as they look to take the lead once again, and there's a bit of space. I think there may have been a touch. Yeah.
Really good touch.
There was a good touch. So that will come back to 7. Pirates look to work it across the line.
Oh, I think that's 6 touches there.
Yeah. And Essex will start again, but they're very deep in their own half.
I think he was dummy half there, wasn't he? Well, that one's been missed.
And we.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Delay call.
And we've said it before that, you know, the idea is if you're not going to score, it's to get it as deep as possible to make it as difficult as you can for your opponents.
Yeah, very much so. I think, you know, the development series has come on, and the level in the country keeps going up and up, and even the development series now is that real war of attrition, getting down the pitch. If you can keep the other team away from your scoreline, it's a lot harder for them to score. So you've got to make the most of it.
Oh, that's really well played.
It pains me to say it, but that was pretty good from the old man.
A great pass by your dad there. In space.
Yeah.
And the Percy Park Pirates do retake the lead. Let's watch this again on the replay. Ian Moody picking it up and just finding Ewan Hargreaves in lots of space. I think he just looked up there.
Yeah,
I don't think he realised that he was on commentary. So Essex with work to do again, but they've driven well to the 7 metre. So I think that's going to be a turnover though, and is.
Bit of a loose roll ball. Not ideal straight after conceding. You want to really get up there and see if you can get an opportunity to get one back, but Pirates moving up the field well here.
Driven to halfway.
One more touch here. Yeah.
So need to do something with this, but fortunately couldn't make headway.
Yep.
Megan Emery going through, but getting touch, and that gives the possession back to Essex, who make use of their sub box. Now at halfway. Good defence by the Pirates so far.
Yeah.
Now the opportunity. Wow. I just thought there was a touch there, but there wasn't. He danced through beautifully, did Adam Elridge. And we are all square at 2-2.
All square, definitely end to end. It's really good to see. Yeah, it's a really good out ball they've got coming to this left-hand side, and it's helping that link find that space. And yeah, good honesty from the Pirates there, because it did look close to a touch, but no touch.
Great dummy as well as he went through, because he shaped to move it out to the left, but then went through the middle.
Yeah.
Fooling the defence. 2 minutes left in this opening half. It's flew by.
Yep. Definitely flying past. It's good momentum by Pirates here. Got a bit of space. Oh, slight forward pass, I think, there. He shouldn't be rolling around the floor at his age anyway.
Close to a try for Ian Moody, just didn't quite come off. If you've just joined us and wondering why there is the criticism from the co-commentator, Richard Moody is the co-commentator, who is the son of Ian Moody.
Yeah, I'm the only one who's allowed to do it, I think. Yeah, good to see. Essex, they've got some really good players there with some good feet. They're just getting that, I've beaten the person, I haven't quite beaten the person, and they've been off the mark a couple of times now. It's a good chance.
Not quite the pass that was needed. There was the opportunity there. And Rachel Weaver had got herself into a nice bit of space. I think Ewan Hargreaves, perhaps just out of the corner of his eye, thought she was probably a little further forward than she was.
Yeah.
Essex again. So we're into the final 30 seconds.
See if they can get one up here. So the Pirates can hold them out. Oh, yeah.
It's back in Pirates' hands. They'll have to be quick.
If they get something. Will they throw a Hail Mary or just play it safe? Oh.
And that is the half-time whistle. All square at 2-2. Very competitive game so far.
Yeah, really good, really end to end. It's good to see both teams kind of building throughout that, and really starting to make the most of their opportunities well, and just attacking with a little bit more conviction. I think we're in that midfield war of attrition, which is good to see as well.
And it's following quite a similar path to your game from the last game on the stream.
Yeah, very much so. I think the 20-minute games, the 10-minute halves, they're really kind of, you've got to be on your game for the entire 20 minutes because you drop one or two scores, it's very hard to come back. So you can see both teams are really kind of pushing from the off straight away, which is great to see.
It was something I was saying with Callum Lambourne in the commentary of the Eagles Outlaws game, was that when Outlaws got 2 ahead, and yes, you did bring it back, but that time pressure, because you have no idea how long's left, do you, when you're down there?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you play in touch, it's a bit of a chaotic game anyway because it's so fast-paced. So to actually keep an eye on the clock at the same time, very, very difficult.
I think it's worth pointing out that generally touch games are 20-minute halves, aren't they? So this is a slightly different format, and it's only 10-minute halves. So it does put that time pressure on. But
puts the squeeze on. It definitely puts the squeeze on. You've just got to be really kind of clinical in everything that you're doing. I think if you make a couple of errors or you don't quite get a pass that goes to hand that could have been a score, you might end up kind of struggling and putting yourself in that squeeze in the second half when you're down by 1 or 2.
Of course, this is the development series. It's all about learning the game and getting game experience. How important is it in the whole context of England touch rugby?
Yeah, I think it's a really, really huge thing for England and the touch scene as a general thing. I think the development series allows the teams that aren't necessarily competing at the top, but there's so much talent out there in this country that hasn't had the exposure to kind of this tournament scenario, and actually getting those teams to travel from further afield and stuff to come to these development series gives them a really good opportunity to kind of test themselves at this level, over 6 games in a full day, which is a hard shift. So, but it's really good for everybody's development. And there's plenty of people in the development teams that end up pushing into the elite, and and then into the international setups as well.
Because it goes a couple of weeks ago at Banbury, we had a team from Truro, which is a hell of a journey. They've not taken part in this one, which is probably understandable considering the travel time there. But it's great that there are teams from all parts of England that are taking part.
Yeah, definitely so. And Truro, definitely quite far away from them today. But yeah, I know there's. So I was originally playing for the Pirates before I moved down to London, and they've travelled down from Newcastle. I know Yorkshire Thorns have come down from Leeds. You get lots of teams coming down from the northwest. So putting these tournaments on gives them the opportunity to compete at this level, which is great.
So underway in the second half, and it's Essex who do get us underway as they look to take the lead. Almost came off there.
Yeah, early opportunity there. They got a nice little 2v1 on the wing, but the ball just doesn't go hard.
Caitlin Cook on the wing just couldn't quite take it with her. I think if she'd have gathered that would have been almost certain try.
Yep.
As it is, it's the Pirates.
It's a great touch there. It really stopped Pirates' momentum.
Down it goes on halfway. Come back into the middle.
Long ball. Oh, we're away.
Touching that. Now a chance for the Pirates. Angus Douglas looking to put the burners on. Couldn't quite get away though, and that gives possession back to Essex.
Yeah, Essex have done really well here on that turnover. They got on the ball quick. they've taken 2 drives and they're already kind of into the Pirates half, ready to have an attack. Oh, commentator's curse from me.
I say at least once or twice a game. It always happens. As the sun starts to come out once again. Pirates on nice dummy.
Yeah, great feet and dummy from Ewan there. I'll give him and Gerard a shout out there. There's another father-son combo playing for Pirates today, so Gerard Hargreaves and Ewan Hargreaves, which is
Gerard number 15, Ewan number 36.
Yeah, it's great. That touch allows you to do that. Anyway, I really enjoyed playing with my dad, even though I've given him a little bit of sticking commentary. It's great that it's a sport for all ages as well, and everybody can get involved.
Yeah, we do. Something we've seen in the couple of years I've been covering this on commentary is how noticeable it is that it is a real family sport with families involved, especially at this mixed level.
Yeah, definitely. So you get a real good mix of players, and I think it's something that when I was at the Pirates, there was lots of father, sons, daughters, everybody kind of playing together, which is great to see. And you know, everybody who plays touch is you know, it's a great group, and it actually ends up being like, you know, a big community anyway, and everybody knows each other at tournaments. So yeah, it's got a real good feel to it.
So I say it every time, but also the sort of respect for the officials that there is out there as well.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think it's one of those things that's really challenging in the heat of the moment when you're playing a really competitive sport and it's so fast-paced. You really want to appeal for things, and you've seen it differently to the referee. But you know, it's a game of honesty, and it's split seconds because it is a fast-paced game. So you just got to take the referee's call and respect the referee at all times, because it's not easy refereeing. I've done a bit myself, and it's not fun. So, well, not fun for me because I can't keep up. But some of the referees we've got in this country now are really improving the standard all the time. So it's good to see as well.
A little bit of space out on the left there for Essex, and it's just not quite taken. But both teams seem to be utilising the wings now.
Yeah, they're moving the ball around a little bit. I think the middles and the links might be getting a little bit fatigued, so they're trying to use their wings a bit more. Essex are coming on really, really well. You can see they've got like a structured sub-play, but they're actually just kind of not getting that final pass in, that last bit of conviction.
There's Pirates over halfway. Moody hands it off. Gets it back. Nice little interplay there.
Don't quite have the overlap, but they move the ball well. Wants a turnover there.
So Essex back with possession. We have 6 minutes left in this game. We're still awaiting the first score of the second half. All square at 2-2.
Yeah, I imagine as this second half it's going to get cagier and cagier the longer it stays at 2s each.
Yeah, they seem to have cancelled each other out a bit in this second half, don't they?
Yeah. Started with a bang, real high intensity, and now it's just gone into that midfield battle where there's a few errors creeping in. I think they're both doing really well in pressuring, rising each other, so making sure that those passes are hard to catch because there's a defender in the face.
It's Essex. Lewis Williams, but unfortunately that is another turnover and it gives the Pirates possession once again. Drive to halfway.
Can get some good go forward here. Just waiting for the players to box on, I think. It's good patience here. I think Essex should try and punch them though, because they're a little bit isolated. Back to 6 now.
Towards the 7 metre. A bit of speed, he's in the zone and gets the touch.
Great touch, really great touch. Great patience. It's hard when you're the person defending the one who scooped through, because you know dummy half isn't allowed to score once they've scooped through. You've just got to keep chasing, and eventually you'll get that touch. So really good patience there from Essex.
Just looking for that open player to pass to put the ball down. Probably the best chance we've had for both teams in this half.
Yeah, definitely so. I think it's one of those things where it ends up becoming that kind of marquee player kind of space, trying to follow each other around a little bit. But yeah, great defence and definitely the biggest chance so far. Pirates have a fresh set here though, so let's see what they can do.
Pirates nice pass to the right hand side. Ainscope taking it through, but the turnover. Essex have it, but they are deep in their own half.
Just over the mark call there, just getting a little bit too ambitious with where we're rolling the ball. Easy to do when you're running full speed though. Slightly overzealous touch there.
That'll be a fresh set of 6 for Essex as they go over halfway.
Probably what they're looking for as well. Nice to get a fresh set of 6 from halfway. You can look at what your tap-off moves are here and try and utilise them.
3 touches so far, that's the 4th. Fifth touch. Oh, yes! No, there was a touch.
Touch made by the winger.
Yeah.
It's great patience, that.
Yeah, it's the first time I think that has actually come off for Essex as well.
Yeah, it was good. It was nice to get down there and actually then pose a threat and nearly get a score. I think that'll do their confidence good going in the last few minutes here.
3 minutes are remaining. Both teams look to unlock each other's defence. Maybe get that winning score. Pirates still in their own half.
Fifth. Try and use this. That's great hands. Oh, unlucky.
Erica Robertson just can't quite take it with it.
Yeah, they create the overlap there, but the pass just doesn't quite go to hand. I mean, on fifth, if you're turning it over there and you create an overlap, I suppose you take that.
So, Essex with the next opportunity. Use the opportunity to bring some fresh legs on. So they perhaps haven't got the numbers there at the moment, and there is a turnover.
Yeah. Seems to be the theme of this game. There's a lot of over the marks. I think people just are overzealous, thinking they've beat the man, and they haven't quite beat the man, and they've got that touch, and people have been over the mark.
To halfway.
It's good. Boxed on well here.
Back he goes. Just slowed down a little bit.
Yeah. Just going to try and use this last touch.
90 seconds remaining.
That's 6 touch there. It's really going to go down to the wire, this one.
It is. So Essex with possession, can they make it count? What has been quite a cagey second half. We have seen flashes of some fast flowing rugby. But generally the teams are cancelling each other out. Good defensive work by both teams though.
Yep. I think that's just a penalty for foot in the ruck there. That's what dislodged the ball. Essex will be really looking to capitalise here. Ball's live. Touch is made.
Touch is made. It is the Pirates who have possession. What time have we got? About 30 seconds left. Can they drive quickly and try and take this game?
Yeah. They could really do with some field position here. This is good go forward though. Need to make sure they keep going forward as they come on, and they've gone quite sideways. That'll be tricky for them now from here to score.
Oh, now there is a bit of speed. There was a touch.
Oh,
no
touch. No touch. Oh,
he's down.
What a moment in the last few seconds.
Ewan Hargreaves steals it right at the death. There was a little hesitation, wasn't there?
Yeah.
He looked back, but to be fair to Essex, there was no complaints from them.
Yeah, definitely so. I think number 10 there for Essex thought he'd got the touch, but must have missed. So great honesty from Essex as well, because it's very, very tempting when you think you've got them to hold your hand up. But yeah, great honesty there.
So in the very last second, as the buzzer went, the ball went down. Ewan Hargreaves winning the game for the Percy Park Pirates. Richard, I want to say many thanks for coming on commentary. I really appreciate you coming on and giving your insight, and good luck for the rest of the day.
No worries. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. And we will be back very, very shortly. The PFT against Yorkshire Thorns is our next game, and that will be along at 11:30. Don't go away.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's where we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Welcome back to Burton. We're just moments away from the Pool F clash between PFT and the Yorkshire Thorns. That will be tapping off very, very shortly. I'm delighted to welcome from the Percy Park Pirates, Bas Holthaff, originally from the Netherlands, now living in Newcastle, playing touch rugby for the Percy Park Pirates, and a last gasp victory in that last game.
We did, yeah. Just about.
Just last second put down, but I suppose that's the best time.
It's the best one.
Best time to go ahead. So, looking forward to this one. Do you know much about either of these sides?
I've played the Yorkshire Thorns a couple of times.
Yeah.
So they're usually quite alright. I don't know the other two.
So the Yorkshire Thorns in the navy, playing from right to left, and PFT in the black, playing from left to right. And Thorns who are on the attack straight away from the tap off, and a great opportunity here. Now, was there a touch before it went down? I think there was. Great touch by Beth Redfern. The Thorns still with the opportunity, and was that down? It was indeed. Jonathan Clark opening the scoring. Quick start to this game.
Yeah, very quick.
So, work for PFT to do. It was a very close game that you took part in. It was very close, yeah. You seemed to be quite open in the first half, and then it really shut down in the second.
They had some really fast runners. They came really hard at us. But fast people tend to overstep.
Yeah.
Which happens a lot.
Which causes the turnovers.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's PFT who looking to come straight back. Goes down the middle. There's a little bit of space there. Can they utilise it? Not quite. Sage Bannister took it with her, just couldn't evade the touch. Yorkshire looking to come again. There's space. There was a lot of space on the left-hand side. Alice Idris had got herself into a lot of space there. Just wanted the pass. Here's PFT back in possession, up towards halfway.
And through.
Becky Illingworth bursting through there. She gets the ball back. It's touched on the way, and that's 6th touch, so that will give possession back to Yorkshire.
It's very structured, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think you can see from these early stages that the Thorns just seem that little better drilled than maybe what.
Yeah, they stay
PFT.
nice and calm. Yeah. They just set up all the moves. And
7 metres. And now here is a bit of space, and down it goes, and that is going to be the 2nd try. Jonathan Clark once again gets his 2nd of the match. And it's been a very, very good start by the Yorkshire Thorns in this opening 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Work for PFT to do, Baz. What do you think they'll be saying to each other in the sub-box at this point? 2 down very early on. I mean, plenty of time, but...
Well, they're probably saying, watch your arm.
Go up and score. Unfortunately, that will not help them. Turnover. Yorkshire back to halfway.
I think they need to start drifting earlier. The winger is so far in now.
They don't seem to be working it along the line as well as what Yorkshire are at the moment. And there we see it again. The touch is claimed and touch is given. Seven metres out. And that doesn't quite find its mark, so that will give possession back to PFT, but deep in their own half. They'll have work to do to get up the field.
It's a long drive.
That's not going to help. That's not going to help at all. Fresh set of 6 for Yorkshire Thorns on the 7 metre. Can they take advantage and stretch their lead even further? Oh, nice dummy, and down. Cameron Cullen that time, and it is 3-0. Just played just over 5 minutes. It's looking quite ominous now for PFT.
It is a little bit, but there's plenty of time for them to turn it around.
Yorkshire looking very strong though.
No, they look very organised, very calm.
Both these teams making their 2022 debut. This PFT team though are a development team. There's a PFT team in the Elite Series. This is their development team and they are making their overall debut. They've not played before. So a good learning experience
Really
for
good
them.
learning experience, absolutely.
This is the 4th game of the morning. 2 more to come in the morning session. And that will be the group stages over with. And then we're into the knockout stages this afternoon. When the chance of a drop-off is brought in if the scores are level. We had a couple of those last time in Banbury. As Yorkshire looked to go 4 ahead. It was once again Alice Edris finding herself with lots of space on this left-hand side. Pass not quite finding the mark. Sub-box used by PFT, fresh legs on. Watching 6 touches and possession reverts back to the Yorkshire Thorns. They use the sub-box themselves. Driving forward, David Hanley just has to stop and check, puts the ball down, and now it opens up once again. I think there was a touch there, and there was, and that will give PFT possession for 6 touches. But once again, they're starting very deep, and I think that's the thing with Yorkshire, isn't it? They're driving so deep that it's putting PFT under pressure straight away.
Makes it really hard to get back up. And even though the subbing is quite structured, it does take 1 or 2 touches here.
And especially for a team who's not played at this level before, it makes it all the more difficult. But I suppose this is how you learn.
Well, absolutely. It's the only way to learn. You've got to play the games which are slightly harder.
I say we all have to start somewhere. And turnover, but they have driven deep, which again makes it a lot harder for Yorkshire Thorns. Coming towards the final minute of this first half. Can the Thorns finish this half with a flourish? They're looking to nice quick passing, this space out on this left-hand side.
Good defence, huh?
Yeah, very good defence. Beth Redfern racing out to make the touch.
who's giving a hard touch.
Yeah, I think if anything, it could have been classed as a little aggressive, but
she was in full flight.
She was sprinting very hard to get there. But as it is,
it's always difficult
they do
to
go
judge.
through.
Yeah, they did go through. Yeah.
And it is 4-0 to Yorkshire.
Some work left to do.
Sorry?
Some work left to do for PFT now.
There is definitely 4 down. As the hooter goes for half-time. So a very, very good half for the Yorkshire Thorns.
Oh, I think a little pep talk is in order, but...
Yeah, what...
I think at this point it's really important not to get that into your head.
Yeah.
Just put it half beside you and say 0-0. Heads up, try again.
It's a new half. Let's
If I were PFT, that's what I would be saying.
Yeah. I swear, it's a case, isn't it, of just resetting, having a bit of a breather, and just saying, right, let's go.
And you now know who the strong players are.
Yeah.
Because you see Yorkshire Thorns always play to the same people, making the break.
So it's a case of not marking them, but
keep an eye on them.
Yeah. But if you even look at the team sheets, a lot deeper Yorkshire. Sort of 5 extra players there.
Yeah.
And that bench depth can really play especially in these tournaments like this where you're playing 6-7 games a day.
Yeah. No, it gets very hard.
I will ask you, because obviously you played in these tournaments. I mean, how does it feel sort of from the start of the day towards the end of the day?
The end of the day is just absolutely exhausting. We played last weekend with the Ravens, which is the Newcastle all-inclusive club at the Pride in Touch team cup in Manchester last weekend. So this is the second week in a row, and it's just like, if we make it to the end of the day.
And the thing is, I suppose it's with you having the group games in the morning and then you go to the knockout games in the afternoon, which everying is on them to make it to make sure you get through to that next stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So is it a case that those final couple of games you're pretty much running on adrenaline?
Yeah, the last game definitely. Just going really hard, but that's basically the last bit you've got to give, and that's it. And then you collapse on the floor.
Trying to get as much lactic acid into the
the last game is definitely the hardest bit of today.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one was always a bit nerve-wracking, like you don't know how it's going to go, but once you're on, it's fine.
I suppose it's that first one out of the way. I suppose second, third, maybe fourth game, you're pretty much at your peak, and then
everyone is sort of tuned into each other, because composition of the team changes from tournament to tournament. So it's just like, okay, you're on the wing, you're on the you can do that, great.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, it's also the fact that they're sort of in 2-week increments as well. That it's
very
quite close together.
It
Yeah.
is, yeah. Lots of stretching, I imagine.
But does that give you the opportunity as we start the second half? Does that give you the opportunity to really get to know your teammates? So that by the sort of third round, you're really like a well-oiled machine. Yeah.
Well, that's sort of the thing, isn't it? You need to learn. You can have all good players, but you need to learn to play together as a unit. So you need to be able to, knowing what the other person is good at. It's like, you're really good at dumping, you're really good at scooping. Let's go in this way. You don't know that the first week. But I think the Yorkshire Thorns do know that very, very well.
Yes,
they've got that worked out.
They are on the attack straight away.
I don't think it was that tough, was it?
No, it was
PFT lost it.
They lost the. Yeah. And they've won it back, although they are very deep. And again, it's been a feature of this game, hasn't it? That Yorkshire are making PFT start from very
deep in the game, and then it takes them all the way to get 3/4 of the way back if they make it.
Is that just the case of probably Yorkshire having that little bit more experience?
Yeah. And as you said, they got a few more subs, so they get an extra second to breathe, and just an extra bit of speed. That pass didn't quite make it.
Is it that sort of thing? It's like they all ran forward in a line, the pass comes back,
Yeah.
there's nobody there. Is that the sort of thing that training and playing in these sort of games, they'll iron that?
Yeah, and it's learning to keep your depth, and it's always a lot further than you think it's going to be. Because you can run onto a ball, you can't really run back and catch it.
Yeah. So Yorkshire back with possession again as they get to halfway.
Well, they've still got a few touches to go now.
Across the line comes as there's
scooping very
burners
early
on
on.
now.
Yeah.
Was there a touch on the ankle? No. And it is another try for Yorkshire. 5-0 ahead.
Very solid lead now.
Yeah. It's a lot of work for PFT to come back from this one, but to be fair to Yorkshire, they've been excellent when
They've been excellent, and yeah, they definitely deserve that.
Yorkshire Thorns in the ascendancy. 7.5 minutes to go. PFT starting from halfway though. It'd be nice to see them get something on the board for their efforts.
It would be nice if they got a score.
Touch made on Beth Redfern. Just gets it back in the middle, just looks for her options, pops it down. Now that was nice. Was it down? No, I think he just
lost
possession.
a bit of control, didn't he?
Yeah. Probably the best move of the match from PFT. Yorkshire start again, but they are quite deep in their own half.
They gain a lot of ground here.
Seems to be a feature, doesn't it? That even though they are starting deep, they're up in no time. They're up to halfway.
Yeah, PFT is not really meeting them. They sort of go back 7 and wait and run backwards instead of meeting them in front. But it allows them to, well, go 3/4 of the way in 3 touches.
But again, I suppose it's that experience.
It's a little bit more,
isn't it? That PFT will learn as they play more games at this level.
But they just defend a little bit more aggressively. Because you can see that York just wanted to shooting up on them, so they're not getting anywhere.
No, not put down cleanly, so that gives possession back to Yorkshire Thorns.
Almost on the halfway line here.
And we've seen that in this Yorkshire team there's a lot of speed as well, which is helping them.
But they are very religious about subbing. They just every single time they attack, they go for that box.
Using the depth in their box to great advantage, Yorkshire. Nice reverse. There was a touch. And again, PFT starting from their own 7 metre.
It's a long way to go.
It is, I suppose, as the game goes on and the day goes on, it looks further and further. Good drive this, they're
very
halfway.
Good. It's 4, I think. Need to start setting something up now. There we go.
Is there a bit
That's
of space? Reverse. Oh, that's well done. Down. And is it given?
Yeah.
Yes, it is given, and they do get a reward for their efforts.
Was a
Some
really good drive.
arms in the air. It was a good drive, and Robert Crawford pops it over for their first score of the game. It's 5-1. And it's nice to see their efforts rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. They've worked hard for it.
As it is, Yorkshire driving very quickly from halfway. Four minutes to go in the game. I don't think there's any doubt that it's going to be a comfortable Yorkshire victory.
Yeah, it seems likely now.
It's just by how many? It's well held up. That down. Yes, it was. Or was it?
It's
No.
a penalty.
No, it's a penalty. He just with the hand signal came out. I thought he was giving the try.
I wasn't sure what that hand signal was going to be. I'm not sure he was sure at that moment.
Still with Yorkshire, that.
They've got 6 to go now.
And down it goes. It stretches back to 5 as Neil Hennigan goes over. So 6-1, the Yorkshire Thorns lead. Three minutes left to go in this one.
You do start rooting for the underdog, don't you?
Yeah. It's a natural
like,
thing.
oh, come on. They're playing really well. I mean,
yeah.
It's just the Thorns are so structured.
Yeah, Yorkshire have been excellent in this game. I mean, they've really exploited. I won't say weakness of PFT because they're a brand new team playing in their first tournament, but they've really sort of taken advantage of that and found the gaps, and driven really well.
Yeah, and they defend very structured, so nothing really gets past them. That's what I always used to say. You can't win a game, you can only lose it.
Yeah.
So if you defend really hard, you'll be all right.
I suppose this is the thing by playing in these games, they'll know what to work on. They'll know what to improve on, and they'll only improve as time goes on.
Yeah, well, I think there's lots of positives from this game. From them, they're really not doing bad. It's just the occasional gap, and Yorkshire just exploits it.
I mean, they have driven very well at times.
They have,
considering how deep they've been starting as well. Yorkshire over halfway. So we come towards the final minute of the game.
Some fresh legs on now.
Oh, nice pass. Oh, didn't quite come off.
I don't think he quite expected that pass.
Yeah. I think he almost rescued it, but David Hanley was just too far forward. Not that he knew it was coming his way, but if he'd held back a little bit, I think he'd have been straight onto that for the try. As it is PFT with possession as we're into the last 30 seconds. Possibly the last drive of the match.
Oh, so close now.
They do retain possession. Work it across the line as the buzzer goes. Last play. Let's see, what can they do? That's put down, and it's a 6-1 victory for the Yorkshire Thorns. Very well deserved. They played excellently, but credit to PFT, who really made a good account of themselves.
They really did. No, they really did. They played really well.
Well, Baz, I want to thank you very much for coming up on commentary.
Pleasure.
Appreciate your company and all the best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
And we'll be back very, very soon. Norwich Rebels taking on Oxford Touch. That's coming up next at midday. Do not go away.
here at Percy we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
When you get there, put the ball on the floor and either step round it or just roll it gently with your fingers. Don't heel it back. What for the moment they're heeling it back. You don't need to. Okay?
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Welcome back to Burton as we await our 5th game of the morning as the Norwich Rebels take on Oxford Touch. I'm delighted to welcome from the Yorkshire Thorns Pete Strachan, who's joining me on commentary. And Pete, that was a great win for Yorkshire in the last game.
Yeah, no, it was great to kind of get a good win. They're good fun PFT, we know them quite well, familiar with them, playing a bit over the years. They're obviously doing very well in some of the elite stuff this year, so good to see them with the development team out for the first time. But yeah, good win for us. Started off the day with a win, got one there, so looking good. Kind of blowing out the cobwebs a bit in the first couple of games, but yeah, getting into the flow of it now.
Yeah, because this is your first appearance this season, isn't it, at Yorkshire?
Yeah,
you wasn't at Banbury in the first.
Yeah, for the
round.
mix. So we were here at Burton with the men's and women's team. So that was probably mid-May. A little bit sunnier that day, but yeah, first run out for the mix this year. We've done one or two kind of northeast tournaments. But yeah, nice to be here. These England Touch events are always a great day out. So yeah.
And it's a great venue here as well.
Yeah, lovely facilities. Yeah, kind of easy to get to for us. Yeah, lovely kind of grandstand here. I think there's a few people inside watching the England-Australia game between games and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it's fantastic facilities.
So Norwich in the black and red, Oxford in the navy blue. Pete, do you know much about either of these sides?
Yeah, I've been playing 3 or 4 years. Thorns, we've been entering these tournaments for probably the kind of past 5 years or so. So you see familiar faces, perhaps don't always know the names, but you kind of know who's maybe stepped around you a few years ago and stuff like that. So yeah, both, and I think both perhaps have teams playing tomorrow as well. So obviously it just shows the kind of growth that you've got these clubs coming with 2 teams, team out and both days, giving everyone a chance to get a bit of game time.
Well, these 2 teams doing very well in round 1. Norwich Rebels finishing 3rd overall, so getting to the semi-finals. Oxford finishing 6th, so good performances from both in round 1.
Yeah, so it should be a good one here.
Yeah. Some Norwich who going quite deep, just taking their time. Towards the middle again, down it goes. Looking to go out, but touch was made.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there. Just the middles need to kind of work out what they want to play.
There just seemed to be a bit of hesitation there, didn't they? Just probably caught in 2 minds of what to do, which I can imagine happens quite a lot.
Have they got something together here? No, not quite.
Touch
yeah,
made.
good defence there by Oxford. They'll look probably to get off to their box now.
It's Oxford who start, but very deep in their own half. And that was, I suppose, a feature of your last match. Is you was making PFT start from very deep, and that if you're not going to score, that's what you want to do, isn't it? To make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
opponents.
Yeah, touch is kind of territory game, so we all love to kind of score and do the fancy moves, but you've got to earn the right to do that. Get up into this position like Oxford have here. Let's see what they can do.
Into the middle. Just getting stuck at the moment. Good defence by Norwich, but good check back into the middle as the touch is made.
Yeah,
I think that's 6.
So yeah, called 6, but again, a bit, I guess similar to kind of Norwich there. Just need someone in the middle to kind of take control, say this is what we're doing. Oh.
Unfortunate tumble. He's up and okay though.
Yeah, you can see here that Norwich, that's first or second touch, and they're already at halfway. Got their players coming on. It gives you a really good platform, fresh faces, and you can try and run something, really attack that line.
So Norwich up to the 7 metre. Just check back though. Now is the gap there? Oh, it is. Or is it? No. Oh, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah. There's good refereeing. He checks with both his sideline refs, make sure they're happy with it. But yeah, no, that was a great setup. An example C, they played a 32 short. Lovely delay on this pass, made the defender commit, and yeah, lovely little dive to get the ball down as well.
Great score by Norwich there. It's just unfortunate with the uniform. It's very difficult to make out the numbers on it.
Yeah, the kind of black on black and red isn't the easiest for the commentators, is it?
It's our lot in life. There's always one during these tournaments. Oxford driving from the tap off on halfway. Just about up to the 7 metre now. Can they get straight back on level terms? It comes out wide. No. Good. Katrina Hubbard made some space, but pass didn't quite find it. So Norwich start again very deep. has started raining here at Burton, so that could have an effect on the match, especially where handling is concerned.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those days. I've got the sun cream on, I've got the rain jacket on. It's a great British summer day. But you're right, yeah, definitely the skills. Yeah, perfect example just there. The ball slightly behind, but perhaps if it's a bit drier, that sticks. But instead, yeah, good opportunity here for Oxford. Good field position.
To see if it's just a short shower or if it is something a bit more permanent. Possession will go back to Norwich.
I think just a forward pass at the right. That's something the refs have said that they're looking at a bit more this year. Kind of those driving plays and also the quickie plays when you're attacking. Perhaps being a little bit lax on those kind of forward passes, but they're definitely pulling up a bit more often now. And play through there.
Touch claimed, touch made. Touch. Now a bit of space on this right hand side, has to come back in, and was there a touch? No, it is a try, I think. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think Oxford kind of had the spaces covered there, but perhaps not quite back on sides. I think that's what the referee's called there. Let the attacking team play through. And
see here.
Yeah, I think perhaps saying that the link there, 57, never quite made the line. And yeah, ball down and 2-0 to Norwich.
So a good half for Norwich. But it's been quite even in terms of possession and how deep they're driving, but Norwich just having that little bit extra when it comes to being clinical.
Yeah, they've had a couple more shots at the line and a little bit more control when they get up here. So yeah, this position, Oxford just need to try and set something. Someone take control in the middle. And yeah, that's fifth touch. They're going to have to try something off this.
Touch made, and that will turn the ball back over to Norwich. Two and a half minutes to go in this opening half. Norwich driving strongly again. I think they're down again. Nope, let's call back to 7. Touch as they went through. Now space out on
yeah,
the right hand side.
Well covered by the winger there.
It was a good touch. Sally Seymour just getting touched on the way through. Another touch there. Andrew Hammond getting the touch, and that gives his team possession once again, but again very deep in their own half.
Yeah, great place to kill it for Norwich. Yeah, if you're going to finish your set and turn it over on the 6th touch, you want to be down that end. The right side for Oxford to get to their sub box, but you can see kind of nice driving there, but kind of 3rd, 4th touch here, and still only at halfway.
Seems the rain has stopped. That was a good take. Mark Witter grabbing it at the second attempt, and now a bit of speed. Sally Seymour now working in a defensive end, getting the touch, which gives possession back to the Norwich Rebels. Into the final minute of this first half, Norwich leading 2-0. Penultimate game of the group stages. We've got St Albans against Sale to come.
Good pace.
Great bit
good
of
race
speed.
here.
Oh, he's done well. He's done brilliantly. Andrew Jackson turning on the burners along the right wing, avoiding 2 touches. And Norwich Rebels take a 3-0 lead. Let's watch this again. And you see,
great speed.
misses a touch there.
What a chase, so unlucky.
It was a great chase.
Little kind of hitch kick just to kind of skip out of it.
Sean Dallas almost getting a touch on the ankle. As the hooter goes. Final play. Are they through? Not quite. And that is half time. And the Norwich Rebels lead 3-0 after 10 minutes of play. And they just got better and better throughout that half.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there's kind of not too much in it. Norwich just slightly better platforms. Big score that at the end, because 2-0 at half time, I think you're thinking, yeah, we can come back into this. 3-0, it's a bit more of a mountain to climb for Oxford. They're by no means out of it, but Norwich looking good and can kind of control this second half. But yeah, interesting to see kind of what Oxford come out with in the second half, what they can throw at Norwich to try and get back into this one.
Yeah, so what do you think will be being said in that Oxford box right below us?
Yeah, I think defensive-wise, they've not done too badly. Obviously, just a kind of breakaway there. A couple of nice moves by Norwich, but they've held them out several times as well. They are kind of driving and getting up there. I think it's, a little bit more control. That kind of fourth, fifth touch when they're kind of 15, 20 metres or so from Norwich's line. If they can just get a bit more control there. They tend to be ending their sets a bit, just kind of passing it along the line. Which in touch you can kind of shift along, defend. Norwich have defended really well as well. But yeah, Oxford, I think a little bit more control, but yeah, they can definitely, if they score this first in the second half, then yeah, they'll be right back in it.
And Norwich obviously will be the happier over on the far
yeah,
side.
their team talk, I think we were kind of similar, I think maybe 3 or 4-0 up in our game, and yeah, it makes the team talk quite simple. I think the important thing is that they keep doing what they're doing. There's always the risk when you kind of think, oh, maybe we've got this one, and start not playing to your structures. So I think if Norwich just come out and play that the way that they played in that first half, it's going to be very tough for Oxford.
Of course, it is a feature of these sort of shorter games, 10 minutes each half, and I suppose it's the case that where if you do manage to pull away or get 2 or 3 ahead, it makes it very, very difficult for the opposition to come back.
Yeah, if you're a few up in that second half, you just need to make sure you're completing your sets. It doesn't necessarily matter if you score off the end of it, but what you want to be doing is turning the ball over with that 6th touchdown there. What you don't want to be doing 2-3-0 up is dropping it on the second and inviting the opposition to get back into the game. So yeah, I think Norwich, like I say, don't have to change too much. I think they had a good set completion rate that first half. Oxford were finishing their sets, but just need a little bit more threat. First score very important here. We bring out all the commentator cliches.
I've got a full list of those.
Got them written down here, do you? Yeah.
The secret's out. As the rain starts to come a little bit harder now. Norwich start the second half. Good handle in there. Not so much there as it was put down. So
there you go, first invitation for Oxford. Yeah, get the ball off, and error by Norwich on the third. So
just snapping back over halfway now. Oxford still with possession, going through the middle, down it goes, going towards the left hand side, back into the middle, and there was a touch and 6th touch, so Norwich start again but very deep in their own half.
Yeah, Norwich aren't offering much, so yeah, it's important in touch you kind of keep the gaps between the defenders similar, so if you kind of move in one way that gap doesn't open up, and yeah, each time Oxford look, the door's always closed. So, but yeah, here we go again. Good opportunity for Oxford again.
Handling error gives a fresh set of 6 to Oxford, and over halfway. So this is an opportunity for them to put something on the board. Already at 7. Just slowed down a little. opted to go the other way. Ooh. Big collision over on the far side. Purely accidental.
Yeah, well defended by the winger. She kind of held her space, but yeah, paid for it a bit in the end. Yeah, hopefully she's okay. Obviously, just take a minute or two to make sure everything's okay. Look, might have been head blow there.
Yeah, admittedly, it's probably can't get any further away from where we are, but it did look sort of shoulder to chin a bit.
Yes, I think she's just stepped aside, new winger on, but I think that was half court, potentially a hard touch as well from the attacking side.
She seems okay. She's heading back to the sub box. Once again, Norwich turn it over before they get to halfway, so another opportunity for Oxford.
Yeah, I think that was overstepping the mark, but yeah, I think that's 0 for 3 in set completion for Norwich. So obviously still got that lead, but not making it easy for themselves.
Now 7 metres. Oh no! It's just off the tips of the fingers. Laura Oxford of Oxford just couldn't quite grab that, a little too high.
Well, we've got our Sheffield, Carl Sheffield in our Yorkshire team, so representing. Great driving. Oh, see what the referee calls that one.
I think that will be a fresh set of 6 for Norwich. Very much an attacking area. Unfortunately, not put down cleanly, so that gives possession back to Oxford. I think the rain might be causing a bit of few handling issues here.
Yeah, I think the game just kind of needs someone to take a bit of control at the moment. Oh, good. Yeah, well taken. Yeah, both teams kind of struggling to kind of get a bit of momentum, fluidity. Yeah, a few good drives here. Nice step.
Down it goes. Back into the middle. Space over on the left-hand side if you choose to use it, but that's a nice little pass inside. Sean Dice again. Just couldn't quite wriggle away from the defender. Touch made, and that gives Norwich possession once again. As we head towards 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, let's see what Norwich can do here. Obviously, yeah, not showing much attacking threat in this half so far, so see what they can get off this set.
Is this a case of, I mean, there were it's 3-0, there were 3-0 up at half time. Is it just game management now?
Yeah, well, that again, like that was what I was kind of mentioning at half time. So they didn't particularly threaten to score there, but they turned it over with the 6th touch on the 5. Oh, nice ball. Is he away? Yes, here we go for Oxford. This will make it interesting.
Yeah, Sebastian Conahan puts the ball down, and that is the first score of the second half, and the first score for Oxford. So 3-1. Maybe we'll put a little bit of pressure on Norwich now.
Yeah, lovely little delayed pass there, and yeah, the pace to get it home. Mate in support all the way, perhaps looking for the little pass at the end, but yeah, lovely score.
So, Norwich, who have been playing very much within themselves in this second half, maybe have to up a gear.
Yeah, let's see, there's a good setup there. I think that's going to be ball down. No, touch is called. But yeah, good setup. Let's see what they can do. I think a touch or two still to play with. Yeah, nice release. Oh,
is he down?
They've got the penalty. To be fair, the winger on this near side was in acres of space there, but repeat set, and then this is when Norwich can really take some of the kind of heat out of the game. 3-1 up, 3.5 minutes to go, and a repeat set 7 metres out.
6 touches, from the 7.
Again, yeah, when you've got 6 touches to play with, you just take one, that's just going to take a bit of time out of the game.
And it's interesting that since Oxford scored, they've driven to the 7 metre, they've had a couple of close chances, they've really sort of stepped it up.
Yeah, there might have been some words on the sideline just saying that we need to kind of take control of this. And it looks like the ref's called another error and turnover. So yeah, if Oxford can score off this one, we could be in for
very interesting last couple of minutes. Of course, they've got a lot of work to do.
I think the
they turned it over.
Touch was just in before the pass was made there, so.
Good speed shown by Norwich, but
yeah, well defended by the goal link there.
Sierra Estevez just making the touch. And can Norwich find the space? It comes out wide. Touch claimed.
Again, so they've set that up a few times. There's a short runner, then he misses the wrapper, passes the long ball out. Challenging there.
Has he given the try?
I think that might have been a try, so perhaps.
He has given the try.
That's called offside there. But yeah, so they're getting that pass out. Obviously, yeah, they've got the ball down there. The defenders kind of shut it in. So each time the wing has also been free as well. So it's a nice setup, good set play by Norwich, and that should be enough to see them home, I expect.
4-1 Norwich. With 90 seconds to go. And Oxford doing well, of course. I think more people inside watching England Australia.
Yeah, it's some of the
commentary. Can hear the commentary.
Nearly through there, yeah. Bit of, I think, was it Miles Harrison filtering through from the bar.
So Norwich back with possession as we enter the final minute of this match. One more to come in the group stages at 12:30. St Albans against Sale. So do stay with us for that. Norwich looking to finish strongly. And that does.
Yeah, much better this second 5 minutes. The first 5 minutes of the second half, I thought Norwich perhaps dropped off a bit, but yeah, they've since that kind of Oxford score, yeah, they've really come back into it. Yeah,
have really booked their ideas up.
Yeah, absolutely. And they look very well. You mentioned, I think they came third last time, so they'll be looking to go a bit better than that. And you can kind of see why. There's some good structures. Nice scoop there. He's probably offside. Played through this time out to the winger.
Oh, well taken. Sally Seymour putting it down.
Yeah,
I think that's her second try of the game.
She's been there a few times. Nice pass there, and yeah, good win for Norwich.
So the hooter goes. I think that will be it. Full time, a 5-1 victory for the Norwich Rebels. Oxford Touch bringing it within 2, but then Norwich stretching away again. Pete, I just want to say many thanks for coming up on commentary. Great to have your insight, and all the best for the rest of the day.
Cool, thanks very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. As I said, the next game will be St Albans against Sale. That is coming up in about 5 minutes' time. Do stay tuned.
provide support to Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England Touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensure people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. Had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so very gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it was a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
Referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
Welcome back to Burton. final game of the group stages. It's the Pool B clash between the St Albans Gladiators, who are in the blue, against the Sale FC Chargers, who are in the red and black. And I'm delighted to welcome on co-commentary Hallam de Court from the Norwich Rebels.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Great victory.
Yes, it was really good. I think we played well as a team, but also very tough game from them as well.
Yeah, they were sort of knocking on the door, but you showed great defence to not let Oxford through.
Yeah.
Then when they finally got the score, it seemed to kick you back into gear again.
Yeah, I think we had a 2 or 3 minutes where we went off the ball a little bit. We just got a little bit sloppy, but I think we got back into it after a little bit.
So should be a good game this in the round 1. St Albans getting to the final but finishing as runners up.
Right.
And Sale FC finishing 7th. So of course you yourselves were 3rd in the last round. So a good performance, and I suppose you're hoping to go a lot better this time.
I mean, hopefully get into the final. You never know, but we'll see how it goes as the day goes on.
Well, all sorts of weather here this morning as the sun comes out once again. There's a bit of rain in your match.
It's really topsy-turvy, just one thing then the other. Ooh.
Right through. Touch is made as Callum Costello went through there. St Albans starting very deep. Touch made.
No half there. There we go.
Comes back into the middle. St Albans driving well, but perhaps not getting the metres that they really need. But they might now. Oh, it was just beyond Joanne Levy.
Yeah, forwards past there, I think.
Looking to utilise the wing.
Good running.
Sale starting again. Good use of the sub box there as they get towards halfway.
Smooth subbing that one.
Off to the left hand side. I think that's 6 touch, so St Albans will get possession once again. Of course, a half an hour break coming up for lunch. You now have this game off. Is that a little better for you going into the afternoon session?
Yeah, I think it's nice to have that game on, game off regularity, but for lunch, you need to a little bit more, I think.
Could it be a case though that you probably maybe have a little too much time away in?
Yeah, there is always that issue, when you're spending too much away and you come off the boil. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what it's like first game back.
Diving through, but touch was made on the line. Sale still having possession on the 7 metre though.
It's the first kind of set we've had that's actually been full on the line.
Long pass out. I think it would have been forward anyway had it been taken.
Yeah.
So turned over to the St Albans Gladiators.
High defence there.
And it goes again.
Good defence there.
Towards halfway. Down it goes. St Albans coming at a bit of speed here. And they've got space over on this left-hand side again. Pass doesn't find its mark though. Sale, I think, will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, they look very dangerous going forward. They got a bit of pace. They got the subs on nice and early. Ooh, the netball dummy.
Sale using their sub box.
A bit of pace now.
Oh, that's probably not the pass they were after. That's going to turn it over.
Yeah.
So that gives A set of 6 to St Albans from just inside the Chargers half. So coming up to 5 minutes. Is this the opportunity for the first score of the game?
Good bit around. Oh, looks like he's got an injury to the head.
Oh, is that down? I think that is the first try of the game.
Looks like he's got a blow in the face or something here.
Try is given. So it is the St Albans who take the lead.
Ooh, good touch there.
Yeah, Chargers looking to get through straight away, but St Albans do have the ball back in their possession. Big change from St Albans, but official not happy. Chargers have the ball back.
Sure, was that off the mark or was it lost control?
Almost lost control there, but he did very well to recover.
Yeah. They got a few touches now.
Just slowing it down as they think about their options. Plays wide on both wings if they can use them. Oh, that's well played. Nice quick pass. I think that's Callum Costello who goes over.
Yeah, they're trailing back on the inside. Really good run from the other mid.
So, 1-1. Seven minutes gone in this first half.
Good wrap there.
Scoreline reflective of how even it's been so far, really.
Yeah, yeah. Both had a few chances, but not quite with the final scores.
Now, opportunity here for St Albans. Oh, that's good defence.
Well off the line.
Sarah Reid was in acres of space on this left-hand side.
Yeah. Couldn't get the pass off quick enough. It was 6 on the line now.
It was great defence by the Chargers, to be fair, to prevent the pass going out. Still there for St Albans. Now, was there? I think that's a try.
Just the gap opened up.
And it is, yeah. Let's see this one again on the replay. Just, yeah, straight through. Augustine McMahon. Dummy and shimmy. Avoided the touch. Put the ball down, and St Albans retake the lead, 2-1. Norwich, though. You're Norwich. Sale. It's the similar black and red. Yeah. So many games in one day, I'm bound to make a mistake.
Sorry, you got lunch coming up, right?
And Chargers looking to get right back into this.
It's going to be a long way to sub off here.
They are over on the right-hand side. They are coming back towards their sub-box, though. Changes made now. Quite a few touches used.
Yeah. Slow to get on there. They're getting off pretty well, but players just need to good scoop.
Chargers seem to be using their sub box a little better.
Yeah,
more fluent changeovers.
Yeah.
We are very much at the end of this first half as the hooter goes.
Oh.
Yeah, good lad.
So it's St Albans who have the advantage as we are 10 minutes down. And it was a good half of rugby, that.
Yeah, definitely, very even. I mean, I think St Albans had the set on the line, and I think that just gave them a little bit more.
Yes. The Chargers will be going, and I'm sure they're disappointed that they're a score down, but they applied themselves very, very well in the half.
Definitely. It's been a tight thing. Hopefully, continues in the second half. Good game of rugby.
Well, I suppose there were a couple of opportunities for St Albans where there was space on the wing that didn't quite. If they had made it, you would have seen St Albans probably 3, maybe 4-1 ahead.
Definitely, yeah. I think the Sale wingers and links are shutting up really well after they hit the line. They're bouncing up well, which just means that they can't get the pass off quick enough.
So both teams with an opportunity just to regroup, work through some systems. I think what is very much obvious is you look at the respective benches is how much deeper the St Albans benches are when compared to the Sale.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the as you said earlier, the fluency of the subbing move coming off and then getting back on again from the Sale Sharks or Sale is just so much better.
Yeah, St Albans, although have the depth and the extra bodies, I mean, does that give an advantage probably going on later in the day, because you play a lot of games, six games in a day, that you look over at Sale there with I think 10 or 11 players. St Albans, I think, with a bench strength of 15.
Right. Yeah.
That is going to make a difference in these sort of long tournament days.
Yeah, definitely. Not just physically, because obviously you've got the physical toll that it takes, but also the mental. If you've got the extra teammates, you're looking to the bench and you've got a strong bench, and it's that mental effect as well. You feel you can keep on going, you can give everything you got.
Well, second half about to get underway. 10 minutes remaining. This will end the morning group stages, and then we will be into knockout this afternoon, where it does get exciting, and the drop-off comes in.
Oh yeah, best part of the day. Best part of the day, the drop-off.
So for those who wonder what a drop-off is, it's pretty much overtime, extra time, where we go down to 4 on 4, and it's still level after 2 minutes, 3 on 3.
Really brutal.
But very exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, great pass, and that is an excellent start to the second half for Sale.
Oh, no, forwards pass, I think.
Oh, no.
It's going to be a tight thing.
Let's watch. Oh, maybe just slightly forward.
A little bit forward. I feel that's unlucky.
Sarah Bellew going over. So it remains 2-1 to St Albans. It was almost a perfect start for Sale.
Great. She did really well to hit the hole there. Oh, she's not past it.
And again, I think we're seeing that just slight lack of fluency from St Albans with the changeover, and it's caused a turnover.
Yeah, they've been caught out there, and now it's a good position from the Sale to try and get back into it.
I'll tell you who is. Australia are beating England. Yeah.
Chargers, good defence so far from St Albans.
42-29. 19? Oh no. Oh no.
I haven't played so well in the first 20 minutes.
Opportunity here.
One hole, mate.
Final now.
Yeah, just back to the 7 metre, but final touch. They'll have to make something happen with this. There is space on the right-hand side. They've chosen not to use the winger though, and that gives possession back to St Albans.
See a stopping move now. Better yards this time. And then the half there, so it slows down.
Good move by Paul Foster as he comes off. Gained a lot of metres there. St Albans just not quite finding the mark. It was the last touch, but they very close to going over. In fact, have they drawn the penalty? I think yes, they will. Start again from the 7.
Oh my God, son.
Is he down?
Before the next game.
No, the official indicates that there was a touch. James Atkins went through, just got touched on the way through.
Be interesting to see how they use these now.
Don't think that was the pass that he really intended.
No.
It was just a little too low to take. As it is, the Chargers starting deep again. Again, another good changeover from them.
Good defence from St Albans there, pushing up high.
And that's the last touch. And St Albans can start again. From here, that looked a little forward, but not given. The officials are a lot closer than I am, so I will give it the benefit of the doubt. St Albans, just trying to get it over to the right-hand side to John Levy once again.
Didn't quite get the height in it.
Overcast again. There's no rain as yet. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this throughout the rest of the day. Probably sun and rain, differing weather conditions.
Yeah.
Just something else to throw into the mix.
Going to make it a little more difficult with the.
Great pass now. He's down. They have equalised. Great play by Sale. Lovely quick passing, and Evan Martin gets the equalising try. It's 2-2. Let's watch this again. Callum Costello it was with the pass.
Great ball.
Evan Martin pops it down. So we are all square. I think it's a fair reflection of the game so far, isn't it? It's all square.
It's been really even. It's a pretty good game so far.
Because we thought Chargers had scored right at the start of the second half. They do get their reward now, They do bring it level, but straight back on the attack. The Gladiators, but don't complete the pass, but they have got 6 more from the 7 metre. Pressure back on the Chargers.
Sweeper's coming round.
Is he down? I think he is down.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
The player was a little bit off the line, I think.
Let's watch this one again on the replay. Through the middle of 2, James Atkins there.
Be proud of that one.
Yeah, and great play by St Albans Gladiators. No sooner do the Sale Chargers get back on level terms. St Albans straight back from the tap off. And they're ahead by 1 once again.
Almost got the quarter half there.
And can Sale do what St Albans did?
He's offside, isn't he? Apparently not.
back to the 7 they go.
There we go, yeah, offside. Didn't make the line.
So, opportunity now for Sale Chargers to get back on level terms. Good defence.
Yeah, just sending that one mid up to make the touch.
Have you got Alex? Do you take that to Airbus?
Oh, is he down? Oh, touch is claimed.
Try is given.
But it is given. So, Chargers do come right back.
Great score there, I think. Good dive.
Let's watch this one again. Hand off from Adam Brown. A long stretch and down.
Yeah,
and it's 3-3 with 2.5 minutes to go.
What is this?
Anyone's game at the moment.
Nicola! We'll never be late again!
Have they come right back? I think they have, you know. Oh, no. There is a touch.
Oh, he thought he had it there.
James Atkins again going through. Lovely pass off by Matthew Chapman. But it remains 3-3. It might not do for long. Oh, it's just not quite taken. Sarah Reid. I think the ball went to ground just before she could scoop it up and pop it down.
So, great running there. Good hands as well.
Oh, that's not the position
Spoke too soon.
to turn over with less than 2 minutes to go in a tied game.
Defence is going to be really important here. You've just got to hold them out.
St Albans Gladiators with a great opportunity to maybe take the lead late on. It has been a really great game, this. Very close, very even. And it's one of those things where it may be just a mistake that hands it to one of these teams.
Yeah, even one person kind of slipping up on your defence and they're just through.
Final minute.
Wow.
Through the legs.
Creative passing here.
Avoiding the touches, and now there is a bit of room, but not quite taken. Matthew Sandlin. Pass was fizzed at speed. It was a difficult take. 30 seconds to go. Is the Sale Chargers in possession, but once again they've turned it over. Is this the one last opportunity for St Albans to maybe take this game?
Apparently so. You heard this? No, not about you.
Goes over to the left-hand side. There's a little bit of space. There goes final 10 seconds. There goes the hooter. Last play. It's not going to be enough. It does end as a draw. I think that is a fair enough result.
Yeah, definitely. Fair enough. Very even game. Opportunities on both sides, but not quite.
So, St Albans 3, Sale 3, and that ends the group stages for this morning. Helen, I want to say thank you very much for coming up. Great to have your insight and knowledge of the game.
Thank you for
on
having
commentary.
me.
Pleasure to have you here. So, that ends it for the morning session now. The group stages are over. We'll be back with more action starting at 1:30 as the knockout stages start. Please do stay tuned and join us for that.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Percy, we started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
To start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Provide support to Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensuring people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. We had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so very gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it's a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
Referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch, and you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Percy, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
To start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me in school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here is seen to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Great play, well done.
We're here to provide support to Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games, and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Touch rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensuring people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. We had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so very gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it was a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
Referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
first of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Percy, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
To start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here you seem to be really useful and good. Get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section. So I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Support to Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games, and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensuring people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. Had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so very gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it was a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
Referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
Welcome back to Burton. It's the afternoon session and the knockout session, and we start with the bowl quarter-final between the Percy Park Pirates and PFT. I'm delighted to say joining me on commentary is Jack Harris. Jack, great to have you along.
Thank you for having me, mate. Yeah, it's nice to be here.
always good to have you along on commentary. First time this year as well.
Yeah, it's already been a mad summer. Constantly been refereeing today, managing the event, because Ash, our usual event manager, always does a brilliant job. Unfortunately, can't be here today. But yeah, so I thought I'd grace you with my presence, if I can put it that way. But yeah, no, it's great to be up here for this great game. Bowl quarter-final between Percy Park Pirates playing in the white, left to right, and PFT Foxes from Manchester in the black.
Of course, we've seen Percy Park earlier today. They were on the 11 a.m. game. They beat Essex Touch by 3-2. So they make their way to the bowl quarter-final. Of course, their first appearance of 2022 as well.
Yeah, it's great to have them. Obviously, coming up from afar in Newcastle, it's always a bit of time for them to get anywhere. But yeah, great to have them here at Burton. Unfortunately, their first set there, using up the 6 touches. So Foxes will now get the possession as they come from their own 7-metre line.
So you mentioned, I was at the Elite series a couple of weeks ago in Branbury, and you never seem to be off the pitch.
It sometimes feels like that as a referee, trust me, but it's great fun, good variety of games. We had a lovely final there as well 2 weeks ago between NQ and Nottingham, but yeah, nice to change it up a bit every so often.
Yeah.
Of course, I was with you a lot last year after I did my wrist in, but we're back. We're back to full health now. It's a good long ball there from number 7 from Percy Park.
Yeah, good take.
Yeah, poor Ainscough there, doing well. Calling things in the middle now, number 50. Basolthoff working there. It's a good dump and a pick up here from Percy Park, going back on themselves. 5th touch. Got to do something here.
Good defence pinching in. Simon Brady getting the touch there for PFT.
Oh, that could have come off there. It was a good wrap there from 73, Percy Park.
PFT, of course, we saw them in the 11:30 match. They were beaten 6-1 by the Yorkshire Thorns. Thorns looking very strong, actually.
Yeah, Percy Park need to be careful here. Already trying to talk to the referee about a decision that they didn't like. Poor Ainscough there. But it's a good wrapping line here from PFT. Made some good distance there. Pete Bowyer as they now play the ball back in.
Just not over halfway.
Yeah, need to get the momentum here now because they're still nowhere near the try line. But they're still got a few touches to play with.
Of course, for anyone joining us who wasn't around this morning, with this being knockout, it brings in the drop-off.
It does.
So if scores are level after the 20 minutes is up, it will mean that we have overtime, 4-on-4. If it's still level 2 minutes into that overtime period, we go to 3-on-3, and then it gets very interesting.
Oh, it's we have a little joke amongst ourselves as referees. We go, no drop-offs. But if they happen, they happen, of course, and got to be extra vigilant. But as we see now, Percy Park driving towards their box with some new legs on.
Just going down now, over halfway.
It's a good wrapping line there again from Percy Park. They're wrapping very well, but they've used up the 6 touches.
It's not. They've got deep, but not probably as deep as they would like for PFT to start again.
No.
So good opportunity if they can get a good drive here, PFT.
Well, they've done well there again. Pete Bowyer, only 2nd touch there, and they're already over the halfway line.
Running
good
in.
Run that, yeah. And
well taken.
Offload was late here. Samuel Ernst referee in the middle here.
Becky Youngworth taking it. But it goes back to Percy Park.
Yeah, let's see now what Percy Park do. So choosing to drive up the far side here, not necessarily needing the new legs. It's a good 3-man drive, and they're going to get 6 more here for offside by the Foxes. But it was well worked that from Percy Park. I think PFT expected them to go to their box, but instead stayed this near side. It's a 3-man drive. You see them now again, only on 2nd touch. Oh, that's well held that by Angus Douglas.
It's with Julian Wilson now, number 99. Gets it to Ian Moody. Moody drops. Wilson
short.
again as he got through.
No, unlucky that it was good covered, just slightly too close to the line that for Percy Park. It was a good short setup, but the dump happened within the 7, which is something you don't want to really happen.
5 minutes gone. Still awaiting the first score, but it's just through the hands of Nicola Deeds there. And that will give possession back to PFT, but very deep in their own half.
Yeah, they're going to have to work hard now. Wonder if they'll come to box. Looks like it is, because they've had a rapper running the line. Ooh, yeah, lucky to get away with that, I think. But Foxes remain in possession. Ooh, that's not a hard touch. She's half slipped, unfortunately, into the touch there. But good to see that from Percy Park. Still just double checking the player was all right.
Yeah.
And Beth Redfern there said, no, all good. So nice to see, of course, but Fox has again used up their 6 and Percy Park will get it back.
Percy Park with a deeper bench, it has to be said, than the PFT. I was talking with some of the co-commentators this morning how much of a difference that could make as the day goes on.
Very well done that from Beth Redfern in defence here at the link, but unfortunately it looks like Percy Park have gone round here and they're going to get the first score on the board. Ewan Hargreaves there.
Did well, he went right round.
Yeah, see, so Beth Redfern did initially quite well. She'd got her timing brilliantly to come up from link and stop that first touch, but then unfortunately caught a little off guard and left her winger there with a 2-on-1. Got now Percy Park 1-0 up on the scoreboard, and we'll see if Foxes can get back there and draw the game again.
So they
good patience here.
Yeah, right in the middle. There is a bit of space out on the left-hand side. Is it down? I think it's down in time.
It's been given as the touch first. Again, sideline referee Don Bestieri right there to see that. And Pete Bayer trying to inject something. Good switch. It's a 2-on-1.
Oh, it's still there.
No, it's going to be a late pass that, unfortunately. Touch did come in first. Unfortunately, she just needed to see it that slight bit earlier. They had a lovely 3-on-2, but the pass went away too late and unfortunately gave away the penalty there.
You hear a lot of cheering. We've got the London Galaxy and the London Eagles sat in front of us in the grandstand, and they're showing a lot of support for PFT at the moment.
Well, Percy Park, of course, qualifying first in their pool, PFT in 4th. So on paper, Percy Park should have it, but PFT doing very well so far. And good touch made that by number 30 from PFT. Unfortunately, don't have a name there for a player on the wing, but Percy Park playing very well there until they use up the 6th touch, but they're looking on the outside space on this near side here.
So starting again, PFT really have defended well and are driving well. We saw them earlier against the Yorkshire Thorns, and they've really tightened up and learnt from that game and have really shown an improvement.
Percy Park have done well there for that defensive set. They didn't break the 7, so didn't have to walk forward, which made it harder for Foxes. They've made the dump here on the 7. It's a good pick-up by number 8. What a ball. That is excellent play that from Foxes there.
Sage Bannister taking it out wide and popping it down.
Perfectly set up for that dump there where they wanted it on the 7. And lovely vision that from Foxes for the long ball out to the winger who had complete open space. 1-1 then it is, as we see Percy Park. It's a good drive that from Percy Park. They're already there. And again, are they going to get there?
Touch claimed by 2, so it goes back to the 7. Angus Douglas takes the ball back. Drops down as the hooter goes for the end of the first half. Has he got this down in time? No, I think there was a touch. So that concludes the first 10 minutes, and a good 10 minutes of rugby that was.
Yeah, lovely score for the Foxes to get the game back up to 1.
In their hurdles. Who do you think is going to be happier after that half? I would think PFT, but
I would agree. As I say, when again coming into this quarter-final, Percy Park qualifying first in their pool, PFT fourth. You could argue, again on results from this morning, there should be an obvious winner. However, Foxes just remain composed. I think they're very much enjoying it out there. And with that score that they had towards the end of that first half, they can be very happy. And it's anyone's game now in this next 10 minutes.
So 10 minutes to go. The score's level at 1-1. PFT back on the pitch. Just waiting for Percy Park to return. And you say Percy Park, based near Newcastle, and like you say, it is a trek. As I say, it's great to have them here. They've created a good touch community up there up in that region, and rightfully so that they're here. And I hope that they're just enjoying their day out. Whilst at the moment we don't have the rain coming down. No, it's we mentioned it a lot this morning that it seemed to be sort of alternating between sunshine and showers, and not too many showers, thankfully.
Hopefully it will clear up. Tomorrow's looking better. Still a bit of a wind. I'm sure the viewers can probably hear it ever so slightly in our microphones. But here we go then. Foxes taking the tap off, going left to right in black. Already it's a lovely strong drive from them, and that's 3 touches to be there at pretty much at the 7, and we'll see what goes on now. Evidently, Pete Bowyer doing a lot of commanding there in the centre. Strong player. We've got a short setup. Bowyer on the ball.
Oh, he went for it. Ooh. Did he get it?
The touch is made, though. Touch is made. And unlucky with that, the 5th touch.
He looked right as if he was going to pass. It was quite a good dummy, and it almost paid off for him.
It did. And again, telling his players to get wide. He knows it's last touch. And couldn't quite make the long ball there. But good line from the winger. As we see now, Percy Park staying with the ball. I'm sure you can hear the crowd's reaction to that touch. It's, just needs a bit more control from both players there. There's nothing malicious, but as I say, just needs the control again. Who is this number 46 for Percy Park? Have we got a number for 46? No, we don't.
Sage Bannister making the touches for PFT.
I was going to say, but interesting technique that from the Percy Park link is all I'll say.
Here's PFT who have possession again.
And looks like they are playing the subbing move here. Already got the link on. Bit of confusion in the centre. 2 touches now. They want to get some injection of pace here, but you can see the new pod coming on.
Oh, and the handling error, and that is going to turn over possession to Percy Park.
It's a shame because Foxes were ready for that. They came on very sprightly, ready to go, but it's not quite worked out for them. Percy Park also making some substitutions in this set.
So Percy Park driving now.
And again, this is the position Percy Park want to be in. Only used up 3 touches to be where they are, but they now need to set something up. Again, it's a good short play, but it's picked up by number 7. Needs to pass, and possibly not quite the right decision there from Percy Park. They had touches to use.
Yeah, Nicola Deeds in a lot of space on that left wing, but the pass probably not the best.
Well, possibly a bit of miscommunication. Percy Park, they had a short setup, 32 short setup initially, but it was picked up by number 7, Paul Ainscough, and yeah, running with it and having to throw the long pass, he ran out of options, and they still had 2 touches to play with. And Foxes now, again, possession. They've got the new players coming on. It's a lovely little drive that from Robert Crawford.
Over halfway now. Sage Bannister just has to check back.
Here we go now. Pete Bowyer going for the pickup. Looking for options. Has he got it? He's got the option on the outside. Winger's going. That's well chased that from Percy Park.
Here's Ewan Hargreaves covering the ground to get the touch in the corner.
It takes any one team now to come up with something special to win this game, or potentially, unfortunately, a possible mistake from any team. Percy Park again with the overlap here. A few substitutions being made, but they've used up a couple of touches already to get here. Good injection of pace that from Ian Moody.
It's possession by Percy Park, but they're not making many yards at this time, and
they knew that was last touch. And the key thing that you'll say as a team, if you really don't think you can score on that last touch, you want to try and get the ball as far away as possible from the opposition's sub box, and that's what they did. So PFT having to work hard to get the sub box initially, and then it's a handling error from them. And this is where Percy Park need to capitalise. 6 touches in the right half of the pitch.
Yeah, so the rain just starting to come down again.
Typical.
That fresh rain smell coming, drifting over.
Yeah.
So that may make handling a little difficult. We shall see. But when we had co-commentators up this morning, I said how dry the pitch is, especially with the sand on there.
Yep.
We'll see if this makes any difference as Ian Moody looks to go across the line.
Percy Park here is struggling to play in the middle. They're going wide well, but as I say, the setup here, then he needs someone underneath. So Ian needs someone underneath him, and that should have been the link, really, number 99. And now it's last touch, and they're squeezed into this near side.
Yep, but still, good defence from PFT. They've managed to handle most things that Percy Park have thrown at them in this game.
They're
4.5 minutes to go. We're still all square at 1-1.
As I say, it just takes one epic bit of play now to get the score on the board. It's a 2-on-1. Oh, pass could have gone there again. Unlucky. That's 6 touches though. And Percy Park now again. Let's see how structured they remain. They're definitely going to the sub box here.
This is the heaviest rain we've seen today, and just really light showers previously, but it is coming down quite heavily at the moment.
And that's gonna, it's a loss of control and the touch by Percy Park. But, they can't afford that right now. Again, if this game does go to drop off, you'd potentially favour Percy Park. However, at this rate, with the way Foxes are playing, with the runners they've got in their team, this could go anywhere. But number 10 is being called off the mark here.
Percy Park in possession.
They need to speed it up here. Again, they're going for this 3-person drive down the far side away from their sub-box, which is working nicely. They're targeting the link and wing on this end, and now they've got to try and set it up. But Foxes in the middle are certainly defending well.
I think that's 4 touches to there. And it just slows down again for Percy Park. You say when it comes to the middle, they just seem to be
they're unsure,
struggling a little bit.
Yeah, when they get up here, they're unsure what to do to set up a scoring opportunity. And if you notice there in that last touch, in an attempt to set something up, they lost about 5 metres, which is they can't afford on that position of the pitch.
So 2.5 minutes remaining.
Ooh.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, that now. Foxes are very lucky there. Evidently, Percy Park was still offside as they attempted to play it here, but didn't have. Oh, that's a loss of control as well. Foxes, there, as I said, the mistakes that they're going to regret if they end up losing this game, because they've been in it so far.
Yeah, not the time to do it with just about 2 minutes remaining, but can Percy Park take advantage?
Have a look here. So they've bought some. I've got Basalt off on the outside link here. It's another drop ball. Evidently, this rain now is causing some issues.
Handling getting more and more difficult. The PFT driving towards halfway. It's Bannister.
So, but again, Foxes now have used up a number of touches, only got 2 to play with, and they're on the 10-metre line. Apologies, they might have another 2 from here, but they need to inject it now. As you see, here we go, this is what they want. Pete Barrier again, picking up, scooping. Lovely long ball,
pass, and it's taken well. It's down.
Wow! What a score again from Foxes, and that was the moment that was needed.
Joanne Toy out on the left wing, and a great take, and considering the conditions as well, that really was a great take.
Yeah,
and she pops it down, and it's PFT who lead 2-1, and we're into the final minute.
Last minute, here we go then. So I wonder if Percy Park know how long's left on the clock, but they've got to do something here to stay in this game now. They are driving hard to get to the line, 2 touches already, 3 now. But now they need to look wide. It's good. Cover that from the link. And it's a late pass as well. That is not what they needed.
Really, PFT have just got to keep possession now. And that should see them through to the bowl semi-final.
It's been lovely composure from PFT so far. They've a few handling errors, but the thing is, in the middle, the key bit, in the middle of the pitch, they are driving really well compared to Percy Park.
When the drop is made, there always seems to be someone there as a touch, but it is PFT who take the win, 2-1. I think, Jack, that's quite a shock result.
Yeah, it is. Foxes would be really happy with that. But as I say, the difference there was they in the middle they were driving harder, and the key bit is when they got to the 7-metre, they were at least setting up a play. Percy Park looked a lot more sheepish when it came to that opportunity, and that's been the difference. And yeah, 2 lovely scores, long balls out to the wing, and scored really well.
Well, Jack, it's a pleasure to have you along, as always. Thank you for coming on to commentary. Coming up, we've got the Cup quarter-final, the Wigan Warriors taking on Oxford Touch. That is coming up very, very shortly. But for now, we'll take a short break. Do stay with us. Touch. I'm delighted to welcome on co-commentary Pete Bowyer from PFT. Great victory that was.
Yeah, it was. It was last minute as well, so it's a bit wet out there. So we're a bit nervous about dropping the ball. We did a few times towards the end of the game, but yeah, managed to come away with it.
Because the rain coming down sort of in that second half, and we noticed there was one or two handling errors by both teams, but that's going to happen, isn't it, where it's wet?
Yeah, of course. One by me as well, so yeah, it's definitely going to happen. As soon as the rain started, we all thought like drop off. Our team's notorious for playing drop offs all the time, so we weren't hoping for another one.
Great win by yourselves, though. I mean, against Percy Park, who topped their group, of course. So you must be absolutely delighted to come away with the victory from that one.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of new faces in our team. So as a development competition, so we're doing really well, and we are doing well as I suppose developing throughout the day. Our attack and our defence has improved a lot, so it goes to show that we managed to pull away in the quarter-final. So hopefully it all clicks throughout the rest of the day.
So this one, Wigan against Oxford. Oxford, we did see on the stream earlier, they were playing the Norwich Rebels, who did win that one by 5 tries to 1. But Wigan, first time we've seen them today. They are in the black, playing from left to right. Oxford in their dark blue, from right to left. So we're just about to start this one, 10 minutes each way.
Yeah, Wigan, another, well, I suppose, a fellow North West team. I'll try not to be biased in this commentary.
You can be as biased as you want.
Oh, come on, Wigan!
But it is Wigan in possession. Driving towards halfway now, down it goes.
Yeah, there's a lot of fresh young faces in this Wigan team, making me feel really old.
But that's the whole point of the development system, though, isn't it? That it allows these younger players to come through, experience the tournament touch rugby in this environment. And
for sure, I suppose a lot of these young players' aspirations are hopefully play in their elite team. Jordan Melling down there shouting the commands, so I imagine he's a player they all look up to, so hopefully they're trying to impress him, so hopefully play elite.
It's Oxford looking to make ground. They're just not managing at the minute, and good defence so far by the Warriors.
Yeah, it's very well organised attack and defence. You can hear all the players communicating with each other. Well, if you can hear them over Jordan Mellon shouting, but yeah, it's really good.
Down it goes as they go through the middle. There's Noah Wheatley. Got some speed on him. Yeah. Not the biggest player by any means, but looks very, very quick.
Definitely not. I'm sure there's an age limit to play in this competition.
There's a touch. As Charlie Wood tried to dive for the line there, and I think he's slightly hurt himself as he went through there.
That Charlie Wood, if he gets a chance, you should watch him open up. He's rapid. There was one tournament we're playing against him, and he just, well, I'm not the fastest player anyway, but he just smoked me. It was really embarrassing.
I mean, it is one of the features of touch rugby, though, isn't it? That speed kills in a lot of ways.
For sure, yeah. Speed and fitness, which I lack both of, so I don't know why I'm here.
Although, I mean, you have got to be pretty fit to play 6 games in a day. It's something we talked about with other commentators as they come up during the day, and 6 games in a day, 20 minutes each one. It can be quite a brutal schedule.
Yeah, for sure. And as you can see here, you're not really walking, or are you? So it's a decent run that you're doing constantly with the ball. Doing that all day, it can be pretty tough.
Well, just slightly behind Celeste Van Gant there. So possession returns to the Wigan Warriors.
Number 44 there, Courtney Horrocks. She's a PFT invitee. She used to play for us in the social league up in Manchester, so hoping she does well.
She's on the ball now, going towards the middle as Wigan look to drive. Still awaiting the first score of this game. 3 minutes gone. May get it now. And down it goes. Elizabeth Davis with space on the wing, and she puts the ball down, and it is the Wigan Warriors who take the lead in this one.
Yeah, it's just that conversation we had before from the scoop. Speed, it was just pure speed, that able to beat his player, then pass the ball to the wing.
You see it here. Ian Widows getting the ball out to the right hand side, and down it went. So Wigan with first blood in this one. Oxford driving well from the tap off though. Back to the 7 it goes.
Number 21 for Wigan, Samuel Ratchford there. He's played Northwest with him a couple of years ago at the National, so he's probably one of the more experienced players in the team. Watch him organising his troops.
Just slowing it down, Oxford, as they look for their options. Down it goes, they'll come right hand side now. Oh, did he get through? I think he did. Yes, it is given the equalising score by Oxford. The first really strong opportunity that they've had in the game, really.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure what happened there. I think it was just lack of communication. I think by my man Sam, commentator curse there. I'll take the rap for that.
Went out.
Yeah, I think there's just a bit of confusion of who had who. And then they decided last minute, but unfortunately it was too late, so Oxford was able to take that advantage.
So, 1-1. Wigan straight back at the 7 metre from the tap off. Just held up now. Goes back to the middle, the pass doesn't find its mark there, and that will turn the ball back over to Oxford. Halfway through this first half.
Number 19 for Wigan. I've seen him play for their elite team a few times. I'm not sure what his name is, but he'd be another one.
Jacob Rigby.
Yeah, yeah, recognise that name. Yeah, he'd be another player to hopefully look up to and hopefully organise the Wigan team.
Pass slightly behind Sam Pete. And still Oxford's ball though.
A lot of pointing going on.
I think Wigan arguing it should be their ball, and it looks like that is the decision.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Oh.
Taking the opportunity to bring some fresh legs on.
Yeah, a bit of a hard touch there by Oxford. So they should have 6 more. They're enough to the halfway.
Goes through the middle. No Wheatley again involved.
There we go. You got it.
Oh, nice take.
Oh,
just slipped out of the hands. Yeah. I think there was a touch there, but I think, again, maybe the weather playing a little bit of a part there, as it is still a bit of rain coming down. Obviously, the ball will be wet.
Yeah. It's only a light drizzle, but that ball out there is like a bar of soap at the moment.
There is not a lot you can do about it either, is
No.
it?
I just close my eyes and hope I catch it.
I mean, in all seriousness, is there any sort of better techniques that you can use when the ball's wet? Like, can you bring it into your chest more, or is it a case of just trying to get two hands on the ball and grip it?
Yeah, exactly. It's just so two hands is best. I mean, when me personally, as soon as it rains, my hands just turn into cow udders really. So I make sure I'm holding it with two hands, and if I'm dumping the ball, I dump it with two hands. And if I'm going to pass it to you, I'm making sure it's not a bullet or a silly loopy pass.
Oxford. The intention was right. It's just that I think the recipient just wasn't in position.
Yeah, unfortunately the wing was standing a bit too far back there.
Brought back into centre. Down it goes again. Chance for the Wigan Warriors to drive as we head towards the final minute of the half, but touch is made and goes back to Oxford. Can either team take an advantage into the half-time break? Still 1-1. Oxford now over halfway.
Yeah, despite the score, it's been a pretty good game so far.
Yeah, it's
end to end, no silly mistakes or anything like that. So the rain isn't taking too much control of this game.
It has been very, very even. Scoreline a fair reflection of the play in this opening 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely.
Seconds to go. Wigan in possession, so it looks like it may end all square.
Good honesty there by the Oxford player, said he got a hand onto it, so we can get another position.
So final play of the half. Touch was made, so that will be half time. Or will it?
Yeah, touch pass was called for a penalty. Unfortunately, you can't end on a penalty, but I imagine he would tap the ball, pick it up, and just walk over to a Wigan player. Or not.
Oh no.
Here we go.
And that will be half time. So both teams get a chance to have a chat, talk through some systems, talk through some plays. Which team do you think is going to be happier going into this half-time break, or is it difficult to say with it being so even?
Yeah, it's very difficult to say. At the start of this half, I thought Wigan had control, but Oxford had managed to even it out. So it'll be interesting to hear what the team talks will be. I imagine it's just keep it up, really, because there's not a lot that's been really going wrong with the team. The odd mistake here and there, but every team has that. But yeah, we'll see how they play in the second half.
Yeah, of course. It is all square, and that brings into play the drop-off, which is a possibility. Everyone laughs when you mention the drop-off.
Because we all hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get the impression it's not popular amongst the players, but I suppose with so much space out there, and 4 on 4, and then even if it gets down to 3 on 3, it must be hard on the legs.
Yeah, it brings another dynamic to the game. I mean, we mentioned before the fitness and speed is important with the touch, but it's even more important in the drop-off because, like you said, all that space you've got. But as players, we all love watching it, but we all hate playing it.
I suppose you're glad that it's only 2 minutes long.
Doesn't feel like 2 minutes when you're out there.
So, team talk still continuing, and a lot of chat in the Wigan box right below us. Oxford now returning to the pitch, but still the team talk continues for Wigan.
Yeah, a lot of hand movements happening in that talk, isn't there? It's all about the hand movements in team talks. The more hand movements you got, the more understanding people are.
Definitely trying to get his point across, isn't he?
I mean, he knows his stuff, so if there's someone you want to learn from, it's him.
Wigan about to head back to the pitch now. Oxford been on the pitch a good 30 seconds. It's very strange out there because it is pouring with rain, but you see sort of brightness as I think the sun's breaking through from somewhere.
Yeah, little glimmers of hope that this rain's going to do one.
So it's the Wigan Warriors who get us underway in this second half. Slip there. Mark Whittett of Oxford just falling backwards. He's okay though. Oxford in possession. Long drive required as they head towards the sub-box. Fresh legs coming on. Drive goes over halfway.
So I imagine Oxford want to keep it quite tight, seeing as the weather's quite bad and for a scoop. Yeah.
Oh, this is a great run.
It is.
Oh,
beautiful.
What a fantastic touch that was.
Yeah. It was a great chasing by the link there. Even though her opposite player beat her, she managed to keep up and ensure that if he caught the ball like he did, she made that try-scoring touch.
Yeah, Anna Dennis with the important touch there, saving a try.
He wants to go, doesn't
he?
Or Charlie Wood. I want to see him go as well.
Yeah, you might see him go now as he picks it up. Oh,
yeah,
some speed. That's a nice layoff. Has he got it back? Oh.
Situations like that, I think the ref just chooses. They don't know what happened there.
I thought that was really good play by Elizabeth Davis. I think she realised she wasn't going to make the line, and then was looking back to Charlie Wood to try and take it to get the try.
Definitely.
Intelligent play.
Yeah, for sure.
There's Oxford over halfway once again.
It's Oxford on their last. Ref calling Wigan offside there, so this is the position Oxford want to be in. A set of 6 right by their scoreline.
So 7.5 minutes to go. About 15 metres out. Oxford, 6 fresh touches. Now at 7.
Quickie play from Oxford on the blue volley.
As he dived through, I think he did.
All right.
Yes, he did. He got the score.
I thought the touch was in there, but the ref's in a better position than I am. Oxford
Slid through. Benjamin McInnes sliding through there. Putting the ball down, and it's Oxford with the advantage. So work for Wigan to do here. To the right hand side.
Yeah, I think they're trying to force the play there. Wigan, unfortunately, just needed to keep calm. Not sure what they were trying to do there.
6th touch. They have got it deep, so it needs a good drive by Oxford if they're to get into a scoring position. Wigan, of course, trying to prevent them from getting too deep because they want to start their set of 6 as far forward as possible. They are still in their own half, but about halfway into their own half.
Yeah, it was good defence there by Wigan. They made up from the tap off they did with that good defence.
Wigan starting off again as they look to come to the left-hand side. Changes made. Now at halfway. Bringing it through Goes to Ian Widows.
Oh.
Now Noah Wheatley.
Numbers there. Oh, no. Numbers.
Right out to the left-hand side. Comes back again, in fact. It has been called back, and it will be an Oxford ball. Quick hands from Wigan there, though.
It was lovely, that. It was good play, that. Good eyes up touch.
Into the final 5 minutes of the game. Slight advantage held by Oxford. They lead 2-1. They are in possession as they come over halfway. Into the centre it comes. This good drive by Oxford. And that is 6 touch. Wigan starting again.
Yeah, the defence on Oxford's drives keeping Wigan in this this game at the moment. It's very strong what we're doing.
Angle and error? No, it's not. Back into the centre, Wigan just seem to be struggling for ideas a little bit as this second half wears on. Although I suppose you have to pay credit to the Oxford defence as well for not giving the gaps for them to go for.
Yeah, so it's both really. Wigan did look like they're struggling on ideas, but because Oxford's defence has been pretty good as well, it's just putting pressure on Wigan even more.
Maybe a bit of space opening up, especially on this left-hand side.
This looks more fluid now. There we go.
There it goes. Good into play this. Space on the left. Oh, there is a touch on Anna Dennis as she tried to go through there.
So hopefully they set up a play on the 7 metre. There we go, 32 short. He's there.
There's a dive through.
Yeah. Yeah, the Oxford player was off his line when he made that touch, so the ref's always going to go for the defence if that's the case.
Jacob Rigby diving through there.
Yeah, it was a lot more organised, that play though.
Yeah, it was probably the best play we've seen from Wigan in this second half. Yeah. 2.5 minutes to go. Time ticking away. Of course, the players down there have no idea how long's left, which is. Great touch.
Another touch for number 14, that was brilliant.
Anna Dennis just recovering there. It looked like he was past, but Anna Dennis just getting the touch on the back.
Yeah, she played really well, that girl.
Has had a really good game and shimmies away from one. Just can't quite shimmy away from the second touch. Still Wigan in possession. Wheatley. Widows.
Oh.
Goes long.
Oh, no.
I think it would have been forward anyway.
Yeah, NFL that.
Back into the centre at Oxford on their own 7 metre line. Towards the sub box. Fresh legs come on for Oxford.
Nice.
They head into the final minute of the game. All about game management now for Oxford. The touch is made. Last touch. So they'll try and get as deep as possible. Oh, is this the winning tackle? Oh, well taken. Is he going to give it? Yes, I think he is.
Oh, they're loving that Oxford, look at them. Loving it.
Sean Dallas did really well because he was at full stretch when he took this ball. But bursting through James Allen, made the pass.
Yeah,
Sean Dallas, who just got down, and Oxford will win this cup quarter-final and go to the semis. A a really, really good performance by Oxford Touch. As the buzzer goes, this is the last play, and it doesn't quite come off, and it's a great victory for Oxford against Wigan. Oxford seemed to get stronger throughout the match.
Yeah, they definitely did. They became more organised throughout the game.
There's some good tries scored there. Well, Pete, I want to say it's an absolute pleasure having you up. Many congratulations on your win in the last game, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers. Thanks.
We will be back very, very shortly. We will have the plate semi-final. That is coming up. That will be kicking off at 2:40 p.m. So until then, take a break, put the kettle on, and we'll be back very, very soon.
Here at Pershall we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me in school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Touch rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensure people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. We had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so pretty gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it was a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
Referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
Welcome back to Burton. It's rattling through the afternoon with the knockout games, and this is the plate semi-final coming up it's the Battle of the Tigers, Horsham against Cheltenham.
Wow.
And I'm delighted to welcome Marnie Wills from Oxford Touch
Hello.
on co-commentary. Pleasure to have you along. Just quickly talk about that last game, but that was a great victory for Oxford.
Yeah, it was good fun actually. Wigan are a super structured team. They've got their coaches in the box, so, extra benefit there. They have some really young, quick, agile players, male and female, so it was a really good game, and really proud of the Oxford crew for working hard in D, being calm in attack, and just keeping momentum, I think, was our key to success there.
It's off to the semi-finals now, so that'll be coming up next game, I believe.
Yeah, one on, one off.
Yeah. But yeah, as you say, you must be looking forward to that.
Yeah, I am. I did say when we just rocked up here that Dougie and I just arrived, actually, to be honest. So everyone's played 3 games, so we're pretty fresh, excited for the semi-final straight away, which is good.
Well, we are about to start this one. Horsham against Cheltenham.
So Cheltenham definitely has some experience in their squad. I can see some regional players down there. I can see a couple of girls from the England under-18 setup, which is good. Horsham is still a developing team.
And Horsham getting us underway.
Christian Garland with the ball there. Very experienced England player, and now in this Masters setup. Turn the ball over early though. Cheltenham are going to gain some momentum.
So driving towards halfway, Cheltenham. Just held up in the middle a little. And now they might start driving earnest now. Just held up again. Good defence by Horsham so far. And coming out to the left-hand side.
Ball.
Nice handoff, but the touch is made.
6 touches, hand over on the 7. That's a good result for Cheltenham.
Yeah, it's a case of getting it as deep as possible. If you can't score, get it as deep as possible to make it as hard for your opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. They have, Horsham have managed to get their fresh set of legs on, which is great, but it's 4th touch coming and they're just making it to halfway. Quick guys
now.
in. Yeah.
Touch made and claimed.
He's dummy half. Yeah. He's dummy half. Good honesty.
Chris Onwards just driving through. Really turned the burners on, but
he did
get the touch.
Good initiation. I must say, early I thought the refereeing in our last game was fantastic. They worked really well as a team, the refs. It makes such a difference to the players having 3 referees rather than player referees. Not that the player referees don't do a great job, but it does make a difference to the players, and it was awesome to see.
It was something that was mentioned in commentary this morning. One of the co-commentators, I forget who, so apologies, but we was talking about the officials and the respect that there is for the officials out there. It's very refreshing to see.
Yeah.
We get wall-to-wall sport on the television. You see a lot of dissent towards officials in various different
and they get away with it, right? It's not good. It's not good for our youth to see either.
And to see touch rugby consistently every single week, every single tournament where
good check-off.
The referees are given total respect.
Long ball, unlucky. Yeah.
And their opinion, whatever decision is given, is stuck to and not argued.
I think there's a couple of things related to that. I think, first of all, touch is very much an honesty sport. You have to call the touch after it's been made, and generally the sportsmanship within our sport is top class. So that's definitely one of the reasons. But also, actually having our players have to play a ref some to help out in the tournament gives a big perspective for them of one, how hard it is, and 2, how you want to be treated, right?
Yeah.
Speak to people the way you want to be spoken to. So we all pitch in together to make the sport what it is. Right, Horsham here seem to have a second set on the line. Let's see what they can do.
So down it goes, 7 metres out. Comes across the line.
Go, go, go.
Richie Bernardo
Nice.
just held up his
Oh.
dive through.
Oh, that's unlucky if that's given, because that was the defender's. The guy put the ball on the defender's foot, which was on the line. Unlucky. Well, unlucky to James.
No, he's given it.
He has, yeah. He has.
So Richie Bernardo putting Horsham in the lead.
Well done, Horsham. That was earned off, I think they had 3 repeat sets on the line there. Cheltenham need to make sure they defend that set out and get that ball off the line.
So Cheltenham with the start from halfway.
Touch away from that first touch.
Down at the 7 metres.
This is Hannah McLaughlin, unlucky.
Opening up Hannah McLaughlin.
Just dummy half there.
Has to go back to 7.
Oh, oh dear. Oh, good offload.
So the touch was made.
5th touch.
So Cheltenham have to do something with this. And that turns it back over to Horsham, but again on their own 7 metre. So
beat the first touch, well done. Horsham definitely know that they want to get that ball to the box. They don't quite have a pattern, they just know that that's the outcome they want, and they're keeping momentum, which is good, and initiating the touch, getting the ball down, so it's giving them momentum and yardage. So it's really good. 5th touch. Great touch by the link girl, number 2. Well done.
Mark Chiverton looking to battle his way through. Cheltenham defence holding firm. I nearly said the Tigers defence, but of course that will refer to both teams.
I tell you what, Horsham are doing really well, which are making it hard for Cheltenham, and hence why they've lost the ball a couple of times, which they've done again here, is Horsham is sending like a piston defence, so they're sending 2 players up and really putting pressure on. So Cheltenham aren't able to get momentum, they're not able to get any yards, and they're making loads of errors, which therefore is giving Horsham extra sets of attack, right?
Yeah, so starting from halfway.
Yeah.
Chiverton again. Just can't barrel his way through without avoiding the touch.
Christian Garland directing there. Here we go, another quickie. Long
Space
ball.
out on this left-hand
Great
side.
ball,
Oh,
yes.
well. Now, was the touch there? Emma Jordan doing really well. The officials will...
The link's called the touch there. I think that's Helen. Link called it. Yep, called the touch. Unlucky. That was a great long ball with a step back inside by the winger. That was fantastic.
Well taken by Emma Jordan. Chiverton can't get through, and that is
Nope, those girls had him covered. Here we go. Let's see if Horsham can do their strong midfield defence. Cheltenham done well this time. They've made the ball do the work. Oh, he's gone over the mark again. Unfortunately for Cheltenham, I think that might have been like the 3rd over the mark call that they've got.
So opportunity for Horsham to extend their lead. 6 touches.
Horsham doesn't look like they're subbing here. They're going to have another crack.
Emma Jordan again.
Good
Wide out
hands.
on the left.
Yeah. Gone quite early in the touch count.
Drop down
Let's have a
Chiverton.
scoop here.
Now a chance to drive
too short.
over 7. Chiverton now is stopped.
Great defence.
Very good defence
yeah,
by
Cheltenham.
Twice now, because they've had fresh sets of 6, well advanced into the half.
Yeah.
And Cheltenham has dealt with them
They
very
kept
well.
them out. Yeah, definitely. I think what they did really well in that set compared to the other sets is they got onto the line to be on side, but then they got up off the line, and actually it took away the space from Horsham, which is a really good D. They've got to start initiating those touches though and get the ball down on the mark. Another over mark call.
They've done it again. And
Yeah, over the mark call's a bit of a coach killer, to be fair. We talk about being able to control the controllables, and you know that is something you can control as a player in a team, is to keep those individual errors down. It's dummy half here.
Just slow down. Start again.
Oh yes.
Great dummy. I think he's in there. Yes. He is.
Great job. So that's their second try, back in that 3-3 channel. Beating that middle. Down to the line.
Adam
well done.
Faulkner doing brilliantly there.
Good work. And again, I know I've said this before, but Cheltenham has put themselves under pressure. They had to defend out a lot of sets because they haven't been able to get that ball past halfway this whole end of first half, really, have they?
It's in the final minute, and it's not the place where...
Here we go. They've got some momentum now. Oh, unlucky. Let's see if Cheltenham can put some pressure on Horsham here to keep the ball down their end. They don't quite have that get up defence. Oh, he's away.
He's away.
Oh, we got a chaser. Dive. Oh, unlucky.
And the buzzer goes, and a nice handshake there as well. In terms of saying, yep, you got me.
Yeah, well done. I mean, to be fair, that Cheltenham defender did come from almost the middle of the pitch. That's a great first half by Horsham Tigers.
Chris Unrudds, who makes it 3-0 right at the end of the half, and yeah, that's no more really than Horsham deserved. They played very, very well in that first half.
They have. They have to have had at least 70% possession of the ball, right? And they've done really well to capitalise on that. Cheltenham definitely, hopefully their half-time chat is around getting the ball out of their own end past halfway to give them a chance, because they think they've only had one line attack set where they've got down to the line. So it's hard to put tries on the board if you don't have possession of the ball and you don't have the field possession either. So, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose another thing Cheltenham will be talking about is cutting out the errors, because several times we saw them turn the ball over deep in their own half, and that pressure told eventually when Horsham got their second try.
Big time. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
A lot happier bench on the far side. What do you think Horsham will be saying to each other? I mean, they just have to, I suppose, manage the game out from here.
I mean, I hope they started with some positives around keeping momentum, getting themselves to the box, getting their fresh legs on. I thought they did that really, really well. And then their midfield D here, or their line defence, their defence on Cheltenham's line, on keeping them there and forcing the errors is fantastic. Those two things, if they can keep those two things going this half, then I believe that the game's there to be won. And to be fair as well, with all their attacking sets, they were really patient with most of their sets of 6. They didn't throw any crazy balls on first touch or try to force it. So no, I thought it was an awesome half by Horsham. They should be impressed, and I'm sure I saw their body language. I don't know about you, but their body language is definitely more positive in the box than the Cheltenham. Bless them. Anyway, second half.
Yeah, so it is Cheltenham who start off, so they will have a decent opportunity as they start this second half with 6 touches from halfway. How often do we see it where one team scores and then another, starting from halfway, equalises straight away?
Yes. It is again another coach killer. If you just scored, your next job and your main job is to make sure the opposition does not score back.
So second half underway. Can Cheltenham get themselves on the board? Of course, if they can get on early, it will put Horsham under pressure.
Oh, he's going on the girl. Yeah, he's in.
Wow.
Well done. Really nice. That's a good way to start the second half from the Cheltenham Tigers.
James Mears giving Cheltenham Tigers the perfect start to the second half. It gets them on the board, but more importantly, it puts Horsham under a little bit of pressure.
It does, it does. And that next job for Cheltenham now is to make sure Horsham do not score this set. And what I really liked about that Cheltenham Tigers tap-off, actually, you could tell they'd been practicing that. They did their 2 short runs and then they hit a sweeper and then kept the ball alive. It's good to see some structure play. Oh no, here we go.
Oh, it was a great thought.
Yeah.
Emma Jordan just not quite far enough up the wing to take the pass. But
just saying, because she's had some good hands, hasn't she?
Yeah,
So
she certainly has.
our players obviously trust that ball, which is always a good thing. Good teamwork. Okay, this is where the errors came in their last half. Let's see if they can keep momentum here. They've done a much better job. They're past halfway now.
Cheltenham on the charge. Tails up after getting that early score in this second half.
Quickie link
And they
here.
get another. Oh, it's good touch.
That's a ball down. No, she didn't. Ooh. Cheltenham Tigers lucky to get that one there. Another repeat set of 6. Let's see if they can use it.
So 7 metres out. A really good opportunity to cut the arrears to 1.
Ooh.
So back to 7.
Cheltenham Tigers are quite a bit flat here. They need some players hitting some holes or maybe moving that ball, moving the defenders around. Setting up a sweeper play here.
Switch back inside.
Oh,
Goes wide,
unlucky.
but a little bit of fizz on the ball and a little high. But better from Cheltenham in the second half.
So much better. They have to do the work here now in defence. They have to go up. They have to go up in pairs at least. They have to cut momentum and field position off this Horsham team.
Over halfway, Horsham.
They are 5th touch, just inside the 10.
Cheverton. Has he got away? Oh, he's stung.
Oh, great chase by the link girl. Really good. Got beaten the first time, but wasn't going to get beaten the second time.
No.
Well done.
And he was reaching for the line as well.
Tall players like that are quite hard to touch, actually. You think you got them, and then they lift those long arms up. This is great momentum by Cheltenham. Much, much better.
Much more fluent movement in this second half from the Cheltenham Tigers.
Big time. And hopefully it's not the commentator's curse, but they are currently error-free. Yes, Hannah. Give the ball. Yes, Hannah.
And he's down, and they have reduced the arrears. It's great play. Tom McLaughlin putting the ball down, but it was Hannah McLaughlin who really made that.
Sister to brother.
Yeah.
Hannah is from the under-18s. She's not under-18s now, but she has come through the England junior programme. I've had the privilege of coaching her. She is a fantastic athlete, a really smart player, and an awesome team member as well. So she deserves that. She saw that there was momentum. She saw those players offside, and she went through on a scoop, which is awesome.
3-2 Horsham lead.
There we go.
And this is a much, much improved second half performance from the Cheltenham Tigers. But, Horsham through. Yes, it is.
Through.
And they just needed that little chink, and it's probably the best chance and only chance really that they've had in this second half, and they've taken it. Chris Onrus again.
Yeah. So that is, we talked about Horsham coming back and scoring straight back after being scored on, and how important it is to D it out. And I noticed that Cheltenham, the players who went on and scored, got told to stay on and defend, which is really interesting.
Just bursting through.
Well, he took the middle girl Hannah on the short side, stepped back inside, and the covering didn't have him. But yes, I'm not sure I would want my players to stay again to defend if... but maybe they don't have enough in the box, so you never know what's going on down there. Anyway, they've got another attack here, so let's see what they can do.
Was he down?
No,
I think there was a touch was made on the line.
Unlucky.
So we are 4.5 minutes away.
They have to work hard in D here.
Horsham, 2 tries to the good. But Cheltenham have played very, very well this second half. And the way they played, you wouldn't put it past them managing to get those 2 tries back. But they've got to obviously watch in defence, because Horsham have been clinical when they've had the opportunities. And they may get another one now.
Oh, that ball could have gone. Unlucky. Again, Horsham have done really well to use their set of 6. They don't throw it away. They keep patient. That was a great phase play that they just did.
If they're not scoring, they're certainly driving as far as the 7 metres, which makes it far more difficult for the Cheltenham Tigers.
Absolutely.
To get a scoring rush from so deep in their own half.
Cheltenham need to get some momentum here. They need to get the game. They need to get back in control of the game, so they know how quick and easy you can put some tries on. I mean, they scored 2 tries within the first 5 minutes, so it's definitely not out of their reach. But they have to get momentum. He's done me off here.
3 minutes to go, and it's Cheltenham on the charge again as it comes out to the right-hand side. Touch is made though. The Cheltenham Tigers at the 7 metre though, to come towards the middle.
Setting up a shot. It's a bit off the ball. Yes, Hannah. Oh,
no
that's a great dive, but a great defensive touch as well. Cover defence.
Hannah McLaughlin diving through. Touch was made. Still there for Cheltenham now, and the touch is claimed.
I'm not sure he was onside. Is that what the ref's saying? No, he's getting it, giving it. Unlucky, 5th touch.
So, Cheltenham need to make something happen.
Great
here
ball.
As it goes out. Oh, it's
unlucky.
Mark Randall just couldn't quite scoop it up. He was low to the ground. Possession reverts back to the Horsham Tigers.
This is better defence. Yeah, this is good. Again, a really structured play here by Horsham, though. They know where they need to get the ball. They have lost some momentum here, though.
Indeed. It's just not even at halfway yet, and there will be just about
5, yeah, 5th
5
touch.
touches.
And hopefully get a turnover here. Nice.
There is a turnover, 6 touches. So, Cheltenham, but time running out. As they come over halfway now. Fresh legs on.
Definitely. Keep that momentum, keep going forward. Horsham has defended well here, though.
That's a little bit optimistic, I
A
think.
little.
But obviously, towards the end of the game, although they have no real idea of what the time is, they'll know that time is probably not on their side. As it is, Horsham have possession with 30 seconds to go. Mark Chiverton looks to barrel through, does get held up. And into the final 10 seconds now. The heater about to go, which will confirm.
We're going to set up another sweeper here, probably into run out of time. When you're up, it's best to take the touch. Could you imagine if there was an intercept right now?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the intercept queen. I give loads away, so I'm like, just take it, and that was a good game.
Great game. Cheltenham coming back into it in the second half after Horsham went into the interval 3-0 ahead. Cheltenham coming back to 3-2, but Horsham sealing it 4-2, and they will go into the plate final, which will take place at 3:50 this afternoon.
Awesome.
Coming up next, we've got London Galaxy against the Norwich Rebels in the Cup semi-final. Marnie, thank you so much for coming up on commentary. It's been a pleasure to have you come.
Total pleasure, and well done, Horsham and Cheltenham Tigers. Great game.
Thank you very much, and good luck to Oxford for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Well, like I say, we will be back with London Galaxy against Norwich Rebels. That is coming up at 3:15. Do stay tuned for that one. We'll be back very soon.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can, keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills, get people into playing touch, and you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Welcome back to Burton as we have the Cup semi-final now. The London Galaxy in black against the Norwich Rebels in the black and red. I'm delighted to say that with me on commentary is Chris Garron from Horsham Tigers, who've just had a fabulous win against the Cheltenham Tigers.
Good afternoon. Yes, we have. Yeah, we've had a really scrappy day so far, and we've had a good word with ourselves, and hopefully things are coming together now. Finally,
some great tries in that game, but Cheltenham did peg you back a little bit at the start of that second half.
Second half, we were like, "Who is this team?" Completely different. I had a good chat. They changed over their middles. I think they had the girls in the middle, and they had a completely different complexion about them. So we kind of knew that might happen. We just said, let's keep doing what we're doing, and thankfully it came off. Yeah. So we're very happy.
So this Cup semi-final, London Galaxy, who of course won the Cup overall in the last round at Banbury. Mel Day hands it off, and Galaxy always been a strong contender in these tournaments.
Here we go. Looks like they're going to have a go at the line.
Just have to go back to the 7. Ruiz Durrani.
Eric Williams on the ball, looking for a sweeper play. Oh, it's going open side.
Has he got that? Is that down, or was there a touch?
Oh, they've given it, have they?
They've given it. Yes, they have indeed. Galaxy take the lead, or do they? No, it's coming back. Let's just quickly watch this again on the replay.
Oh, was it
close?
Not even sure they claimed it, that winger. Weird. Here we go, we're back in.
So still 0-0. However, not the place where you want to turn it over as Galaxy retake possession.
Yeah, that's a very nice place to get possession for Galaxy. They can really set themselves up on the line now.
There goes. Eric Williams just pops it down, gets it back. Will he go for the line himself? He does. And I think
yeah, that's a score.
This time he has got the ball down, and it's London Galaxy who take the lead early in this one.
My old club, London Galaxy, from years ago. Learnt my touch with them back in the day.
So yeah, I suppose you know some of these guys quite well.
The younger ones I don't, but Ruiz Durrani, Eric Williams I know pretty well. A couple of the others, Mel Day, yeah, for sure.
Right, it's Norwich who get their first attack as they start from halfway.
Oh, excellent pace there.
And straight through, and they are straight back on level terms with their very first attack of the game.
That was somewhat unexpected, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. They just come bursting through. Comes to the left-hand side.
I guess the games always get competitive now. We're in sort of semi-finals, aren't we?
Yeah. Of course, a place at in the final at stake, and that will take place at 5 o'clock. So the winners of this game will go through to that. After this game, we will have the 3 finals: the bowl final, the plate final, and the cup final. Plate final next, bowl final after that, and then finishing with the cup final, which one
there
of
we
these
go. He'll be in.
teams
There we go.
will be involved, and it is the London Galaxy who give themselves the advantage in the game. George Warboys going over.
So it's interesting, the first 2 sweepers, they went open side, and then that time they went to a traditional short side, hoping that the defence would be looking for the other previous play.
It's Norwich who is underway again, and the commentator's nightmare of black numbers on the black background is
Yeah, no clue what numbers they are. Maybe I can see the winger, that's about it.
Yeah. Oh, that's just doesn't come off. It was the right idea, but
just not quite enough on it. So Galaxy will get the roll on the 7, drive their way out.
Galaxy. Starting from deep.
Oh, I can go to ground.
That's not what they wanted, and that gives Norwich a fresh set of 6. Deep in the Galaxy half. Just the sort of opportunity that they would have wanted.
Let's see what they try to set up here.
Just in the 7 metre.
Ooh. Didn't look like they really knew what they were doing in that situation for some reason.
Yeah, it was
lovely positioning, but came to nothing. Here we go with Galaxy driving out nicely.
and this is a much better drive from the Galaxy as they get to halfway quickly. Just held up a little bit. Delaney has it now into the middle.
Oh, has he?
I think there was a touch there on George Warboys.
Dodging weave through there. Is he going to go? Where is he going to go? Is he going to go long? He's looking for someone. And he finds number 46, looks like.
Yeah, George Warboys puts it down and the try is given. So Galaxy extend their lead to 3-1. Now, I thought there might have been a touch right at the end there, but looking at it again on the replay, I think he just missed his back.
So who have we got here? Norwich Rebels. They need to score now, really.
Yeah, Galaxy. They sort of give that impression that they can run away with it, don't they?
They click another one on the score, it's going to be 4-1, and then it's a hard job.
Well, space out. Oh,
Unlucky,
that's unlucky.
unlucky.
It is unlucky.
A few too many beans on that one. It's a good effort trying to catch it.
Yeah, Sally Seymour, who previously on the stream when Rebels had a 5-1 win over Oxford, and Sally Seymour scoring a couple of tries in that one where she got into great space on that left wing, just not coming off that time.
Nice shot from her though. Nice hold shot. Good play. The Galaxy are up there. Is it a turnover already? That's their 6.
That's their 6, so Norwich have possession once again. 3 minutes to go in this first half.
Oh, some good yards there. Excellent. Good drop.
It was a good dodging run. They've just been held up in the middle a little bit. Bit of juggling. Get away with it though. And now is the opportunity for them as it comes back into the middle, but a handling error, and that will give possession back to the Galaxy. They are very deep though, but we've seen that they can gain good yards very quickly. Oh, is he through?
Oh, is he away? He's away.
He's away.
And the hat's come off.
George Warboys.
He's making it though. He's gaining on him. Will he?
He's down. A great run by George Warboys. He managed to dodge the touch very deep in his own half and ran the length of the pitch.
Valiant chase there from Norwich.
Pops it down. You see it right from back here. No touch. And once he realises he's away, there goes the cap at halfway.
Afterburners are on. Great chase there.
It was a good chase. He really close to him within a couple of yards. And Warboys had a good 5-6 yard head start on that one. So a really valiant effort to get back. But it is the Galaxy who stretched their lead to 3. They're 4-1 ahead. And Norwich really need to get one on the board before the end of the half. Goes out to
maybe.
Seymour.
Oh!
So close. Sally Seymour again on that left-hand side. Getting into some great positions. Again, it's Galaxy. Some real speed.
Overstep, I believe. Yeah.
It's a turnover.
Come on, Norwich. Let's have a go at the line.
So into the final minute. Norwich desperately need to get another try on the board here to take some momentum into the half-time break. As the sun starts to break through once again here at Burton. After a spell of rain, it's dried up very quickly.
No way through.
As well. The touch made the Galaxy. And now have possession with less than 15 seconds left until the end of the half. And they're in a very, very strong position as we head towards the break. There goes the hooter, touch is made.
Go, good half.
Was very good half by the Galaxy. And they are 4-1 ahead. Now, what do you think Norwich are going to say as they get into the huddle for the half-time break? Because they have had some real good opportunities. We've seen with Sally Seymour right on the left-hand side. It could be 4-3. As it is, it's 4-1. So they're showing that they can make the opportunities to get back at the Galaxy.
Yeah, they're looking for that long pass, aren't they, every time they attack, which is great. But it looks like they don't have any kind of plays to attack with maybe the two middles and the link. Sweepers or quickies are not really running anything like that at the moment. So I just think there's a bit of lack of industry on the line as they try to attack. So I think they need to really think about, getting those plays in play on the line to try and get over that line. I think that long ball's only going to work for so long. They're just going to mark Sarah out of the game, I guess. But there's a lot to do, right? It's 5-1.
4-1.
4-1.
4-1 at the end of that. And this is the try from George Warboys running that length of the pitch. A really good run. And down he went.
Dive at the end there. Yeah. Lovely job.
From a Galaxy point of view, they're going to be very happy.
Yeah, we played them first game actually, and we were all over the place. So and they were very strong, very quick out of the blocks. So with too much for us this morning. I'd like to play them again actually. Now we found our feet. It'll be interesting. But given the way that the day works, you go into your different sections. And we're more than happy to be in the plate final. Same as last time down at Burton. So that's fantastic. So Galaxy are going on with a good lead now. They can just hopefully hold that lead, score a couple more. For them, they're in a lovely position.
Yeah. And the thing is, they're far enough ahead, and because of these 10-minute halves, they can actually manage the game from this point, really.
Yeah, I think so. Although there's something psychological about just trying to maintain the score. You can go into a weird kind of mindset. Other teams can come back on it, like in the second half in the semi-final for us. Yeah. We had that experience, so you never know.
I think that's what we said in commentary in the Battle of the Tigers, as we called it, and because Horsham looked very comfortable going into half-time, and then those sort of two early-ish tries from Cheltenham really put pressure on
Absolutely. Got to manage that pressure when it comes. Here we go.
So,
tap off Norwich.
Yeah, Norwich with the tap off, so a set of 6 from halfway, and they're already at the 7.
She's going to get another go.
And this time she has got
away.
Oh,
yes, wonderful. Well done.
Seymour beats Mel Day and gets the try, and that is just the start that Norwich needed. Sally Seymour.
Great work, Sally.
Really doing well. Has made that space, but also when she got the ball, had to dodge Mel Day. And managed to get the ball down.
Mel's laughing to herself, I think, getting beaten there.
So, Galaxy with the tap off. And they've already made good yards. They'll be wanting to stretch the advantage back to 3 as soon as they can.
We'll try and run a short play here with Eric on there. Pass off. I don't think anything's on. No.
Touch was made. Good quick passing. Danny Payton looking to wriggle through.
Oh,
Now
big
the long
ball.
pass out
Big
to
ball.
Mel Day. Mel Day passes it off to Eric Williams, but he's back in Norwich Rebels' hands. Very deep though.
Often that first touch can be a little bit sticky. You don't get a lot of yards, but you just have to get that ball down. They want to sub off, get a new set of players on.
Is that something that might be in the back of Galaxy's minds as well? As Norwich are in possession, they know they've gone and scored, they've reduced it to 2.
Yeah.
Will they be thinking, that if they manage to get another one, they're one behind and then the pressure starts to tell?
I mean, I won't lie, it plays on your mind.
Yeah.
They still have a nice cushion, but another one, complexion could change again.
Yeah. Galaxy. War Boys, is he through again? No, he was touched.
But with his hat back on now.
Would it have stayed on? That's the question. Back into the middle. Comes out wide. Well taken.
Here we go.
Oh, good passing. Seymour recovers. Back at Navarro.
Durrani to number 20.
Tom Simpson, bit of speed. Here's War Boys again. Just backpedaling a little. Fakes the pass. Does make it, but the touch has been made. Just taking the sting out of the game a bit.
Goes Durrani on the short.
That's good defence. Have to go back to the 7. War Boys. Pops it down for Mulligan. And was that down?
Yes, I think
yes,
it
I
was.
think it was, yeah.
Yep.
Tom Simpson.
Little shimmy of the hips there, ball down.
So Galaxy have their 5th.
They've maintained that lead they had before.
Let's watch this again. Tom Simpson, two defenders, very close proximity, but he managed to just dodge his way around them. Really good play by Tom Simpson. And Galaxy do get that 3-point cushion once again. As we head closer to the end of the game. The cards are very much stacked in the London Galaxy's favour.
I think there was a touch there. There was.
There was, yeah.
Good to see Norwich having a go at the line though.
Really good move. Was unlucky to get the touch just as he went through.
Come Galaxy subbing set on the go. Made it almost halfway.
Down again. So War Boys pops it down. Durrani.
Oh.
He doesn't quite take it back.
And flick pass. End-to-end stuff.
Certainly is. Norwich start very deep in their own half.
I think this is 4th touch now. So we've got 2 to go, I think.
Yeah, just over halfway.
And that's 5th now,
Yeah.
I believe.
As it goes to the wing.
Nice little ball.
Comes back inside. Oh, there is a bit of space.
Oh!
Just
Speculative. Could have come off, didn't come off. Nice passage of play.
Yeah, I think they'll be, considering where they were when the 4th touch was made, I think they'll be very pleased they got as deep as they did. I mean,
Made the best of it, didn't they?
Really good opportunity to score, but they have to make Galaxy work if they want to get a scoring opportunity.
And they just keep coming at you, Galaxy.
Jesus.
Good pace, good driving from them there.
touch made on Stephen Fletcher. Central. Oh, it's Danny Payton not quite taking it with us. Norwich have to build again. Still not at halfway. Just got there now. I've stalled a bit, but the burners are on.
Here we go. And it's a try.
I think that's Andrew Jackson. Anything George Warboys can do, Andrew Jackson can do as well.
If he'd had a cap on, I think it would have come off.
Let's watch this one again. It's just there, you can see he goes through the gears.
Got some pace there, yeah.
Really did get some pace. Went clear, pops it down, 5-3.
Game on.
Norwich still putting the pressure on. 2 minutes 30-ish seconds remaining. Galaxy straight back.
Oh, shame. A little bit too high for the winger. With the right ball though, just too high. She was in space.
So, Norwich starting again, but they are very, very deep. They need to get some yards on this drive.
That's 2, 3, touch 3.
There's the 4th, just 2 touches remaining, and there's the 5th, and they're still not at halfway. Great defence by the Galaxy, it has to be said.
Ooh!
Oh, now. Oh, brilliant pass inside.
Oh, I think it was a touch and pass. Yes.
Yes, it was a touch.
Wow, what a shame. That was awesome.
Great vision to get the pass off, but the touch made just in time. Now that would have been interesting.
Oh, wouldn't it just? 5-4. Oh, here we go. Turnover inside the Galaxy's 10-metre zone.
90 seconds to go. Norwich can put some real pressure on the final minute. Oh, but it's a handling error.
I think they're going to get it back.
Yeah, they have got it back.
Let's see what you've got, Norwich.
Down it goes. We are into the final minute now. And it goes again.
Oof.
Well taken. Start again from the 7-metre line.
Confusion, I think, who's going to be half with Norwich? Short play, 32 short. Oh, unfortunately dropped.
And that is probably it for the game. And London Galaxy will be heading to the final. But fair play to Norwich, they've really come back at the Galaxy in this second half.
Yeah, fair play to them, as you say. They haven't stopped attacking, stopped driving. Good work.
They've been very positive, haven't they? They've not tried to let the scoreline get on top of them, and really have battled hard to try and get back into the game.
I think they scored 2 in this half, and Galaxy only scored 1, so well done, Norwich.
In the end, quality of London Galaxy just showing through, and they will head to the cup final. Very, very good game. London Galaxy winning 5-3. Chris, it's been a pleasure to have your company.
Thanks for having me.
And best of luck in the final.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for
Cheers,
joining us. We will be back very, very soon as we start the finals. It's the plate final between Horsham and Crewe and Nantwich. We will see that at 3:50 in about 10 or so minutes' time. Don't go away. Join us very soon.
here at Percy, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
To start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Support to Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games, and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensuring people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. We had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so very gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it's a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
Referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
We're starting with Horsham Tigers against Crewe and Nantwich Ignite. That is the plate final. So that is going to be coming up very, very shortly here on the streaming pitch at Burton. I'm delighted to say, joining me for commentary on this plate final is Mel Day of the London Galaxy. Welcome, Mel.
Oh, hello, how are you doing? Oh.
Great to have you along. Yeah, forgot to press the button to bring you in. Sorry about that.
Just some technical issues, slight technical issues, but
good. Those technical gremlins once again. Before we get on to this match, we'll just quickly talk about the game you've just been involved in. Norwich really gave you a game.
Yeah, it was a cracking game. It was really good. I'm glad I saved my absolute worst for our first game on Field 1. At least I made my teammates look absolutely sterling out there. But no, it was such a tough game. I was actually surprised it wasn't a draw at the end of it. I think it was 5-3 in the end. Yeah, they were amazing.
They was really putting you under some pressure, especially in the sort of the second half of the second half.
Yeah, and across the field they were strong. They had a few guys in their mids just running really good holes and using their speed on our outside, which in a mixed game you expect those players to exploit. And they had a couple of really strong wingers scoring absolute a couple of blinders on our outsides as well. So, yeah, what a game.
Well, let's look ahead to this one, the plate final. Horsham Tigers, who we saw a couple of games ago, just before yours, with a 4-2 victory against the Cheltenham Tigers, which put them in the final. Played very, very well. They're against Crewe and Nantwich, and it's Horsham who start very, very well. What a start! Wow. And Chris Onruz, who we saw score a couple of tries a couple of games ago, just 20 seconds in, bursts away down the left wing and pops the ball down.
Yeah, and that's just heads-up touch. Normally, from the tap-off, you do expect players to kind of run moves and aim for the defenders to create that offside line. But, yeah, that's just heads-up touch. And, yeah, cracking try. 10 seconds in.
Great start for Horsham. And if you're Crewe, what are you thinking as that happens in the first few seconds of the game?
I think we're thinking we were a bit unlucky. I don't think you let a score like that get on top of you. And we played Horsham Tigers earlier on, and they were a really, really strong team. And you can see a long ball out there to the wing. Unlucky there.
Isabel Jones wide out on the left-hand side.
Great pass, though.
Good heads-up play as well, just spotting the opportunity, seeing the space that she was in, just try and get the ball out to her.
Yeah, throwing those long balls earlier on, it's a really good idea because it just signals to the defence that you do have those long balls in your team, and it normally means the defence stay that little bit wider, so it can create some space through the middle. And here we see Horsham Tigers driving up the middle. I think this is 5th touch now, so they're going to try and create an opportunity now, but 6 touches there.
Let's turn back over to Crewe and Notwich as the wind picks up. We've got every sort of weather today. Rain, cloud, sun, wind, it's all happening out there.
It really has been. The one great thing is it hasn't impacted the quality of the pitches. The pitches here are just, sterling. Great pass inside there by the 84 Link, and unfortunately it's just gone dead there. One pass too many.
And a go with the pass, but it's Horsham who have possession.
Christian Garland, the 96. I used to played in my very first Galaxy development tournament with Christian Garland way back probably 10 years ago now, so it's great to see Christian, the 96, still running around for Horsham, and he's built up a lot of this club in Horsham. He's put a lot of work in, and we can see it looks like ball down there, unfortunately for Horsham. A couple of small errors by both teams early on in this game, which can sometimes happen in a final and at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Some quite risky passes, skip passes out to the wing and things like that, but here we go, Crewe driving up their line here.
Is that nerves because it's a final, or is it because it's the 6th game of the day and there's maybe a little bit of fatigue involved?
Sometimes a bit of fatigue in terms of trying to get off the field and, just trying to spread the ball as soon as you can to the wing, and it is one of those things where it's better to be safe early on than touch count, and you can see them killing the ball. It was a good 6 touch actually to kill the ball over on this side, so we can see Horsham will have to go the full width of the field in order to get to their box.
I suppose that's the thing you keep saying. It's mentioned a lot in the commentary that if you're not going to score, at least make your opponents start from as deep as possible.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. Sometimes I think by having the ball over here, as an attacking team, it does create some opportunities as you spread the ball, depending on what the defence do. And we can see, it looks like a forward pass there by Horsham. So Crewe with the ball 20 metres out. This is probably one of their best scoring opportunities in this half so far.
We'll see what they can do with it as they head towards a 7-metre nice little inside pass. And I think that is the first score for Crewe and Nantwich. It is indeed.
Great score here, and you can see it was on a 32 platform, a 32 short, and you've got the short runner here who's a live player and just runs that outside line. Great short line there from Crewe.
Richard Barningham getting Crewe back on level terms. So 1-1 coming up to halfway through this first half in the plate final.
Yeah, this number 90 for Horsham caused up quite a few issues. Chris Andra is a class player actually.
He had an excellent game in the semi-final against Cheltenham. Absolutely drove Horsham forward, scored a couple of tries, and he's doing similar here in the final. Seems to be orchestrating everything good that Horsham are doing. However, but these Crew who have the ball as they look to get some fresh legs on.
Yeah, they need some go forward here. Running laterally, I think that was fourth touch. So they're going to be taking fifth on about the halfway line. Trying to create something, scooping through. It has come off the defender there, and I think they're going to rule that she was in the passing channel there and played at it. So 6 again.
6 again from into their own half. So what can they do here? Just held up down the middle.
They really need to do what they did in that first score. Start to spread the defence, run those 32 platforms, make the defence work and create the space that way.
Just getting in each other's way a little bit there. Maybe the opportunity now as it comes out long, and this time it is taken and down it goes. Isabel Jones again. But it was Matthew Hawkrig with the pass. Watch here. Hawkrig spots the space out on the left, and Isabel Jones takes it and pops it down.
That was a bullet as well. She put down a tough chance earlier in the half, so I'm sure she was absolutely stoked to get that one, and you could see her celebrating and taking that ball both hands over your head like that needs a lot of skill, so great hands.
So Crew turning it around after Horsham gave themselves the best possible start with a try in the first few seconds, and they may be down again here. No, there was a touch, I think, just before. So they will come back to the 7. Drive starts again as it comes out to the left-hand side, but not taken. The Crew will have the ball once again on their own 7-metre line.
And the Horsham midfield D has been quite strong. They're going to want to try and keep Crew down here, try and get about 4 touches in their own half. And we're coming up to 4th touch now as Crew come out from their box.
Touch is made.
So 5th touch is coming. I imagine they might scoop from this distance out, but might have gotten the touch count wrong there.
Now, is that going to be counted as being locked in the passing channel? I think it is, so it will be a fresh set of 6 for Crew on the 7-metre. A great opportunity for them to stretch the lead further.
Just waving to my friend Jordan Melling in the crowd down there. I think he commentated earlier on, and of
course had his Wigan Touch Warriors team on the stream earlier. They unfortunately went out of the cup in the quarter-final. He was very much encouraging them from the box.
Yeah, one of the closest calls they had, Wigan. Lots of draws and things like that, so they've played really well today. And you can see Crew, they've put the ball down, but they end up getting a penalty for offside. So there are a couple of touches in trying to create some opportunities. I think they might have an overlap here on the right-hand side and straight through that link hole.
And it is Tom Wiln who puts Crew 3-1 ahead as we're into the final minute of this first half. And a really good advantage here for Crew and Nantwich. Not fazed by that very early try for Horsham.
Yeah, we can see Chrysandra's on the field trying to create something. It would be great if they could set up a score coming into half-time. This will be their last set of 6 by the looks.
On this dive through now, the touch is claimed. Just go back to 7.
And that was 5th touch, so going to try and create something here, and it looks like it might be potentially 6 again, yeah.
Yeah, it is. But there goes the buzzer, so they've got one more play. Can they make something happen? Oh, I think he just lost his feet there. And that will bring the half-time whistle. And it is Crew who lead 3-1 over Horsham at half-time. very interesting half of rugby that was.
Yeah, got off to a very quick start from Horsham Tigers, straight off the tap off. 10 seconds in, they scored first. I think Crew have had the more attacking opportunities and definitely executed their attacking opportunities more. It feels like they've had that field possession a lot more. The Horsham midfield D has been really, really good, but they've just got to take advantage of that set of 6 and try and get a few more sets on the Crew line, but close game. I'm back in Horsham to come back by a couple of tries in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, they've every time they drove to the line, they've shown real problem. They've shown that obviously they intend to go over, but they look like they have the ability to go over each time they go forward. And like you say, it's only a two-try margin. You know, that can be brought back very quickly, despite the sort of shortening halves of 10 minutes.
Yeah, and like the scores from Crew have just been some pretty spectacular long balls and just a couple of misreads in their defence. So there's not a lot of difference between the two teams. Crew is just such a consistent team. I find them really difficult to play against. They've been around for a long time, and I think they've got a pretty stable team around them and just really consistent quality. Really solid team, Crew.
Yeah, they've played very, very well in this first half. Seems to be a lot of good team spirit down there. If that little huddle is anything to go by. Of course, if you look at the respective teams as well, a lot more depth on that Crew and Nantwich team when compared to the Horsham Tigers. So that, obviously being the 6th game of the day, is going to give them an advantage.
Yeah, a bit of a skinny sub-box actually now that you mention that over with Horsham. 4 subs they've got, so obviously towards the end of the day that starts to take its toll, whereas Crew look to have another 6 or 7 players in their box just as the rain starts coming down again quite heavily here in Burton.
It is quite heavy, so that puts another interesting factor into the game as well, because handling will obviously become a little more difficult.
And it might work in Horsham's favour actually, because it might limit these long ball opportunities that Crew have demonstrated in that first half. So yeah, if it means they can defend a little bit tighter, Horsham might be able to sneak back into this game.
So here's Crew with the tap off and then up to the 7-metre line very, very quickly. Looking to get the perfect start to this second half. So the rain continues to fall here in Burton. It's been that sort of day, a few showers, we've had sunshine. And now here is the opportunity. Oh, they've taken it brilliantly. A great try, a great start to the second half for Crew and Nantwich.
Yeah, you can see how stoked they are with that score. Once again, a bullet going out to the wing. It's driving down rain. Great hands.
Beautifully put down. And 4-1. And just as Horsham made the great start to the first half, it's Crew who make a great start to the second half. And they stretch their lead further. So work for Horsham to do. But you do feel if they can get the ball down at any point in the next couple of minutes, it's going to put Crew under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, they really need to... They're just struggling setting up that strike dump there. You can see that's 5th touch there, and they're just not setting up that strike dump. So that touch is happening, and they're just struggling to really create opportunities off it, either overrunning the mark a little bit or...
And now the rain really starts to come down. And that is not going to make playing conditions very easy at all. Luckily, we are undercover here, but I can't imagine it is very, very nice out there.
No, the sub-box is looking quite miserable. Funnily enough, all around us, there does seem to be some clear sky, which is hopefully promising for the next couple of finals, but Really good midfield D there by Horsham. They're almost on their 10 metres on touch 0, so really good defensive set there by Horsham.
Horsham looking to go towards their sub-box, but only 3 to come on. As the rain continues to pelt down here at Burton.
Nice yards by Christian Garland on that play before. Spreading the ball now.
6 touch, so Crewe and Norwich have possession once again.
And we're having a musical interlude in the commentary box.
I'm guessing there's a phone near our external microphone.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it's been answered as well.
That was very interesting coming through the headphones. But yeah, I think for those at home, you have to appreciate that there is a big external microphone that is in the stand to pick up all the ambient sound, and it does pick up all the ambient sound nearby.
Absolutely does. Absolutely does.
So
I'm not sure whether we missed a score there as well. It looked like a tap-off coming from there from Horsham. Great. I think that's the score there from Horsham. Great score. Great dive there.
Watch this one again. Diving through.
And I think that's
Adam Faulkner.
Looks like it might have been offside there by the female link. And the one thing, we can see it's almost stopped raining now, but the one thing that weather's good for is slidey dives. So we should expect to see a few of those coming up.
There's quite a lot of sand on the pitch as well, so does that discourage diving in the dry conditions somewhat? Because obviously you risk ripping quite a bit of skin off your legs.
Yeah, a few of the guys in our team have lost a little bit of skin today. It obviously does make the pitches a lot better to play on when it is raining. I've got a slight aversion to diving on this surface, so it hasn't bothered me so far. Some good yards by Horsham. There you can see 5th touch. Chris picking up from half, so that's a good strike dump. He's created something from it. He's through there, but here's half. He's got to find someone, and he
well
does.
Played. And it's another try, and Horsham are within 2. Great play by Chris Onruz. Let's have a look at this again. Look at the speed he shows. And then he's looking for support, and he finds it from Rosie Inman. She puts the ball down as the rain starts to thunder down again.
It's 4 seasons in one game during this.
Never mind one day. So 4 minutes to go.
I thought that might have been the tap-off, but it seemed like sort of on a different line. I'm not quite sure what happened there. But here we go, Horsham now really want to defend this score to stay within 2. They've worked really hard for those 2 scores now, and they really want to keep their defence tight.
Long ball out to the wing. Just evades the grasp of Isabel Jones. She did get hold of it, but slippy ball. I can't imagine that ball is easy to handle. Pete Boyer described it earlier. It can be like a bar of soap.
And just like a bar of soap, you really don't want to drop it, unfortunately. And here we go, Chris going through again. His scoops have been electric from half. He's really created a lot of opportunities for the Horsham team. It's just on their first 3 or 4 touches, just creating that go forward. And I think they just need a little bit more depth. Make sure that half is in place, and get those drives on, because they're having to kind of scoop from 20, 25 metres out, which they are creating opportunities from. But and here we go, Crew on the outside. It's a great touch at the end by Chris. He's having a great game.
And it's getting heavier. You can see the rain now bouncing off the ground in front of us.
Yeah.
It's can't be too pleasant out there. Again, you can see handling not the easiest at the moment.
So Horsham just have to focus on these first 3 touches. Make sure there's a half, have a runner, and have that go forward. Much better on this, so that second touch. They've got some subbers coming on now. Third touch on the halfway line.
And goes again, the whistle goes though.
And a penalty there for a high touch, and it looks like there was a bit of physicality in there. It's probably the weather as well. Makes the touches just that little bit more physical.
Into the final 2 minutes, so Horsham really need to get the ball down.
And an offside penalty. We've got 6 again on the line. They'll really want to score
90
fairly
seconds
soon.
to go. And it is going to put some real pressure on Crew if they can manage to get this down now.
Oh, I think they're through there.
Yeah, I think that was Mark Chiverton bursting through. He gets the try. It is within 1. And there's still a minute left to play.
Oh, they've definitely had the best of this second half, haven't they, Horsham? I didn't see them coming back quite like this, but just a couple of good tries through the middle of the field.
We are into the final minute, so perhaps time a factor and will help Crew and Nantwich, but they have to keep hold of the ball here. They don't want to turn it over. They're just taking their time.
Length of the field's intercept would come in handy here for Horsham, I feel.
We've not had a drop off yet, so that would make things very, very interesting. But are they down? I think there was a touch.
Great shot by the Horsham winger there. Excellent defence coming in and making that touch.
However, there goes the hooter, so Crew and Nantwich are going to win the plate. Just running out of time for Horsham. A great victory for Crew and Nantwich, 5-4, but credit to Horsham, they really did come back strongly.
Yeah, they'll be really stoked for that second half. I think the first half it looked like running away from them a fair bit, but they came back so strong in that second half. Chris Orse's, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing his surname properly, but I thought he was incredibly solid. I thought Christian Garland's yards can go forward was great, and their 86, the winger, was great as well. And Crew just across the field, pretty amazing. Their number 2, the winger, gosh, he had some great hands. Isabel Jones, just some great executing some of those long balls, and I think they really owe their win to her hands in that game.
Yeah, a great victory for Crew and Nantwich. They are the plate winners of this round 2. Congratulations to them. We will have some reaction from them very shortly after the highlights, but for now, Mel, thanks so much for coming up on co-commentary, and the best of luck in the cup final.
Thank you. Might go grab a cup of coffee. Hopefully the rain stops.
Thank you very much, Mel, and we will be back very, very shortly with reaction from Crew and Nantwich on their final win. Don't go away. Welcome back to Burton. I'm delighted to welcome Town Nurse from Crewe and Norwich. What a victory!
Yes.
In what has to be said, terrible weather.
Yes, yeah, it was amazing. First half went really well. We were very strong. Great positive team talk at half time. You know, let it go slightly towards the second half. You know, took the foot off the gas slightly. We were 3-1 up. You know, we maybe shouldn't have done that, but I'm really pleased with everyone. It's just an amazing performance.
I mean, credit to Horsham, they put you under a lot of pressure in that
Yeah,
second
they
half.
did.
They really did come back well, and I think they scored with, a minute to go. So I think that it just was enough time for you to see out that set of six and manage the game, but they really did come back strongly.
Yeah, it was very tight towards the end, playing all day, you know. It was I was nerve-wracking. I was really nervous. Yeah.
I'm sure the viewers can see you're absolutely safe to the skin out there. There was a lot of heavy rain. We said so in commentary. How difficult did that make it for regards handling and running out there?
It made it so much worse, especially with a completely dry first half. For it suddenly to chuck it down, it's not nice. My clothes are sticking to me. It's just not nice to play in.
Well, I'm sure you want to go and get a shower and celebrate with your teammates. Many congratulations on your victory.
Thank you so much.
Excellent performance. And well done and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will be back with the bowl semi-final. That's PFT taking on the Yorkshire Thorns. Don't go away. Back very shortly.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. You know, we started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can, keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to the development and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport, playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Welcome back to Burton. It's time for the bowl final as PFT takes on Yorkshire Thorns, a repeat of a game we saw in the group stages earlier today on the streaming pitch. A game which the Yorkshire Thorns won by 6 tries to 1. PFT doing brilliantly to get through to the final with a 2-1 victory over Percy Park in the quarter-final, which we saw here earlier, and then a 3-2 victory in the semi-final over Northampton. Yorkshire Thorns got a bye in the quarter-final, and then a 5-1 victory over Banbury in the semi-final. So a repeat of the game earlier today. Yorkshire will be considered favourites after that 6-1 win, and they've started strongly straight from the tap-off, 7 metres out. Patient build at this time. Nice pass inside. Obviously it's very wet out there, and it is going to be a try. What a great start for the Yorkshire Thorns. Tommy Dixon going over, and within the first 30 seconds the Yorkshire Thorns are ahead against PFT. Delighted to welcome on co-commentary Chris Wearmouth once again. And Chris, do you think the group game between these two earlier, which finished 6-1 to Yorkshire, do you think that will have any impact on this game at all?
Yeah, I think it will, Jono. I think we've just seen already how Thorns just didn't really have to work that hard to go around the outside to score in the first 30 seconds. It's just a little bit of a defensive breakdown from PFT. Of course, if PFT happen to score now, there'll be the commentators' kiss of death for the team from Leeds, but it's that's just going to die. So the rain's gone, but the wind is still out there, and that pass is always going to die just there. But I think it is going to play a difference. Yeah, I think there's a core of experience in this Thorns team. A lot of them have played national touch series anyway, but in the likes of John O'Clark and Neil Hennigan, you've also got players who've played at international seniors level. So that really does pay a difference. Whereas PFT is very much, there are a few players who will, a small handful of players who we'll see tomorrow in the Elite National Touch Series event back here at Burton. But predominantly it's a very development inexperienced team. So I can't see. I'm going to call it already. I'll be very surprised if Thorns don't win this game.
But I believe this is PFT's first appearance at this level, is it?
It is for this PFT
development
team. Yeah, for the development team it is. I think that there may be a bit of surprise out there in Touchland as to why Thorns, who are that experienced and are a pretty slick machine, are in the bowl competition. It's just the way that everything's seeded this year. So if you've not played, the initial cup and bowl placings were done based on 2021's results, and then from tournament to tournament, it's based on the previous tournament's results. We didn't see Thorns or PFT for that matter in Banbury 2 weeks ago, and that's why they've come into the bowl competition now. So it's a thing to hopefully incentivise teams to be in a higher competition going forward.
Long pass doesn't come off again for PFT. Just coming back to that though, of course, with both of these teams now reaching the final, they will go into the Cup and Plate competition
if they're in Banbury in a fortnight.
In Banbury in a fortnight, yeah.
Yes.
So
this is the thing where I really and looking at a macro level for England Touch just for a minute is that you getting the likes of Yorkshire Thorns involved on a more regular basis. That bar's shut, mate. That bar's shut. Sorry, just doing multitasking there for a minute. Is getting the likes of Thorns as we see. Oh, that's lovely hands. I was fully expecting that to go sailing into North Staffordshire there for a minute, but that was plucked out of the air superbly by
I think it was Megan Warren.
What number is she wearing?
19.
19. I thought that was a 10 from up here, but then I just
me too on first glance, but
yeah. But that was I think it's the wet vests and t-shirts are starting to roll up. No, but it's to have the likes of Thorns, and we've seen Percy Park as well today, who have been involved. Who've shown that they've got a lot of skill and calibre. It would just be great to find a way that we can get clubs more involved more often in the national level. Obviously, that's England Touch is developing as an organisation all the time and as a sport all the time, and coming out of the lockdown, I think in an ideal world we'd have been able to split this tournament north and south, but it's just resources really in terms of volunteers and event staff. And so a nice little plug if anybody is watching out there and fancies helping out Aisling as our events manager and the outstanding work that she does, then then we'd love to hear from you.
All details on the England Touch website?
Yes, in the vacancies section. So you go into the represent section and then the vacancies section, or you can just sign up to our mailing list, and we're sending it out quite regularly as Thorns this time. That's another lovely set of hands there, considering the weather. What we saw there, it's a really good, what we've seen from their 2 tries. We've seen one which was a good long pass out for the first one, and then that second one is a scoop going through the middle. And then PFT just haven't been able to get back. In that situation, when you're attacking at pace from a scoop like that as half, is that you're looking to exploit the team trying to get back 7 metres, which is a long way to go, particularly, as I say, if somebody's attacking you at pace. So they did that, and then you're looking to pass and offload and for a player to get themselves free. It's exactly what happened. So a nice try, a pair of nice tries for Thorns so far.
And it goes to show for Thorns that where the long pass there was coming off. We've seen PFT try that 3 times, and it's not come off for them each time. And I suppose that sort of is an emphasis on the difference between the 2 sides.
It is, yeah. Also, I think, as I said, that first one that we saw from PFT, you're passing into the wind, so it's just going to die. But it's, it's one of those things where you need to do a lot of work in the gym to get that, and we'll see tomorrow those passes fizzing, especially because the weather's going to be a little bit nicer than it has been today. So we'll see the likes of Galaxy, we'll see the likes of Scorpions, Wigan, Enki. Actually I could rattle them all off. There's so many players who've got the ability to do that, and you just need a fantastic amount of core strength.
Oh, he's been blown back.
Oh, what a shame.
Jonathan Clark there, head went up because I think he thought he had a lovely clear field to run into there.
That's an interesting one. I think, so Brendan Harrington, the referee's just come to this near side. He's said that was played at by a Yorkshire Thorns player. Played at by, I don't think it was Jono Clark then who actually played at the ball, but he said that it was played at and the attempted pass, and even though it rebounded back and ended up with a bit of pinball. PFT now have had a couple of these resets, a couple of fresh sets of 6 close to the Thorns line. What they're trying to do is they're trying to condense the Thorns defence, but they're not biting.
I think you have to give a lot of credit to PFT. The first appearance, and they made the bowl final. That's pretty good going.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It is. Sorry, I'm going to be back in 1 second.
So it's the Thorns who start very, very deep in their own half as they look to get further along. 3-0 ahead. They are looking for a fourth, and they might get on now. But the touch is made on the right-hand side. As Chris returns from multitasking once again.
Oh, I've got the stature of a bouncer. Not the temperament of a bouncer, but the stature. We've just been using.
You need one of those things on your arm.
You know what I need? I need like the old Helen Pace. That's just going way back. That's another. I know I'm just sounding like a broken record now. Helen Pace and broken records. It's all of a sudden it's gone back to 1989. That was just that little piece of play there from Thorns. It wasn't anything too complicated. I think what they've done is they've played the conditions really, really well. The rain's gone, but the ball is really slick, and they've and apart from, the try on this near side that could have it could have sailed into touch. It could have the ball could quite easily have been dropped because of just how it is. That came off. But the other tries they've done, they've not had to do anything too complicated. They've not been fizzing long passes. They've played the conditions beautifully.
What Yorkshire have done is exploited the space really, really well in this game. We've seen it a couple of times on the try, and that try was a perfect example where they've just exploited that space on the line. There's holes opened up, and they've just taken their chances.
100%. What they've managed to do is to bamboozle, is to put the PFT defenders into a bit of a tizzy in terms of their frame of mind. So they don't know what's going to be coming up next. And what was interesting there, just on that last play, is that we saw that we saw the ball go out to Megan Warren here in this near side. She was about 3 or 4 metres in. Neil Hennigan in the middle fizzed it as if it was going to go all the way out to the sideline, and she was just that little bit in. And then afterwards, he's just saying to her, just trust my long ball, just stay wider, because that way the defender's a little bit in, she stays wide, and then it's more likely to score, which we saw in that on her first try. On this one again, is that had she stayed a little bit wide, as I say, that she'd have got a second one of the half. So Thorns comfortably in the lead, and are very well worth it.
Yeah, a strong half by the Yorkshire Thorns as they are 4-0 ahead at the end of the first 10 minutes, and that's a hell of an advantage to take into the second half, isn't it?
It is. I think we've seen PFT. They got 3 fresh sets of 6, and it wasn't even a full sets of 6. I mean, it was only early in the touch count where they got where the ball was batted down and played at. So they really got. They just weren't able to stretch the Thorns defence. They weren't able to ask questions. There was one dive close from Stefan Redfern. He looked to just go through the middle. But what's been the real difference you can see is in how Thorns are defending, and the mids and the links. You can't really you can't hear it from up here, but they're talking to each other all the time. So if a player's starting to drift across, it's just right. That's your player, or the other mid's just going. That's my player. Leave it, and they're just talking to themselves a little bit. So whereas Dan's taken a well-earned break. He's been on the field. I've been on his, Dan the cameraman, because I'm doing commentary hands cam again. is that what you'll see is on the telestrator is that if an attacker kind of goes left and right, if the defenders come across and don't pass off who the who is going to be defending the attacker, that's where the holes can start to appear. PFT, we've seen when Thorns have scored through the middle, they've lost track of who's defending who, whereas Thorns at the other end have gone, right, they've seen the drifters coming across, they've seen the mids are basically swapping positions, right, I'll take that player. You take the ball carrier, or vice versa. So it's been, they've been very, like I said before, they've had a couple of fizzing passes, but by and large, they've done nothing complicated and have reaped the rewards.
Yeah. But it's PFT who will start off. They'll have a set of 6 from halfway. Several times we've seen tap-offs where a set of 6 has really been an advantage. We'll see what they can do with it. Beth Redfern pops it down for Robert Crawford.
Thorns' defence has been really well structured here. So they've, as you see, it's not. Again, it's not massively complicated, and that's a penalty for a late pass. So they get to start with a tap and go, and an extra 3 metres in which to play. You saw that they started with a bit of a Pistons defence, so there's 3 up, 3 back, and then vice versa. And then as PFT got a bit closer, it started to. They've obviously worked on that pattern, on that defensive pattern, on what to do, an awful lot. And it just makes it really difficult for PFT to go through.
Down it goes to the Thorns. Strongly in that time, they can't exploit the gap because it wasn't there. Closed very quickly by PFT.
But batted down, and so they've got that fresh set of 6 because the inside ball was on, but there was a go-go gadget arm from the defender at the same time. So that's the second, obviously, first thing you want to do is to score a try. Second thing you want to do is to have a restart on the 7 metre line.
Just slow down and pop down. Just manage to keep hold of it. And they come through again. Oh, well taken.
So what you're seeing is Thorns go left and right, and what they're trying to do is to try and create a bit of a dogleg. And PFT have defended it quite well.
It goes the other way. Oh,
it's just such a shame. But you can see that, all of a sudden you've then got the winger unmarked on that. So they've gone left, they've gone right, they've stretched it. PFT have condensed. It's a bit of it's a concertina effect really, and because they've got all those options, they've conditioned the defence. The defence doesn't know what's going to come. They've done what they need to do, which is to condense and force Thorns to go around the outside. But then Thorns have done that, and it was just a little bit of just a little bit of a misplaced pass, and just a little bit of a lack of tapping on rather than it being, rather than passing.
Well, there's a bit of space opened up here, and it is a try for PFT. Pete Bowyer getting the ball wide to Beth Redfern, and PFT are on the board. You see just a little bit of a breakdown there by the Yorkshire Thorns.
Yeah, that was that kind of happened on their 10 metre line. Is that there were the opportunities to make a touch on the PFT defender, but it's a good job the ref's got a smile on his face because he so nearly got into the way of that pass. It would have been interesting. What would have, we'd have to get Rob Budd up for, or somebody as Neil Hennigan breaks through and extends and gets Thorns back on front. It will be interesting to know what was so a referee gets in the way of a guaranteed scoring pass. What happens?
Interesting question.
Yeah. Ask the ref.
Yeah, one for Jack when he's next up here.
Yeah.
But Yorkshire coming back very, very quickly after PFT did.
So we've got players coming up back and forth behind us because the bar behind us is shut because it's been kind of like one of our workspaces through the day. When I say our workspace, it's my workspace for the day. But people are hearing about the hot dogs and the burgers.
Yeah, we've been very well looked after here at Burton today. I'm sure we will be again tomorrow, but we said it at the start of the day, what a lovely new facility this is.
It is. It's fantastic, isn't it? And they've, as I say, they've really looked after us.
I remember doing a couple of jobs. I think it was actually the international touch rugby tournament that was at St George's Park last year. And as I drove past here, this was being built, and I did. What are they building there?
Yeah.
as I was on the way to St George's.
I've never been to St George's Park. Is it as nice as they say it is?
It's a very nice facility. Yeah.
Bet they don't do hot dogs like they do here, though.
No, they don't.
Because they're for professional athletes, and this is a rugby club.
I think a lot of healthy options at St George's Park. And that's David Hanley going through. Is he going to get given the try? I think he is.
Oh, that's swerving hips there, just to take him to the line. And again, Thorns just not doing anything too complicated, and the space is just opening up. I think so this is PFT's sixth game of the day. It's both teams' sixth game of the day, and if you've not played at this level before, it's very difficult to get to be able to appreciate physically what you're going to need to do and how you're going to need to be at the end of the day. So again, Thorns have got that little bit more experience. They've either got John O'Clark on or Neil Hennigan on in the middle. So you've always got that experienced player who knows how to dictate, and you can see they're being really economical with their movements in defence. They know who's going to do it. You're not having two people chasing a touch. If you've got two people there, they're trusting each other as to who's going to make it, passing it off.
And also, the other thing is a lot of deeper bench strength for Yorkshire when compared to PFT. There's just 4 players on the bench currently for PFT.
Yeah.
There's 8 over on the Yorkshire side, so that's going to make a big difference on a day like this where you are playing 6 games, is having that bench strength and them fresh legs to bring on.
Yeah, and especially, and also interestingly enough, is the number of female players they've got. Is that, Thorns have got 2 female subs, whereas PFT have got none. And so all of a sudden you've got the ability to, you're not just swapping your male players around, you're swapping your female players as well, and that, especially at this time of day, after on your 6th game, makes a hell of a difference.
Well, PFT at the 7 metre. Bowyer gets it wide, and it comes wide again, and is it down? I think
it is.
It is, yeah. Try given.
It's a try almost out of nowhere. Lovely hands to go through, and I think Thorns Thorns again just lacks that aggressiveness. But on the flip side of it, they don't really need to be aggressive at the moment. They've got such a buffer with 2.5 minutes to play. I mean, this game's as a contest, this game's over, and you could say the 4-try margin has remained from half time. So PFT can take something from that in terms of that it's 2-2 this second half so far, albeit with a little bit more to play.
But, I mean, already you're looking at an improvement from the group game, because PFT scored 1 try against Yorkshire. They've doubled that.
Yes, they have.
In the final.
Yeah.
Which is probably not a massive amount of consolation, but it is some consolation, because it shows improvement as Yorkshire go over once again.
Yeah. What we saw there is we saw the if we kind of look at things vertically and laterally, is that PFT's defence was very vertical in terms of going back and forth, so left and right as we're looking to it, whereas when it's the thing where the Yorkshire Thorns setup was pretty clear that they were going to wrap around like that, at which point the defence needs to be alert to what's coming and then shift to go right, so you become more lateral.
Here come PFT with Pete Bowyer, just looking for his opportunities. He drops it off, gets it back. Hands it off again to Robert Crawford. We'll start again from 7 metres. Long pass, so it didn't quite find its mark. They've tried that before with Beth Redfern and it came off. Not that time, though. probably the right option as it was the final touch.
Yeah, it was, and also the ball dies. You know, the play turns over. As all of a sudden Neil Heddigan breaks and is going to go in from 65 metres. He's just going to jog in.
And that is going to put the icing on the cake and the cherry on top for the Yorkshire Thorns. 8-2. Neil Heddigan goes racing through the length of the field. And the Yorkshire Thorns are going to take this bowl final as we head into the last 10 seconds. Hooter going to go any second now. In fact, there it is.
Just get the last play. Yep.
And touch made. And
I don't know why they're playing on. So we've heard the hooter go.
They're coming back. Oh, are they allowing the full set of 6?
I don't know. Shouldn't be. No, so Leo, you can see Leo, the referee, is here on this. It's obviously on-field ref just hadn't heard the hooter. He was just, I think, probably blowing his whistle at the time of the hooter. He just said, was clearly saying, you know, it's obviously, you're taught as referees to blow the whistle loud, and obviously he blew it so loud he didn't hear. But
great performance.
I'm glad it didn't matter. It was one of those things. But I think Yorkshire Thorns very well deserved, and the margin didn't flatter them. I think you could tell the experience and the and the structures that they've got within their game. PFT, they've got to a final, and for this group of players to get to the bowl final, there's been some good competition in the bowl today, and for them to get to a final on their first competition.
It's a hell of an achievement.
Oh, it's a really good achievement. They should take an awful lot from it, and and hopefully we'll see them. If not in Banbury in a fortnight's time, is that we'll start seeing their players, hopefully go home from today, go, you know what, I want to do that again. And PFT as a club are growing very rapidly. So last year was their first year in the development NTS. And, their development men's team did very well this year as well. It will be really interesting tomorrow with their elite team, how they do in the cup competition, having qualified for it by winning the bowl last time. And now they've got a development team as well. So, to grow from not very, from all of a sudden, their seeds are developing into a very big oak very quickly.
Well, thanks very much, Chris, for your insight into the final, as we will get reaction from the Yorkshire Thorns. Stay with us. That will be very, very shortly. Welcome back to Burton. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Tommy Dixon from the Yorkshire Thorns. Great performance in the final there.
Yeah, delighted with that. We've had a really good day. Obviously, we really enjoyed it, being in the bowl competition today as well. So we've done really well throughout the day, and just to finish it off in that style was absolutely perfect. So a great ending, and delighted that the rain stopped just as we were kicking off. We were sat in our tent just before, thinking, "Oh God, do we really have to do this?" But yeah, excellent. Delighted it stopped just before we went out. So
yeah. No, didn't have the rainfall of the plate final. Of course, PFT were your opponents. You played them on the same pitch earlier today, live on the stream. Was it a similar game to that first one, or was it different with it being the final?
Yeah, relatively different. It felt a little bit different as well, just because you don't want to get too complacent. I know we beat them early on in the day, but you never know what you're going to get with PFT. And they're a great club. It's great to see that they're expanding, and they've got a development team in here, and they've got another team in the elite who've been performing really well all year. So it's great to see them stepping up and entering a second team as well and stuff. But they've got some good individuals, so we know we can't take that for granted. So it was we're delighted to get the win there against a good club. So yeah, delighted with that.
Yeah. And of course, looking ahead a couple of weeks, is the next round in Banbury. You weren't in Banbury a couple of weeks ago. Is that now you've got the opportunity to maybe go for the plate or cup? Is that going?
I don't think we're entering, unfortunately. No, yeah, unfortunately, just commitment in numbers and getting down to Banbury again is unfortunate. So delighted to have come here and entered for the one today, but unfortunately, I think that's the one for the touch from an England touch point of view. We entered some of the men's and women's earlier on in the year as well, but we've only been able to make one of the mixed ones this year, unfortunately.
Well, what a great record! You come
yeah,
here,
exactly. We'll take that.
Take the bowl, and many congratulations to your great performance, and thanks so much for coming up.
Brilliant.
And joining us.
Thank you very much for your time. Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
And stay with us as we will be back with the cup final. It's the London Galaxy against the London Eagles. We'll be back with that very shortly. welcome back to Burton. It's time for the final game of the day, the 13th of 13th. So many thanks if you've been with us all day. It is the cup final as the London Galaxy take on the London Eagles, and I'm delighted to say I've been joined by referee Robin Budd. Robin, how are you?
A little bit soggy.
Yeah.
Been a bit of a rainy day, but I think we're going to be dry for this, so that's all good. So yeah, I'm not doing too bad. On and off day, but some nice games and nice to have everyone out here. Really nice venue. Really like being in Burton. So yeah, I'll wring myself out when I get in the shower, and then I'll be happy again.
It's my first time at this venue. I drove past it a few times while it was being built, so it's actually nice to be here now.
Yeah, it's nice.
It is a fabulous venue.
Yeah, it's got that new pitch feel where everything's sandy. So you come back and there's this little crunching noise. Right, so off we go. CSSC tapping off. Eric Williams making the touch. Stefan, what's his last name? Fletcher, that's it, alongside him at mid. So experienced players in this Galaxy team. There's a few experienced players in this CSSC team as well. So part of it's going to be how well can they outmatch each other and how well can they get the more developing players around them to kind of up the game for this final. So interesting one. Can't wait to see it. Poor old Lois Lau is playing almost literally with an egg on her face. She managed to clonk her head. I can't remember, she's probably playing touch. Oh, and she's through.
She's through and she's down. And Lois Lau opens the scoring. What a great start.
Not even put off a bit.
For the London Eagles.
Yeah, fantastic start for Eagles. So it really sets the tone for Galaxy to come back at them. So that's a really useful start for them. And now we'll see how they can D it out.
What is the game? Well picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the female link there is Danny Payton. I was getting accused of someone else. It's Danny Payton and experienced. Did she need to come for it? It's a little bit hard to work out. You know, they gave away a really easy overlap for Lois to score in, but back up and it's George Warboys. Yeah. Backwards baseball cap, so you know he's good.
Yeah, he lost the baseball cap in the semi-final as he went on a pitch-length run.
Oh, we're through. Is that Peggy Mulligan? And a touch made by, I think, Russell Reid there.
Yeah, it was Peggy Mulligan going through, diving down, but touch was made. So it will come back to the 7 metre.
I think we've gone back for a penalty there. Yeah, it looks like it. So
fresh set of 6.
Yeah. So they're just trying to sort of stretch them a bit. I don't think they're trying to. Oh, a nice little loop and yeah.
Superb.
So Emma Young, the winger there, tried to get up into the passing channel to shut off the option. And if you come and you don't make it, then unfortunately you do just give away a fairly easy score there. You've got to do it because otherwise you're just kind of delaying the inevitable. You're not really going to be able to keep out that overlap. But yeah, it's a nice little wrap. Up she comes and.
A lot of space for Peggy Mulligan. There was Mel Day and lots of space on the left-hand side as well.
Ended up being a 3-on-1, so yeah, it's one for that. But yeah, maybe. I mean, Emma's not too tall. She needs a step ladder for those. I think that'll help her out.
Great start for both sides as both sides get on the scoreboard early on.
Yeah, and so much the better if we can have these two teams going at each other and interchanging scores. That's always a much more interesting game to watch. So, little touch there and just kind of looking to set up a little cheeky little dive through. I think they had that pretty safely covered.
Yeah, Nicholas Charlie 8 just diving through but was touched on the way.
A bit of miscommunication, but I think they're on 5th anyway, so they're just trying to move it around and sort of make sure they leave it on the other side of the pitch. So off for Galaxy, they'll probably look to sub. It looks like they are. We've got a player wrapping all the way around. Sonia Lamb giving him the ball there. Eric Williams is such a distinctive way of running. So ball gone down.
Yeah, so
touch and pass.
So the Eagles start again and they are quite deep into the Galaxy half, so a good opportunity with a fresh set of 6. So Lois Lau
just
stops on the
looking to move them around. Lois in this game especially, I suspect, is going to be a bit more of a sort of strike player and a bit of a general, so she'll be giving them an idea of what they want to do and a short side pickup. So look like they're going one way, went the other. She's through. Do they have an opportunity to score? No. I think just a touch though, so she wasn't caught on the way through, gave the ball to a player who was unfortunately had a defender right on top of him.
This is good from the Eagles.
Yeah, Danny Payton making the touch there. She's a good defender. I think she may have made that. Yeah, really good defence from Danny Payton there. Diving touch, probably on his ankles. I think that's Russell Reid. So yeah, really good defence.
So Galaxy have the ball again, very deep in their own half though, so they're going to have to make yards.
So an over the mark there, which is more of a timing issue. So Stefan Fletcher was anticipating the touch by a different player than the one that made it. So he just went slightly over the mark. It's just a bit of bad luck, really. A player that you're not expecting catches you. It will sometimes throw off your timing in the roll ball.
Eagles.
Playing a little bit... Oops, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, at the 7 metre. So a really good opportunity for them to retake the lead.
Yeah, they're just playing a little bit too close to the line right now for me. So now they're good, because that was a nice dump right on that 7 metres, but they've numbered up. So just need to work out, what's our approach? What's our strike play here? I'm sure Lois will be telling them exactly what she wants. So let's see if they're dialed into what she's after.
Down it goes, and now at speed.
Oh, a switch and maybe a chance, but no.
It so nearly came off. As it is, Galaxy had possession, but once again they are very, very deep, and they will have to make a lot of yards.
Yeah,
to get a scoring opportunity.
We're into what you'd call the grind. We're into both teams just driving at each other. So no one's really getting many sets of 6 on the line. So it's just about forcing your way up to the other side's score zone. What on earth am I saying? Try line, and trying to force the error. So nice little yards up the middle there from Stephen Fletcher. Eric Williams giving to Danny Payton, giving to number 38, who's touched just on the way through. Really good last-ditch defence.
Jason Wharton just diving through, but a last-ditch touch just prevented Galaxy from taking the lead. We're already halfway through this first half. It has been very much end-to-end.
Yeah.
Both teams really getting deep with their drives, which means starting deep. But
it sort of you get locked sometimes into one of two cycles, which is either a team scores and then you've got a tap-off, which means you're already halfway up the pitch, so you have a nice opportunity to attack, and it ends up with an exchange of scores. When we had that a little briefly at the start, or you get into this where you've got a team driving and a team trying to drive back. It's about keeping your nerve, keeping your processes good, making sure that you don't give the ball away. Because if you just go for 6 touches up the pitch, they're going to have to go for 6 touches back. You're probably going to be safe. Rui Durrani off to Tom Simpson there, off to George Warboys, and the link coming in to make that touch, and then quickly heading off to cover a short side. So good defence by CSSC. I think they're keeping this really tightly defended. Little bit of an option though, just opening up here. No, I think.
Oh, it goes wide. Mel Day
Mel
takes
is the
it, and she's going to
safest pair of hands, and she's a good finisher as well. Yeah.
Mel Day giving Galaxy the lead, was in acres of space, as we'll see on the replay. But she had to gather it, and it was quite low down. It was a good take from a long pass.
Yeah, it helps that Mel's quite low down to the ground, but I won't sell her short at all. It was a very good take. She's played an awful lot of wing in an awful lot of teams, and she's a really, really good winger, and I think that you fall back on that in those situations. I always think it's funny. Those ones are almost in some ways harder than the ones that come at you a bit quicker, because you've got time to think about it. But no worries for Mel. Held her nerve, and a good finish as well. It would have been quite easy to catch it and then not quite get it down in time. But she's a seasoned campaigner, so she knew exactly what she was doing. So Lois Lau then driving the ball, trying to drive the ball in, look for an opportunity.
Yeah, she's just holding it and drops it off now. Oh, doesn't.
B6 again. We had a little defender just touch it on the way through. So yeah.
Russell Reid passing it out to the wing, but just doesn't quite find its mark.
Yeah, so it's their opportunity to reply now, right? So they've got this set of 6 on the line. They've got a decent set of attacking players on. Lois, obviously, Russell's a good player. I recognise one or two, but I can't remember her name. Anna Bools. I think she's pretty good as well. So they've got some good options here. Just need to work out how to look for the opportunity. Lois is a little bit. She often looks for that short side scoop. And I actually, part of me wonders if the other side is on there.
The Galaxy.
A bit of a miscommunication. They've given it straight back, so it's up to them to sort themselves out.
So a fresh set of 6.
Fresh set, and CSSC, I mean, it's only one score in it, but they're going to want to make this, definitely. It puts them right back in the game. There's probably not enough time for another phase before half-time. You know who's a lovely club is Cambridge. They're the kind of club that will bring you stuff when you're up commentating a game. I'm just not mentioning that for any particular reason. So they've run into a bit of a cul-de-sac here. They just need to sort themselves and work out what they're doing. Although a penalty. So the way this works is if there's 3 penalties against a team on the line, a player has to go. But I think there's only been one because the previous repeat set was from a drop ball, so it's just 6 again. But that's 1, so Galaxy need to be a little bit on it. They give 1 more away. If they give another one away, they're down to 5, and then CCC really will be licking their lips.
Eagles drop it down. They're not making any headway at the moment, but there's a lot of space out on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Galaxy are doing a really good job of denying Eagles' shape that they want to attack. It's a really fine line to tread because they're very clear about when you can and can't drop and give space. But I think they've done a really good job here of just making sure... Oh, Emma Young cutting in there, but I think we've got a penalty. I think it's going to be a forward pass, yeah. A shame because it was a really nice opportunity for Eagles, but yeah, nice drive up here now from Galaxy, and it's their chance to let that pressure valve off, get up to the other end, see what we can get for them into half-time.
Into the final 30 seconds of this half, it's Galaxy who have the slight advantage. 2-1, and this is a great run by Warboys.
Yeah, he's a very evasive player. Yeah, just ran out of space at the end there. Yeah.
Tom Simpson.
And there is the inevitable hooter of fate. But
now, is
there a sting in the tail? Oh. No. Mel's good, but she's not that good. It was a good couple of metres away from her.
Yeah, I think it took a deflection anyway on the way to her. So it is the Galaxy who lead 2-1 at half-time. Very, very close game. Chances at both ends, but it just seemed that the Galaxy defence was just holding that little bit firmer when they were under pressure.
So I think that what's interesting here is Galaxy are riding this line where they can't drop too early, they can't drop too much. That would concede a penalty. They've kept on the right side of that line, and it's made it really hard for CSSC to attack them. That's a really difficult defensive model to attack because it just doesn't give you what you want. You're looking for high players, you want to dump the ball on them, you want to take them offside. If you're not really getting that, if you're getting one player on the 7 and a couple of others who are like only 3 or 4 metres off, it makes your life a lot harder as an attack. CSSC need to work out how to adapt to that. I think they have a coach with them today, so he'll be having a think about that. I think it might be Richard Moody, who was here earlier commentating on his dad, I think, playing for Percy Pirates.
Yes,
yeah, he made the migration south, but I think his heart's still with Percy Park. But yeah,
his dad playing for Percy Park, and it was Richard who was saying that he could take the mick out of his dad because he was on commentary, but no one else could.
Well, I don't know. Did he manage to avoid right of reply through the day? Did the dad not come up here for any of his games?
Unfortunately, not. No.
Oh no, he's injured, isn't he? I think he's not playing. Yeah, so it's a tricky one. That's what CSSC need to do. They need to get that shape to attack because they've shown they can score. They've shown they can create these opportunities. And then Galaxy, they're in control. So just keep control of the game. Simple as that.
Yeah, but it is a simple game when you think about it. I mean, you have the complexity of rugby union, the complexities of rugby league, but this is a far more simpler game where it's just the touch. There's no posts, no conversions.
Yeah, I think especially at this level, Galaxy have some stronger players. CSSC have some stronger players from the elite end of the spectrum, but mostly. Teams that win at the development tournament are the one that execute simple plays well, and that is really what you need to do. It's rare, and I say this, I think there were a couple of champagne moments in the last final, but typically it doesn't happen that you score by doing a triple reverse unterfliegen into a third backhanded slam or whatever. I made that up, but how could you tell? It's usually just a really simple strike play executed well, and that's what teams need to be looking for, and actually it's the better teams who can do that as well.
It's Galaxy who are going to start us off in this second half. Set of 6 from halfway, so a good opportunity to maybe put another try on the board and stretch the lead to 2.
Yeah, it would be really swingy if they can do that. It takes them 2 ahead, it puts CSSC really in the back seat. Equally, it goes without saying, it's why CSSC need to really keep their shape here, keep them off the line, and then it's still a 1-score game.
And it goes into the middle.
Stephen Fletcher likes to try and step. And he's by no means a bad player, but I'm not quite sure it's his strongest asset is his quick change of pace. I think he's a really steady. He's a good job there. A nice dump, and he's going to go out and hit his hole, and he might even be the one who scores net. Nice defence by the link there. That's kind of what we're talking about in terms of what CSSC need to do. They numbered up. They didn't give Galaxy an opportunity. It was 3-on-3 on that short side. There's no opportunity for them to score. So if they can keep doing that, they can start to try and ratchet the pressure at the other end on Galaxy. Nice dump there. and we're sort of just crossing over halfway. Doing a nice job of finding a little few extra yards here and there, sort of not necessarily taking the high defender, but at some point you've got to just engage and go in, and that's what they've done. Real killer there. So like 5th touch, you either want to be doing some kind of strike dump, you're going to execute something off, or just hammer it down and try and scoop. And instead they just kind of ran out of a little bit of steam there. And you know, it's 10 metres, but it might be a big 10 metres towards the end.
It's an example again of that Galaxy defence, how strong they are and how well they're holding that line.
Yeah, they look like they look like they know each other a little better. They look like they're comfortable with what each other are doing a little better. And a lot of defence in touch is trust. A lot of it's if I start having to defend your space, we're in real trouble because I'm probably not going to do a good job of defending my space. So I think that's probably one of the differences here. I mean, it's familiarity. I think that's one of the big things about touch, possibly in comparison with some other team games. Familiarity is huge. Understanding what everyone's role is, what everyone's sort of patterns are, how we're going to play the game is absolutely massive. Lois Lau driving in, Russell Reed trying to scoop. It's not good weather for the one-handed scoop. You know, if you're a Pacific Islander, you might pull it off. If you've got massive hands, you might pull it off. But for most people, it's a really tricky day to try and do that one-handed scoop because the ball's not giving you anything. It will be a little bit greasy. It's not rained for a bit, but a little bit too greasy. Big size 9 in the ruck there.
And that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, we had a lot of heavy rain earlier. It's been dry for probably about 90 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But the pitch is going to be damp. The ball's probably still going to be damp.
Yeah, although... Oops, sorry.
Yeah, go.
I was complaining about the loamy soil, and I will say that it is actually draining quite nicely. So there is that at least. It's not sort of sitting on the ground too much, but yeah, it's not a good day to try and test your handling really. Danny Payton nearly cheeky little run through the middle there, but just caught.
Galaxy again, just at the 7 metre now. Is this the opportunity for them as they find the hole? No, I think there was a touch as he went through it.
Just a straightforward quickie, and actually I think it's a counties because it was. But yeah, Lois Lau definitely the equal to it. So they're gonna maybe need to look to find a little bit different, something different in a structure.
What a
there
pass.
you go. Yeah.
What a great pass.
If you hit every space and you pick that pass, it's indefensible. There's nothing you can do. You'll always give away that score, and that's what they did there. So similar strike sort of play to the last one, just down and back to 23. I think is that Eric, but just pick the right pass. So you had 38 chopping that hole. Jason Wotton chopping that hole really nicely, drawing his defender in, which opened up the space for the player outside of him. So really good play there.
So Stephen Fletcher with the try.
There you go. See, I said he was good. He's just not a sidestepper. So CSC up the other end, and yeah, there was sort of the original strike dump. He didn't win that roll ball, and then it sort of put everything else under pressure, and the half sort of spilt it a bit there. So they need to get back on it. They need to work out what their next move is going to be. That's going to bring them back into this game. Only 2 scores in it, but Galaxy have looked really difficult to get through.
And that's the thing, is the Galaxy defence has really held firm apart from that one opportunity that London Eagles have. And as Galaxy come forward, they always look capable of just finding those holes, as they may do again, not that time. But I think the third try was a prime example of that, where it was so quickly played into the space. And
to defend,
it was clinical.
Exactly. It was executed so well that in order to defend it, you've got to be pretty much perfect.
Oh, here they come again, and it's down. I think that is another try. It is. Tom Simpson puts it down. Let's have a look again. Nice hand up as Simpson gets hold of it and evades the touch from Nicholas Charlier. And it is 4-1 to Galaxy. Again, another example of just exploiting those spaces.
And in the context of the game, that's probably going to be it. I think you've got to now find those 3 scores to get yourself back in. Galaxy aren't giving them up too easily, so it's I hate to say it too early. We've got 5 minutes left, and I'm always up for an exciting finish, but I think that might be all she wrote for CSC. And it's clinical, like you said, and whatever the opposite of that is, unfortunately, from CSC there. They spilt a previous one down there about 2 minutes ago, and they've done it again just there.
Galaxy come again. Up to halfway already.
it's a strong group of players he's on right now, and actually Tom Simpson's a fast player, so yeah, through he goes.
5-1, Simpson with another try just a minute after he made it 4, he now makes it 5, and I think London Galaxy are going to their second cup victory.
I think you might be right.
Consecutive development rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. We've sort of been talking about it through the game, and as the game's gone on, it's become more and more clear that they've just had that cutting edge, and actually defensive edge as well. They've looked more likely to score. They've looked more likely to keep scores out, and shockingly, that is very useful in the game of touch. Some would say it's the two most important things. So yeah, it's.
But I mean, they have found them spaces, but I think that, especially in the first half, is how strong their defence held, and that has really, really helped them. Yeah, I mean,
it's indicative of, I think, probably the experienced players they do have, which is slightly more than CSSC have, and their ability to communicate what's going on and find shut down opportunities. Communication in defence is so huge. If you're the one under pressure, you don't want to have to think. It's so useful if someone can just tell you where to go, and I think there's been a bit of that where Galaxy just been able to say, this is the space, here's how we're covering it, just come here, and it makes that life much easier.
Eagles.
A little bit of ticky-tacky, a little bit of playing around, maybe a little opportunity here, not quite.
Yeah, they're just really looking for a consolation now, aren't they? Because with 2.5 minutes to go, that's really all it will be.
Yeah, and I mean, oh dear, someone's injured. So if you're CSSC, I think the way you look at it is they've got, as I say, they've got slightly fewer of these experienced players in their team. It's an opportunity to play against some of these really strong players, and actually that's just as valid whether you're winning as whether you're losing, or vice versa. So, can you get that score? Can you get into the game like that? So that's the question.
Also, I mean, they made the final. They've done well to get here, but also maybe getting a couple of scores towards the end then gives them that little boost as we go into round 3 at Banbury in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and success is a really good teacher. So if you score in a way that's because you've executed properly, you've got your structures in place, you've worked something out, that's something you tend to take into your next game, and that's what we're doing, that's how we play, that's how we succeed. So that's the other thing as well. You keep one eye on the next round and one eye on your development as a player if you're one of the developing players in this CSSC team, and then you can say, okay, well, that's what we picked up from today. So it's 32 short there, and the 207 just looking for a little option, a cheeky little dive. I'm trying to work out if he's okay.
I don't think he got the ball.
I think he's okay. He just kind of.
He just
got his arm trapped under him. He looked like a salmon.
He seemed to just face plant the ground.
Yeah, look, it's a classic technique. A lot of people would tell you shouldn't play that. No. Why use your hands when you can use your face?
Well, it's been a strong showing in the last 2.5 minutes.
Opportunity there, Emma
Eagles,
Young,
and they are going to get their reward.
She doesn't have the experience in the game of Mel Day, but Emma Young is also a really safe pair of hands. And as soon as they had that 2-on-1, I think it was always going to end one way. And like you say, that's exactly what they'll be looking for. They've taken something out of this game. They've kept going at Galaxy. They've found these opportunities to score. Hopefully there'll be a good picture of that bloke with his face in the ground for his Facebook profile. So lots of stuff to take away.
Into the final 20 seconds, so the hooter will be going very, very shortly. It's the London Galaxy who are going to take the cup final for round 2 here at Burton. But a good showing from London Eagles, especially in the last 5 minutes or so. As the hooter goes, the handshakes are made, and the London Galaxy have 2 in 2. Great showing from them.
Yeah, really great showing. Experienced group of players, still need to do it, still need to make sure that the developing players around them are sort of performing and bringing in what they're trying to get them to do and taking those lessons away. So really, really, I think they'll be really happy with this day. And, just as much for CSSC. Strong showing. What was it, 5-2 in the end? 4-2? 5-2. So, that's absolutely a respectable score. And they can look at, like I say, a team with slightly less experience in it and how they stacked up against this Galaxy team really well. So, good day, good final. And the sun was out for most
eventually.
of it. Eventually.
So it does finish 5-2 to London Galaxy. Do stay with us as we will have reaction from the Galaxy team. Robin, thank you so much for being with us for the final.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
As always. So we will be back very, very shortly after the highlights with some reaction from London Galaxy. Do stay with us.
Good afternoon everyone, I hope you've enjoyed the day of touch. Presentations will be happening shortly just in front of the clubhouse. If you're currently in the bar and can hear me, please make your way out into the stand. It'd be great to have a chance about the presentations as possible, but we will get that done in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to Burton. I'm delighted to welcome Stephen Fletcher of the London Galaxy after their fabulous cup final victory, 5-2 against the London Eagles.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say, apart from small periods, you pretty much dominated that game.
Do you know, I was just thinking about what to say when the camera was coming on, but I think it's a game of two halves. CSSC, they had us in our own half in the first round. Crushed us with so many penalties. They knew how to draw us, but I think you're right. The second half was just intensity all the way, and I think that's what just carried us through.
You seem to be finding them gaps, especially in the last 7 metres, that maybe the London Eagles weren't doing in your end. Your defence was holding so well,
Yeah.
where maybe you was just finding them opportunities really well down in your own attacking end.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, we got a lot of ball players in this team, and as you say, the strike dumps were clean, they were fast, and we executed our holes really well. And we've been working on D so hard, especially in the midfield, and if you can keep that pressure in and compress them and just make sure you get to kind of third touch before they've even made halfway, it just kills momentum. So really hats up and really proud of the team for how they played today.
And of course, 2 rounds, 2 cup victories now.
Indeed.
I mean, that's exactly what you want. Who's to say it won't be 3 and 3 in Banbury in a couple of weeks? So you've got to fancy yourselves coming in with that sort of record.
It's one of those things. I think look, the group stages today, it felt like a bit of a walkthrough, but like as it should, kind of in the second half, the teams just got better and better. And to be honest, on a fair weather day, I think CSSC would have caught us. So I mean, third rounds it's all to play for, especially in Banbury.
Well, Stefan, thank you so much for joining us, and many congratulations on your team's victory.
Thanks very much.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Thanks.
And of course, join us tomorrow as we will have the Elite Series starting round 2 here at Burton. 10 o'clock once again, 30 matches we will have for you, so do join us for that. If you've been with us all day, thank you so much for being with us. It's great to have your company, and we will see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. But for now, from Burton, it's a very good night.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's where we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and find a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.